Friday, October the 6th, 2023, and we are now well into the season of October. The spooky season is upon us. And Canadian Thanksgiving on Monday. So you got
Gobble
that.
gobble.
I know. I know. And what I'm thankful for is shameless promotion and plugs. Like AMG Collectibles.
Angie.
I know. They're supporting the channel. See, I got the shameless plug in early. That's what I say. That's what I'm thankful for is shameless plugs. Like AMGcollectibles.com, who are supporting the channel and the podcasts, which are being uploaded on Monday, appearing on Tuesday. And we'll have another one come this upcoming week that I'll be recording on Canadian Thanksgiving, and I will be thankful for things like this.
They need a theme song, you know? I think something by the Rolling Stones would be AMG. AMG.
I might have to get listened. Sherry's open to these ideas. We might have to make something happen. You never know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what we can come up with. But I've talked to them, and there's a lot of ideas on the table. There's a lot of different things that I think we could have some fun with. But it's one step at a time. It's getting everything there. If anybody checks out the YouTube channel, AMG Collectibles, so if you check out the YouTube channel, we did have a first episode out there. We were able to load it and talk about some upcoming products and things. And I've got a list of some upcoming products as well for this next one, so we'll be able to chat about that. But that'll keep expanding as we go along and we get further along into it and everybody has a chance to get used to it. We'll definitely do that. And I'd also like to have some other standalone videos, but work in progress. It's a work in progress. And this is a long weekend. Everybody's going to kind of take it easy, so I know that's going to be the case for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Hockey cardboard. First comment of the evening. Almost an hour before we get started, so pretty good. Why does Eric, the biggest Boston Bruins fan, sleep in the basement? Because that's where the Bruins will be all season. He was ready. He couldn't even wait until the live stream started to get the shots in there. Couldn't even wait. Man.
This is the centennial season for the Boston Bruins. And
1924, you got it.
Going to be magical.
Oh, it will be. Oh, that part I agree. I fully intend. I'm going to enjoy the magic.
It's going to be magical. And do not forget that the special edition Boston Bruins Centennial hockey cards from Upper Deck, which I had a enormous amount of input on. Basically, it's all me. Okay, It's basically all me.
If it was all you, it would be an entire set of Reggie Lemon.
Yeah, it's like 75%. Billy said I couldn't do 100%.
Mm-hmm.
He let me go as far as 75% of Reggie. So thanks to me and all me, the Upper Deck Boston Bruins Centennial set that, again, I had an unbelievable amount of participation in.
I would hope so, because you're going to be 100% of the purchases at the rate we're going.
It's going to be, coming out this season. We don't know exactly when, but it's going to be a big deal.
It's whenever you can finish printing them on your personal printer. The entire print run's going through your own personal machine in the back.
There's going to be one of ones, one of fives.
We might not even get to one, Bobby. I think a few of them are going to be 0 of 1s, because I don't think he's going to. What if the printer jams? If the printer jams, a couple of them might be 0 of 1s. There's going to be no card coming out.
Yeah, we're going to have lots of Reggie Lemlin cards, 1 of 1s, and they're going to be kabooms in it, and this ones with
refractors
and refractors. Wow. What other crap is out there that they make in modern day?
Boston Bruins cards is pretty much crap already, so you didn't really have to add anything.
They got to be
RPAs.
RPA, nothing but RPAs. The whole thing's RPAs.
I think all the patches should be that big old Bruin. You know, Bobby. You know that alternative jersey where it's just the big bear. Yeah, it's like that big old bear, the big bear head.
Nope.
That should be all the patches for the Bruins.
We did all the good things that the investors spent all that money on for 3 years. We did all those big things.
Well, here's the question.
I'm muting Eric because I don't care. So I'm going to finish reading these comments. So Paul says, rumors say Dakota might show up. We'll have to put the kibosh on that loser. Hey, do what you must. You're the mod that I've got designated. Big Lena says, hello, gentlemen. How about that first Bears win over the Commanders for Dick Butkus? Do it for Dick Butkus. Big Scott says, sympathy for the devil. I think that's a good one. Guns N' Roses version. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. it was all Eric, no one would buy it. Facts. Spurs cards. Good evening, gentlemen, and Eric. Facts. Good evening, Spurs cards.
God, another one.
There's a lot of them. What can I say?
So here's the question for Eric. So when was the bear on the Bruins jersey?
On the jersey. Well, okay. So they started off with just having a B.
That went till 1940 what something.
And they had numbers on the front and back, and they had
just numbers. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the B. So never was the bear on the logo on the front of their jersey.
Oh, until that time that I was referring to. Like at some point they did have like the Pooh Bear jersey that came later.
It's funny because a lot of times it was represented in crests away from being the jerseys. It might have been on a shoulder patch. I'm not too sure, but for the most part, it was never on the front of the jersey unless we go back. Well, 24, no. So no.
Yep. Here's Dakota.
Anybody else chime in? Let me know.
Yep, the trivia question. Fair. Dakota here, Sports Card Anonymous says, today we learned HJ is thriving. That was my takeaway from Neo's vid. Neo Cards and Comics did have a video talking about the off brand graders. And I continue to stand by the idea that HJ is clearly the most legitimate AI grader in the space. Now, there are other ones who can lay claim to being the elite coaster maker, but that's different from card grading. That's a different genre, a different niche.
Different
as far
technology.
as AI card grading, it's pretty much HJ or nothing. Pretty much it.
It's a different technology.
Mm-hmm. Jeff here, good evening. Absolutely. Thank you all for joining in. Appreciate you. Don't forget to hit the like button. Even though AMG Collectibles is supporting the channel, the like button is still Eric's domain. We do have a discount available for Eric because he did have a pretty sweet guitar riff on the podcast that we're starting to use now, so I did give him a little discount. But the like button still go through Eric, and he doesn't want that taken away from him. That was one of our agreements with AMG. They can sponsor the channel, they can support the channel, but they cannot take his like button away.
Yeah.
I learned to play the guitar in like 3 days.
It's pretty impressive.
I was a little impressed with myself, to be honest.
It's probably your best work.
Hero, aren't you?
It's probably his best work. Yes, indeed. So we'll go through a couple different things. We're still kind of in that, like I said, we're in spooky season. But outside of being in spooky season, now there is kind of a bit of a lull period right now, hobby-wise. There are some things going in there. I'm trying to think here. We did have the Panini and Fanatics thing is kind of still at a bit of a stalemate. The courts are kind of going through their cycles of we'll allow this, we won't allow that. So we're still kind of sitting back waiting for a little bit of that to go forward. Product-wise, nothing crazy that I can think of. A couple of things here and there, but nothing outstanding. I am enjoying the games. I will quickly reference it here. Maybe I'll mention it again on the podcast, but maybe not. I did enjoy the Blue Jays playoff run this year. 2 games. Barely did anything. Goodbye.
They're a wild card anyways. What did you expect?
Given the inconsistency this season, not a lot. But even then, I'll be honest, I was kind of hoping somebody in the first round would win a game to make it go to 3. I wanted somebody. Yeah. I didn't just want like 4 straight, sweeps. It was like, can any of you guys take this to a game 3? Because now we've got that gap. The games will restart tomorrow. Yeah. I think some of those matchups look decent. I think that'll be fun. But it's like, yeah. I just laugh because it's the Jays. Only the Jays could let the Minnesota Twins actually win a playoff game for the first time in 18 playoff appearances.
There you go.
18 playoff games, and I was
and
like,
they won really well.
Yeah, and they had won in 18 straight games in the playoffs, and the Jays help them with that, and then help them get a playoff series win. So there you go. You're welcome, Minnesota. Don't say we don't get you anything.
Yeah.
And I will say that one of my favorite takeaways from a lot of I did watch a lot of the post game and the podcasts and things like that, and people cursing at the team, and obviously really bad management. But then also Vladimir, the sentiment is souring on Vladdy Jr. Young Vladimir he's not people's favorite right now. He's still a young guy, but it's one of those things like looking forward to potentially an extension and a bigger contract down the road. You can't be making simple base running mistakes. You can't be off and on coming into camp out of shape, doing all these little things. It's like you just started your career. You haven't built enough of a background to be able to be a diva. You haven't earned it.
Round is a shape.
Yeah, well, that's true. Round is a shape.
Be right back.
No worries. Tom here says, good evening, fellow cardboard junkies, addicts, and social partakers. Love it. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. But yes, I am going to enjoy watching the games regardless. The Yankees are eliminated without making the playoffs. That's always good for me. I appreciated that the Jays got in, but they didn't do anything. So now the Jays are out, I'm like, all right, I just want y'all to beat each other over the head for my amusement.
But again, still better than the Yankees, still better than the Red Sox. You know, I mean, when you think of Major League Baseball, and especially the American League, you know, the conversation starts and ends with the Yankees and Red Sox. And both of them, you know, with unlimited funds and unlimited fan base, didn't even make it into the playoffs. So, you know, I love seeing teams like the Blue Jays and Tampa Bay and, you know, and some of these other franchises getting in and leaving the two giants out. So you know,
I think that would be fair. I want to say it's Tampa Bay. I think they're going to need to figure out a way to draw more than 20,000 for a playoff game. That ain't good. You made the playoffs and your team is decent, and you couldn't draw 20,000 for one of the playoff games.
which is surprising because you'd think, you know, during playoff time that all the snowbirds would have already flocked to Florida and filled up the stadium.
Yep, Ham's right. Rays were pathetic. Yeah, it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. Pretty bad. Dufex here. Good evening. Metric for Yankees and Red Sox isn't winning. It's profit margin. Very much so. Sid Steinbrenner died. George Steinbrenner. And George Steinbrenner died. He was crazy, but at least he was like crazy, like, I will throw money at the problem, get me every free agent in the world. The current administration no longer does that. They're like, we want to make money. That's our number one thing.
And the ownership group that owns the Red Sox, when they first bought the team, did the exact same thing and won all those titles and had all these winning seasons. And then all of a sudden they decided they wanted to buy a racing team and they wanted to buy soccer teams. And they, you know, and the Red Sox went down the list of their priorities. And
Don't
then
lie, Eric. If they were buying a cyclocross team, you'd be all over it. You'd be like, you know, wise investment. You're right.
Yeah,
Yeah. Good move. Good move, guys.
absolutely.
I co-sign on this.
Yes, I'd be like John Henry, Tom Warner. You are brilliant.
Mm-hmm. That's what I figured. Snowbirds are Yankees fans. True. Snowbirds aren't down there yet. Tampa is a splintered city. The Snowbirds don't exactly root for the local teams. They root for wherever they came from. Yeah. Well, I think the whole Tampa Bay thing. Well, look, Florida's full of old people and ham. It's basically full of old people and ham. So, yeah, there's not really a lot of allegiances. And also, from what I understand, obviously I'm not in Florida. From what I understand, the location of the stadium is not ideal. It's not good for people actually getting there. Now, truthfully, truth be told, if people really want to get there and they really want to get there, they will go. But it's out of the way. It's not in a good spot.
I don't understand the logic, and I'm being serious. I don't understand the logic of, you know, they're Yankees fans. They're, you know, they, you know, aren't Rays fans, wherever they're coming from. If I had to move to Tampa and leave this, you know, the Boston fan base, and I had to move to Tampa, I still love hockey. And if Tampa's in the Lightning is in the playoffs, and I can get tickets and it's close, I'm going to go to playoff hockey.
Well, that never worked for Phoenix. That was one of the arguments for Phoenix because they never could make that work.
But Phoenix doesn't have Northerners, you know, from, you know, say, you know, Canada and
no, there's snowbirds. There are snowbirds in Phoenix, in Arizona. Yeah,
oh yeah,
totally.
Yeah.
It's warm weather. It's warm
but
weather.
they're not from hockey hotbeds. Florida has, you know, the hockey hotbeds, you know, from, you know, Toronto, Montreal, Boston, New York, you know, but, you know, to
Detroit.
to head south.
Could be.
And, you know, I mean, you got to have Vancouver fans go to Arizona? I mean, come on. So I don't get it, because if I moved, I would go to see Lightning games because I love hockey and it's playoff hockey. So if I move and I love baseball, why aren't I going to see the Devil Rays? Are they still the Devil Rays? I don't really know or care.
They went off and on with it. I think they're called the Rays, but they've got alternate jerseys that are the old Devil Rays ones. Okay. So they can't make up their damn mind. They've got an identity crisis.
The point is, if I'm a baseball fan, I move there and they're in the playoffs, I'm going to go watch playoff baseball. So I don't get the logic.
There you go. Tampa Bay Lightning sell out every game. Stadium is downtown. It also helps that team's really good. But yeah, I agree. I think if you're going to be in the market, you do want to have a downtown location, whatever it is. Like regardless of the sport, number one thing, accessibility is important. Like that's going to be a big thing because some people don't want to drive a long way, or they don't want to take some crazy commute to get somewhere. You have to make it accessible. One thing that always helped a lot of the Toronto teams, above all else, is you get in the GO train here. A lot of folks are on that train line front to back. They can literally hop on, get right off at Union Station, the main hub, and you're right there. You got the baseball stadium there. You got the hockey arena right there. It's all within walking distance. Restaurants, it's all there.
Right from Barrie down, and then Union Station, and east or west. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got a gigantic train station that goes from multiple angles. People can come in from all the suburbs, all over the place. Or if you want to drive in, you can. But it's probably not the easiest way. But if you insist and you really want to, you can. Or you can use one of these infinite number of options to get you there, if that's what you want to do. Easy. To get you there, to get you back. And that right there, the convenience factor is huge for getting people in and out of the city.
Mm-hmm.
The Trop is in the worst location, St. Pete, so many bridges need to be downtown Tampa area, like the lighting. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was pretty sure the location wasn't good to help them with that either. Being 3 p.m. in the middle of the week was not helpful for Rays playoff game. Not ideal. Not ideal. I get you. Rays drew not even 20,000 for wildcard and aren't potentially moving. Last A's wildcard was over 50K, but they're potentially moving because the team's sabotaging owner. Well, the owner wants to move them out of Oakland really badly. They never updated that. That stadium is decrepit. The Oakland Coliseum is absolutely decrepit. They let that thing disintegrate. I was just sitting there like, it's like, you could renovate it and make it like half decent. You don't have to like kill yourself, but like, how about make it, average? Just get it all the way up to average.
Isn't most of Oakland like that anyways?
Yeah, fair enough. But it's not like you can't make money selling the thing about baseball, and everybody can argue about the elements of it. It is possible to get, it is possible to have, bleacher seats that are reasonably priced. It is possible to have some of those. Of course, you got to have some of that other stuff. So you got to do something with it. If you have that, the Jays did that for years when they struggled selling tickets. What do? They came out with the Toronto Star season ticket pass, so that you could get the little pass and you could get tickets to the game for $1. The point was to put you inside the stadium, one way or the other, get you in there, and then maybe you buy a hot dog, you buy a drink, and then that's how they'll make a couple bucks off you. Nowadays they're like all full of themselves because they drew 3 million last year. Well, this year I should say they drew 3 million, which is good. That's actually pretty solid. But it's one of those things where like, but the product's going to have to stay consistently decent, otherwise they're in trouble. Yeah. So it's a problem. Disagree with Oakland Coliseum. Fisher's too cheap to renovate. That's literally what I said. I just said it's like I'm saying just get it up to average, but I'm saying it's decrepit. Possums loose. Yes, that was the one. I remembered. That's what I was thinking of. There were possums that were loose in the announcer booth, and I was like, "Yep, Oakland Coliseum."
Yeah, possums are nasty, man. I'm not messing around with them.
If it was me, I'd put them to work. It sounds to me like the possums should be doing play-by-play commentary.
Yeah.
If y'all are living here anyway, could you do you mind? Could you?
All I can say about the Oakland A's is that clearly Brad Pitt is not doing a good enough job running that team anymore, and they need to get rid of him.
Well, after Moneyball, it was over.
Dang.
He refused Boston flat out. Couldn't pick it.
Gotta go.
I like this comment. Carlos, you skipped my question. Yes, I literally did, because it had nothing to do with the conversation.
Oh.
But if anybody wants to answer, you can see it in the chat. It pertains to a Gordie Howe card from 1968.
I looked at it.
Do you have one? I don't.
I don't. I need to get one. I thought I did. I looked.
Bobby, do you have a 1968 Gordie Howe 700th gold card?
Hell no. Actually, I was looking at a 600 gold card today. In 1966, they did a special card for him.
There you go. So that was the question. That was the answer. I kind of already knew the answer, so I was like, "Yeah, did I skip your question? I did." But here you go. I gave it to you. So the answer is no.
You be nice to Pinko de Mayo. I like his questions.
You would, hockey boy. Anyway, moving on. The Buccaneers will need a new stadium if they want to host any more Super Bowls. Fair. Fisher was a cheapskate as the stadium slowly declined, and he pocketed the money. True. He loves his revenue sharing that he pockets. Yeah, it's very much. Basically they're doing the plot from Major League One. It's basically like, how can we make this so shitty? It's like, we're not going to try. And it's like, we're just going to make this so shitty so we can move it the hell out of here. That's the plan. And it's like, so far, it's working out. But the problem is, they're also too cheap to forward some money to make the Las Vegas one. So I was like, it's like, at least if you're going to move it, because I want to say they want to move it to Vegas. I think that's the one they're trying to pitch. Is like, well, then you would better at least front some money because Las Vegas is like, yeah, we don't really need you at all. So what are you offering us? So the people in Vegas aren't running to go give them money to build a stadium. It's like, dude, it's Las Vegas. We do not need a baseball team necessarily. We have a baseball team for a minor league baseball team. I think the Area 51s. It's like, if we want a major league team, it's like, are the A's really a major league team though? Is that really what you're offering? Questionable. But all right, fair enough. Now the A's lobbyists are suing the group, trying to get the stadium voted into the ballot in Nevada. Yeah, sounds about right.
And it'd have to be an indoor stadium. You can't have an outdoor sports in a desert. I mean, literally, people will die.
Yeah.
So
well,
it has
to think.
It has to have a roof. Now it has to have air conditioning.
Hold on here.
It's it's a lot of money to put an indoor baseball field in a desert.
Oh, they're called the Aviators now? That's trash. I like the Area 51s better. Anyway, whatever. Fine. All right, Las Vegas Baseball Stadium. I want to see. Las Vegas Ballpark. Let me take a look here. I want to see an image. See if I can find it. Yep. Topic was off. And a bunch of school teachers that are being sued. That and a bunch of school teachers being sued. CC, good evening. A's attendance actually went up this year. Why? Don't encourage them. Vegas has the Aviators. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Bob. They want to build a 9-acre stadium on the Strip. Sounds about right. Which is comical. Their render is more than 9 acres. Yeah. Seems pointless. Las Vegas just needs to be covered. The Raiders Stadium is amazing, open air. Yeah.
It is obviously hot, but technically football is played in the fall, so the temperatures are a little different than in the middle of July. But I'm sure there's still some really, really hot games being played in Vegas.
Yeah, I think so. But here's the thing. Hold on. I think I found an image. The Vegas ballpark that exists now is outdoors. Like, you can do it, but it is going to be hot. Oh, I think so. Yeah, that's pretty much how you have to do it. So here, I think this is the image. You guys can confirm for me.
I mean,
that's actually a nice looking ballpark. I like it.
Yeah, it is. I can't imagine playing, a Saturday doubleheader in July in the desert.
Well, that's what you play around with schedules, though. I think you can make it work. I think you can make it work if you, again, it's like anything else, right? It's like there are aspects of the country. That's why I said originally when you mentioned it, I was like, I'm pretty sure the baseball stadium was open air. They're not for a minor league team. They're not going to build a dome. It would make no sense for them. The costs would be exorbitant. Even today, now, still costs a ton of money to make a dome. And realistically, if you're going to be one of those places that's like the weather is a thing, you want a retractable roof deal. That was the whole thing. The Jays were ahead of their time for like 27 minutes and then immediately became out of date. But the concept was sound because for our weather, it made sense to have a retractable roof. We want to be able to have the option. If the weather's agreeable, we want to pull it back so we can enjoy the sunshine. And then if the weather's not agreeable, well, then shut the thing.
And we have football too, right?
Exactly.
Argos play there.
Eventually, what happened though is there became better versions. They basically were I want to say in Milwaukee, they got like a retractable thing, but it's a better version of it. The ballpark looks nicer, but at the same time, you've got the option of having the roof open closed. So later on, they came up with stadiums that combined the two things. They're like, make it aesthetically pleasing and give you the option to retract the roof if you need to.
Well, no doubt the bullpens must be air conditioned for those guys blowing on them. So there is probably some relief there, at least they don't have to go all game.
Yep. Good evening, Justin. Yep. It's it's not 1:15 right now. I believe the Las Vegas current stadium is mostly open air. Yeah. From what I see there, it looks like it is. Yes. They rarely play day games. Makes sense. Pretty sure it's mostly night games, it's smart. Yeah. Do it in the evening. Aviator Stadium is all outdoor. Perfect. Is the Flying Wayne Castman's head card cut off topic too? Yes. Wayne Hillman. No, sorry, Wayne Hillman. Wayne Hillman was the first person to get the first NBA three-pointer.
Chris
Little known fact.
Chris
Little known
Ford.
fact.
What?
Chris
So,
Ford.
what?
Sorry, what? Again?
Huh? Yeah.
Huh? Who?
Hmm?
Where?
I don't know.
Oh my God! Where did Eric go? What happened?
Gone.
This
Disappeared.
happened, Bobby. This happened during the podcast too. Eric was
Yeah.
like waving his arms or something, like he was doing something obscene, and all of a sudden he vanished. He disappeared. It was just terrible.
Well, it's
I
that
couldn't believe
time
it.
of the
It was
month, you know. It's coming close
again,
to.
I think
Halloween.
I think his internet connection is coming and going. It's absolutely terrible what's going on over there.
Did last time. I know that.
What? Oh, the glare. The glare was terrible. What happened? Awful. With a click of a button, Eric, I can do this all night. All night.
I want to see it there. Come on, show me.
Bobby Orr with the first 4-pointer in NBA history. There you go.
That's why he wore number 4.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Bob Jackson. But yeah, I think it's one of those things where you can be in a hot climate and still have an open air stadium. But yeah, I would play in the evening most of the time. And to be honest, it's probably pretty good. And also, it'd probably be a pretty good experience, especially depending on where they're locating it. You imagine you go to the game and then afterwards you go get yourself a pint somewhere and you got plenty of options. And it's a good entertainment place. That's why when they built the hockey arena there, I think where the MGM Grand is, or right around that area where they put it in there, I thought that was smart. That was a really good idea. So I said, yeah, because then after you're done watching the hockey game, you can go partake in one of the many entertainment things, go to a restaurant. Yeah, like there's so many places. But the key though is with the Las Vegas, it's about comps. Offer something that the casinos can do as like a giveaway to their patrons and their VIPs to be like, hey, want to go check out the hockey game? But here's the thing about the hockey game. The hockey game is built-in air conditioning. If it's hot as hell or whatever, you can go in. It's like, oh, it's nice and relaxed. It's air conditioned and and then the baseball game, you're not going to get that.
Yeah.
Unless we get the big old fan.
Yeah.
So fair enough. 4-4. That's right. Let's see here.
I have
Don't be a
interesting.
cautionary tale, Eric. What Justin's trying to say, Eric, don't be a Justin. It is true.
I have an
It's true.
interesting question I'd like to ask everybody.
Is it about Wayne Cashman showing up for an autograph? Because the answer is no. Go ahead.
Fuck.
Please ask.
Every time. Yeah, so I've been working on the 60 write-up, just touching them up and what have you. So we have this occurrence happening in 1965. The Tall Boys. One pack or wrapper has 5 cents. The other one does not. Now there was it was 110 set. 2 different sheets have been found. So in 66, the 65, that was 64.5. 65.6, again, we have the 5 cent and no 5 cent. 2 sheets, what have you. Okay. And then we hit 66, 67, Bobby Orr's rookie year, Eric. And what they have is they both have the 5 cent, but one has a notation above it says 67. And then in 67, I think there's a circle around the 5 cent, and then that circle is gone. So if there's any theories out there, why do you think that happened? I'd like to hear them. Would it be, I'll give you some suggestions, you know, it could be regional thing. It could have been first or second series. But in 66, it's a 1 sheet, 132 card sheet. So the theory of 2 series is kind of shot there. I don't know. There's just a lot of questions there, and you can't find answers. Not like you can look it up on the internet. So,
see, this is where Piccolina could be helping us by actually asking the important questions. Like, don't give me this nonsense about Wayne Cashman. I don't care. Or Hillman, the first NBA 3-pointer guy. I don't care about him. I want to know. It's like I want the answer to the rapper question.
I even asked the question through Bing AI, and it couldn't come back with nothing.
Wow. Not even Bing AI. This is tragic.
Yeah,
that's unfortunate.
You got to live high, right?
It's true.
Could it have been just a misprint on the wrapper? Like they just
3 years in a row, 4 years in a row.
Maybe they stopped putting the price on so the shop owners can make up their own price.
You know, that was a thought too. But the display boxes all remained with the 5 cent on it. So you can't really conceal that from unless you don't put it in a different box. But,
maybe it saved them some kind of money in the printing part. if they just put it on the box and not on the packs, because they're on the shelf at, on the counter at the old pharmacy there, the pharmacy / milkshake place, and it's sitting there on the counter, and the box says the price on it, and it costs money to add everything you add to the packs and have printed costs money. Now they just say take that off.
Well, I think if you're talking about artwork, it's easier to to put something on than it is to take it off. In 2004, I got a call from Bill Mastro, and he was there on site with GAI grading O-Pee-Chee, Gary Kareen's, archives.
Oh, I thought
and
the
they
story was
asked
going to
me,
be, I got a call from Bill Mastro in jail.
Yeah, no, this was 2004.
No, I'm just until you gave the
That
date.
led to the jail. Yes.
Oh, okay. That came after. Go on.
That came well after. Yeah. And they asked me. They said, "Well, we have a 33, almost a partially full box of 65, 66 Topps hockey." And they said, "Which is the first and which is the second series? Because we know there's one with 5 cents and one without 5 cents." And I said, well, if you look on the back of the packs, like we didn't know, and we still haven't found the other sheet yet. Not that would solve any questions any which way, but regardless, I said, I really don't know. If you look on the back of the cards and you see a lot of low numbers, but then we realized the sheet has multiple numbers, highs and lows. So it can't really be that. So anyways, I said, I don't know. I said, I would say the first series would be, without having the 5 cent on it, and the one they added it later, because like I said, artwork, it's easy to add than it is to take off. So they all ended up being graded by GAI as first series. So that doesn't really solve anything, because it was really under my auspice of what I said, right? So
now Bob just threw out here, I wanted to include the comment, was there any possibility of a variation in the distribution routes for the different packs?
Well, see, there's another thing too that very few people know, is that in as far back as the 50s, like the biggest question was, were packs issued in the United States prior to 1960? Well, test issue prior to 66, 67, and that's always been a question. And a lot of people said, well, I remember, there's a lot of cars that came out of certain places in the United States, and people swore in 1954 that they got them, but the box is too exclusive, and it does say issued and distributed by O-Pee-Chee Canada under Topps license. Now, Topps wouldn't have that box in America saying that on there unless there was another box. Now, we've seen a few boxes and we haven't found one. So that's always been a kind of a question. But what happened in 58, there was a guy named Sam Rosen who was out of the United States, and he started a company called Sam Rosen. He was one of the first car dealers, because prior to 1950, we really didn't have car dealers. You had antique shops, you had other things like that, so you really didn't have that. So going forward, he was one of the very first guys putting out sets of stuff. And meanwhile, in 1958, you can see he has full sets of 1954 Topps hockey for $1.80. Sitting there going, holy geez. But then he, on the 57, 58, he says, these sets are, $1.60. They're not available in the United States, and we're the only company with them. Now, Sam Rosen, his stepson, was Woody Gelman, who did all the artwork for Topps from 1952 right up. So it's interesting that they weren't. And if you look at Rosen, so Rosen dies actually a few years later, 1961, I think, or 62. And Woody Gelman takes over the business, calls it Card Collecting Company, and he keeps distributing. So what he's doing is he's going, because he works at Topps, he's giving them the hockey, and then he's selling them through there, which is so interesting. So that's how we get the American distribution. They weren't in pack form, but they were kind of a backdoor issue, really, because he's kind of stealing from Peter to pay Paul kind of thing, and it's a very interesting story that's all woven in behind that. So they were officially distributed in the US, not officially, unofficially, but they were available to anybody who mail ordered, but there was no place to go in and buy them, no store, so to speak. So it's a really
all
interesting
this
story.
because they didn't solicit. All they had to do was ask Eric, and he would have sold them in the back of the van. Down by
Yeah,
the river, probably.
be like one of those guys. Hey, you need a stereo? Come in the back of the van.
I didn't have a van in the 1950s.
You
Or
did.
so
You
you
had a
claim.
Chevy van.
So you claim. Sounds like a claim to me.
Anyways, that's
Also-
a little interesting story about where the distribution happened. So they weren't officially distributed in the United States until 1966, 67, the test issue. And the test issue is actually 67, almost 68. But that's another story, and we'll continue on
There
with
you go.
Parade Eric.
Oh, it's important. We gotta make sure we have a brand to uphold. So
Yeah.
I'll scroll through here. Okay, so we got Ziggy Cheers, Justin Cheers back. Good evening, Orlando. Is this the story of Topps meeting O-Pee-Chee? That, or at least the origin story of Eric selling things in the back of a van down by the river? One or the other. Fine horse and buggy in 1850. Facts. Facts, Paul. Facts. So I'm just scanning a little bit as well as we're chatting. I wanted to see if there's any new updates on the news-wise as far as a lot of stuff going on. Like I said, it's been a little quiet time for that, which is not surprising. I can't act surprised. It can't be like very news-oriented all the time. Also,
Well,
at the same time, go ahead.
I'll continue on with a little bit more. But in 52, because they overprinted so many second series, they came up to Canada with the 52 tops. Nothing on the wrapper or the box that distinguished it. Not until 54 did O-Pee-Chee's name appear. But we were distributing them here as early as 52. And, well, actually, that's the first issue for Topps any which way. But the funny part is how many Mickey Mantles have come out of Canada. Tons.
Oh,
Tons.
I remember there being a lot of fines, especially for a lot of that.
And
It was
still
a big
today,
thing.
people walk into stores. Hey, I got a mantle. Like, where did they all come from? They came from the later series, because what happened? They had dumped. They produced too many. And Woody Gelman, they got a boat and they dumped them in the Atlantic Ocean. 300 to 500 cases is the estimate. And that's based on a true story.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that for years, that they dumped a bunch of.
It is true, actually. It was actually confirmed by one of the guys back in 80 something in one of these articles, where it was an interview article between him and an interviewer, and he asked that specific question. And the guy said, yeah, it was about 300 to 500 cases. Now, I've heard it confirmed before, but this was icing on the cake. So
yeah, for them at that time period, it didn't mean anything. For them at that time, it didn't mean anything. Like it was excess inventory for them. It was a situation where
they kept
held
selling
it for a
them.
while
This
and they
was
couldn't
later,
get rid of
though. This is 1960. What that happened? 61. Because they were trying to sell them. They, giving some to Canada. That was like, oh, okay, maybe that'll.
No, for sure. But that's what I mean, though. Like they had the warehouse, and they were trying to offload it for years, and they couldn't get rid of enough of it. And eventually, they reached a certain point. They're like, "Get rid of this stuff. Just get rid of it."
So Mastro puts the box in the auction. In the auction from the O-Pee-Chee find, there was a full 52 box. So that 52 box is the high numbers. Now, what they said it was a Canadian box in the preview. After that, they eliminated that because they figured, okay, the Canadians have only 4 cards per pack. But this was a Topps grand right up. So there was the 6 cards. But it's all the high number series that came up to Canada. So they eliminated that part of the thing. I said, hey, they took that off. And then the regular auction just stated, this is a Topps box, blah, blah, blah. And I went, you guys screwed up so much, because being the high number series, oh my God, that box would have went for more than it went for $287,000, I think, back in 2004.
Right. Yeah, no, it was those things go for crazy money, no doubt.
And if it was the high series confirmed, which it was, and what that would be worth today,
especially during the apex when things were going really crazy and money was really being thrown out, it would have sold for a pretty penny. Good evening, Scott. So I did scan and I did find. I went to Sports Collectors Daily just to see, because sometimes there's little stories. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. I hadn't looked in a little bit. Apparently, Panini is going to produce cards for EuroLeague basketball. This is from a couple of days ago. Apparently, they announced that EuroLeague basketball. I was like, Eric, they're saved. What we're even worried about, Panini is saved. EuroLeague basketball.
Yeah. Are they gonna do the XFL next? And
listen, it's Topps had the XFL for the second go round. They might have had it for the first go round actually too, but definitely had it in the second go around, and they had the USFL ones, I want to say, as well. So it's like, no, look, I'm for it. Go ahead and produce it. But it's one of those things where it's like, is it really necessary? I'm still trying to figure out Panini's angle on this at this point, because it's like, look, I know you want to fight. You want to fight Fanatics, which is fine. That look, it's stubbornness at this point. I can concede that. But do you really need? Is your league basketball going to be is going to move inventory for you? Is that going to be enough to be like anything? I don't know what the EuroLeague basketball market will be for you.
But doesn't Panini almost have to fight them?
Rather to a degree, I suppose. To a degree, I suppose. It kind of depends on what the... I speculated that I think for the executives that haven't already jumped ship, they kind of know they'll be done as soon as whatever deal is made is done. So for them, it's like, it's job preservation at this point. Yeah. They'll basically stick around as long as the Panini America and its current iteration exists. Because if they weren't already poached or hadn't already gotten an offer from Fanatics, it's not like Fanatics isn't going to need them if Panini capitulates. So it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, we've already got enough people here. We've already got enough staff to cover a lot of this stuff, and we can hire somebody else out. But it's like, yeah, they already did a hiring spree at Panini anyway.
Yeah, it's their Hail Mary, I guess, at this point. They're just kind of saying, okay, we know we're kind of done, but let's see what happens if we do this. If they did nothing, it would just be a walkover. So I guess they're just kind of throwing their shit in the arena and seeing what's happening.
I'm just curious, though, if like secondary and tertiary leagues.
Soccer, yeah.
Well, I mean, if I look at it, like, if they threw all their eggs in one basket with soccer, for example, here in North America, it's not our favorite sport, but around the rest of the world, you could keep a company going, on some level with the rest of the planet wanting everything soccer.
They've been doing it for 60 years.
Yeah, so that's the point I was going to make, is that they've had soccer. Like, remember the Prism soccer thing?
But they have to make sure they don't lose it to Fanatics, because Fanatics, it's like
too much work. It's too much work for Fanatics to manage the soccer. All the teams you have to know, it's too much.
Well, it's not even that. You can get licenses for individual leagues. Like, I want to say Tops has UEFA already. Like, because remember, you got all the different federations, right?
Sure. There's so many.
You got the World Cup thing. You got UEFA.
The Bundesliga.
Yeah, exactly. Bundesliga. And I know one of them has that specific license. I don't remember which one, but one of them definitely has it. So it's one of those, like, you can already do that now, but like looking at it from Panini's perspective, just talking it out, they already have at least one of them, one of the big ones. It's not like they're suddenly going to expand the soccer. The argument that soccer was going to explode was made during the boom. It's like, well, if it was going to explode, it would have already happened. Yes, Mbappe sold for a lot of money, but this is about as much as it's ever happened. Like, how much more do you want? Europe isn't suddenly going to get more interested in soccer. They're already pretty interested.
Well, they've been doing it for so long, so they didn't understand the increase. And the cards are generally a lot smaller, or they were through the years, and then they finally got a little bit bigger. But, it's just that little fun thing that they did. It wasn't the hobby as we see it here and grew up with. So, big difference.
Right. When we get the numbers of how much a card like Mbappe sold for, are we only getting North American numbers? Are we getting,
No, they don't pay. They don't pay.
Those were auction sales. Yeah, they were auction sales. It was like whoever buys it anywhere in the world that can access it. It's like, you bought it. This is the sale. That's it. So it's not like Europe suddenly woke up and didn't have access to eBay. They have the ability to buy these things if they really want to.
Our card market, we're just kind of interested in the World Cup kind of thing. That's about it. Yeah. We don't care about the smaller leagues. We don't care about the regional stuff. And I think that's more specific for like Panini being in Italy and what have you. They're right there in the midst. So, and they've been doing it for so many years.
If I'm just figuring, if Panini had the rights to all the soccer, leagues, and had like F1 and and that type of racing, they could keep their company going a long time, because around the world, these sports are enormous. It is.
Well, I think what you're arguing, Eric, is one of the scenarios that we talked about in the past. There's Panini America. If you went that route, Panini America could get spun off. Like one of the scenarios that we talked about in the past was that like the whole idea when people talk about Fanatics or Panini, they say, oh, then Panini goes away. Not necessarily. Panini could literally be like, you can buy Panini America with the licenses and whatever associated to therein, blah blah blah. Maybe we'll license you some of the IP for a couple of the brands and do.
Do they
But at
have
the same time,
non-sports cards? Panini?
I think they've got a little bit of everything. I don't remember any specific ones,
I
but they
remember
definitely
Maple
have
Leaf
some.
did the non-sports for Europe, but I'm not too sure about Panini doing that.
Yeah.
Oh, Panini did. No, sorry, I'm thinking Electroset. My mistake.
Yeah.
Okay.
But all I'm saying is that if you took Panini Europe, like the Italian headquarters HQ, they could still keep doing the soccer. They could still keep doing F1. They like there's really nothing preventing them from doing some kind of arrangement. Like, all right, fine. You want to buy the American division subsidiary? We'll spin it off to you. You go do whatever. We want X amount. Cut us a check, and we're going to run F1. We're going to do this and this one. Like Will here listed a couple of different major leagues: the Premiership, Italy, Spain, and the Bundesliga that we talked about. Maybe they go and do that over in Italy, and Panini Italy continues on just doing its thing, and that's what they do in the European market and stickers, and they continue to rule the roost doing that.
It's funny, as long as, I think England since 1922, they even had a card collecting society back then, Cardophilium Society. So they know their cards. They've never went to that certain point that we've ever even come close to, that they've ever come close to what we went through. It just seems that Europe doesn't fall into the card collecting mania that we have here. And unfortunately, most of the cards are they're just not worth a lot. They didn't go crazy.
If I started a company, a card company, and I was told I could only have soccer, F1, and cricket, I'd be like, I'm going to make a lot of money.
You would call it Poopy Panini.
I would call it
probably.
I sure the hell would. And there would be.
I coined that already. I already have the trademarks. Don't worry.
There you go. We're going to get
the
trademark
figured out.
Well,
we'll partner up.
Yeah. Stu here,
We'll
good evening.
your cut.
Justin says Panini's
You'll
a
get
soccer
your
deal
cut.
in my book. Yeah. Panini's already got their angle in soccer. Here's one for you, Eric. It kind of plays a little bit into hockey, but not directly. Apparently, Upper Deck is going to be doing their 2024 Upper Deck golf card set, which they've been doing the PGA Tour one for years now. But apparently, they're going to bring Young Guns into it.
Oh, really?
So I was like, ooh, all right. You're bringing the hockey element into it a little bit. Bringing in the Young Guns.
It's kind of funny how that doesn't really work with golf, because you get a guy who's hot and he's gone for 3 years, and then he's hot for another 4 years, and then he's gone for 2 years, and he's back again. It's like there's no consistency, of that rookie that keeps building.
No, it's a very different. It's a different business because you have to make cuts.
Yes.
If you struggle, you don't get paid.
Yeah.
It's one of the few. It's one
you
of the
don't
few.
qualify
Like,
for
you have
green
to.
jackets.
Yeah,
what are you gonna do?
You can keep your card, but if you're still like on the fringe, you're really not making money. It's the sponsors that are keeping you solvent. Bobbles, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
Hockey has 80 games where you can screw up a lot of games, but golf doesn't.
That's true.
Yeah. Tournaments.
I do appreciate the fact though that it's a sport where look, you got to perform to put food on your table. You really.
This isn't Monday. This isn't Monday, Bobbles.
Well, Bobbles is here to hurt people's feelings. I was promised, and here's a man who will hurt your feelings. Bobbles and ball cards.
Yes.
I guess that's what I'm good for. I don't know.
This is the rumor that has been circling around. I've heard this vicious rumor. It came out and about. I'm actually as we've been chatting.
My new internet name. Do you like my new internet name? This is what I'm going to go by from now on, because I heard
butternut squash.
Yep, I heard all the cool guys on YouTube have really cool names like this, and I want to be cool. So
isn't it in season right now too?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But
I
think it's like a fall thing.
Like other people on the YouTubes, and I thought this would be the first step into making $1 million on the YouTubes, is changing my name to Butternut Squash.
That's how you got to do it, man. How you got to do it. You already got the Crumble sponsorship and
yep.
All of that. You're well ahead of the game.
Look how it worked out for Butterbean.
Yep, there you go.
Just saying.
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
I don't know what's going on, to be honest. I would love to give some information for anyone that is interested. However, I myself don't know what happened. So that's the beauty of it. I don't know how there is conflict or issues, but yet no one can tell you what they are.
Look, Bobbles, I had this discussion with you on the phone, and all I said is I feel like I have failed you as a friend by not setting a proper example as a man of peace. I feel I keep trying to hammer this home on how to be a man of peace, and it's just not resonating with you, man. Like, what do I need to do to convey, Eric? What do I need to do to convey to this man how to be a proper man of peace?
You role model appropriately
I'm
all
trying
the time.
so hard.
You preach, the importance of being kind to your fellow man.
Yes,
So
no doubt.
I don't see why he's missing this.
I never speak an ill word of anyone.
Nope.
And you submit on the side for tech.
Woo. Those coasters, Bobby? Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
I was enjoying the Discord communication because I see what Neo posted that he got a manuscript from the fellows over there.
I'm actually reading. It's funny because as I was looking over to the side while you were initially talking, I was literally reading it, and it is so long.
Oh
my God.
It is extreme. I told him, I said, be prepared. You'll get the emails next.
Okay, you know what? In the spirit of fairness, because it is a publicly posted comment on Neo's video, I am going to present it to folks here, and I'll include a link to Neo's video here. It's going to be really hard to read, so I'll read it to you.
Yeah, it's small.
This is a comment. This is a reply on Neo's video. So his most recent video is talking about tag. It's talking about HGA. It's talking about arena. A couple of the beyond. You got your top 4, and then you got like your second tier and your 47th tier, which is right about where we're sitting here. So this is a reply from Tag Grading themselves to Neo's video. Part of it is him going over the video that Bobbles did, interviewing Steve Cass, the founder, Tag, talking about it. So real quick, I'll read it here. So, hi Neo, to answer some questions and address some concerns regarding Tag. You asked if we were telling you that we had 35 to 45K cards sitting there. Yes, this is correct. This is pertaining to what he said to Bobbles. Before opening to the public, we made several agreements to have a heavy volume of cards submitted to us for grading, with the understanding and flexibility that the cards would be graded over a certain elongated timeline. This was very helpful to us getting launched with third-party submissions, since we never had a spare moment without cards to grade, despite our newcomer status at the time. It's automated. Why would you need... Never mind. Anyway, what Steve said in the video is correct regarding us achieving scalability and being able to work through that backlog. It's 11 months. It's 35,000 cards in 11 months, you slow bastards. Are you individually programming? Like, God, never mind. In regards to your statement, I swear they have people commenting on posts. The statement is completely false. This is related to the preponderance of folks that seem to make it their life's mission to any reference to Tag ever in a video. They're right there with a comment. That's kind of what Neo is alluding to. Tag has always upheld transparency and authenticity, has never employed bots or people to inflate comments or mislead the public. While we value and appreciate the enthusiasm of our supporters, we have no control over individual comments or actions. We've made it clear to everyone, including our slabs, that our company ethos is transparency. This is a lot of babbling. I'm going to skip ahead. Tag is now in our 11th year of development. Like I said, I'll include a link to the video if you want, and you can read this yourself. In 11th year of development, Tag has never made any claims that we're about to overtake XYZ company. Some of the people in the comment sections have. That's what Neo is referring to. We have acknowledged that we're in this for the long haul. Well, if they're in 11th year of the development and they've graded like 30,000 cards, they're in it in the super long haul. We have acknowledged that we're in this for the long haul and that it's been a slow grind to develop the technology we've developed thus far. We're a technology company, and our aim is such that we provide our technology in the market to provide the technology to market at scale. While we're not quite there yet, we're making big strides. The goal is to decentralize grading, offer our grading pods at local card shops, and to support the avenues where people can buy product and grade in person instead of requiring them to send the cards into us. Less expense, faster turnaround times, and transparent grading allows exactly why your card got the grade that it did, even though the report doesn't do that. In the spirit of journalistic integrity and accuracy, we kindly encourage individuals and entities to reach out to us directly for clarifications or additional information before publishing content that we may portray our company in an inaccurate light, even though Neo literally took a video where Bubbles spoke to the founder as part of the commentary in the video. We're more than willing to engage in constructive conversation, provide any necessary insights to ensure that the information shared with the public is precise and reliable. Thank you for considering this perspective. We look forward to any future dialogues that promote truth and understanding. Tag is synonymous with transparency, consistency, and accountability, according to Tag, and we wholeheartedly stand behind these values.
So, do you want to know the irony of that whole thing.
No. Actually, matter of fact, why don't we just cut the show off here?
Okay, that works too.
All right. Good night, everybody.
The whole irony of it all is
Controversy.
Neo did a video 10, 11 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the comments from the tag army, as they've been coined now, talking about tags going to eat PSA's lunch and all this. And then I actually did a video following up on that. Kind of started doing the pop report thing and all of that stuff. Started tracking that, and then it went to Steve reaching out, me doing that video, and it's all came back full circle. Yeah. The irony is, this is like me and Neo. We used to disagree a lot before he even had a channel.
Oh, bobbles. I appreciate you trying to play the Man of Peace thing now, but it was war. It was arguing back and forth for the longest time.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like we disagreed a lot.
Yep.
And now it's like come full circle because his video is what, like, when I seen the comments on his video 10, 11 months ago, that's what got me started. And then that's what wound Steve coming on. And now Neo's back, 11 months later saying, what the hell is going on here? And that's the question everybody wants to know. It doesn't make sense. It makes zero sense.
But do we, though? Is it of our concern? No. Not really.
I just want to say again that I wish to the bottom of my heart that this company can do everything it says it's supposed to do. I don't like grading. I don't trust the human element in it. I want this all to work, but I just don't see yet it working. I don't see them at a place where they either think themselves are already or their timeline, that we're going to reach our goal soon. I don't see that. But I've said that from day one. I want this to work. I want the technology to be 100% successful. You send the card in 100 times, you'll get exactly the same grade 100 times.
But they waited to come out, and they didn't come out through the pandemic, and that was the ideal time. 100%. Now we're in a downturn phase of the hobby, and do you expect success? Does anybody really expect success? Beyond PSA,
are folding. Companies are going out of business. People are getting laid off. They're just locking the doors and walking away from their card companies that
sure.
they built 3 years ago.
Just because the vibes
thing now is extremely
the vibes are no good, Bobby. Right now, the vibes are no good. Look, again, as the noted Man of Peace, but as the noted tag contrarian in this situation, that diatribe they wrote there was some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. It's like we barely had a spare moment. It's like, dude, you could have manually graded 35,000 cards faster than that in 11 months. You could teach Eric how to do it from scratch, and he'd still be past 35,000. You've got machines.
Well, I'm very lazy.
Even still, I think we can get you to 35,000 in 11 months. The point is that the whole point is this is supposed to be a more efficient, better mousetrap. We built a better mousetrap here, and you're telling me you can't grade the other 35,000. We're pacing it out. So who are these morons? And yes, I'm going to say morons who gave you these cards to hold for a year just for fun. Well, guys, we're going to get around to it, but we're going to take our sweet-ass time, okay? It's been 11 years so far. It might take another 11 for us to finish grading this. Well, then, if I'm that person, okay, cool. Why don't you just call me when you're ready to take these cards, and then I'll give them to you when you're ready. Instead of you holding them for a year just for fun.
They haven't told us what these cards are. Now, I could go, now, in all seriousness, maybe a little devil's advocate, I could go to work right now and go to our back closet and pull out many, many boxes of complete garbage. And I could come up with 34,000 cards.
He did say what they were.
Here you go. You practice your grading on these.
He did say what they were, though.
Okay.
When he pulled them out and showed them to me, he was claiming that it was a bunch of high-end soccer and all of this other stuff.
Yeah.
And to Bobby's point a few minutes ago, the market turned. If you are any sort of consumer out there and you gave this company 35,000 cards 10, 11 months ago, or even prior, you have to be asking yourself, is it even worth grading these cards now? And then on the flip side of that, I think the consumers that are sending them the cards need to also ask themselves, why were these cards put in-house but have not been done, but now they're doing ours? Like, were these supposed to be for calibration purposes, to scale up, to make the system, the
Personal
processes all of that
collection.
better?
Well, but the thing is, in that long comment, they supposedly claimed that it was with the understanding they would grade it over seemingly indefinite period of time forever. And that's where I'm kind of calling BS.
Cards though, like, it has to be their cards. It can't be anybody else's cards. Who's going to give them to them for that length of time?
That was the claim, though. Literally in that comment, the claim specifically was.
Yeah, I mean,
before opening the public, we made several agreements to have heavy volumes of cards submitted to us for grading, with the understanding and flexibility that the cards would be graded over a certain elongated timeline. So they found some suckers to hand them cards forever to hold just for fun.
Yeah, we would
according to their comment.
We would never go to the, to the good stuff and hand 34,000 of our inventory over. To not have for an extended amount of time.
Elongated timeline is open to interpretation. Elongated timeline is interpretation.
Yeah, but I can get you 34,000 cards tomorrow that I don't really care what happens.
It could be all pro set.
Yeah.
And
let me read a couple of comments. Hang on. Pause for 1 second. Pause for 1 second. I got to read a couple of comments here.
I'm very upset.
I'm sure you are. Carlos, why don't you have Jeremy come on and talk about tag? He wouldn't agree to my retainer. My exact wording was, I will do this. But all you have to do is whatever those idiots are paying you, and they're paying you, or if they're not, then we got to have another conversation. Whatever they're paying you, I want double. To waste my time, you're paying me double. O grades are irrelevant when they update the grading program, which has been a criticism, a question that I've posited. But again, I'm super biased, just to be clear, super biased. Could not be any more biased if I tried. Do you think people are apprehensive about putting that opinion in the hands of a non-human? Mayhaps. Wonder if Tag will offer on-site grading at the expo. Live the dream. Well, they offered great. They took submissions last time, but they got to get the machine. They got to get the Terminator across the border. It might take some time. Wonder if Tag will offer on-site grading. Yes, sorry, I read that. CC, thank you for that. The parameters are set by a human. Yes, that's right. The problem is that their standards based on true. Eric, I will send you X-Files poster. I want to believe.
I do want to believe. I want this company to back up every single thing it has said, and I would then start grading cards.
Paul says, I noticed a lot of tag cards hitting Probe Scene 1 through 3 this week. I'd assume it's free samples they gave out in National, aka the community is rejecting free samples. Stuke says indirect tag vault. No point in having the final look done by a human if it's out of their visual range. I'll touch on that in a second. Given tech grading, tag should be able to churn through way more cards live at a trade show. Should be able to handle way more volume at a trade show compared to the likes of PSA and BGS. That was the point. The whole point is it's supposed to be a more efficient system. In reality, they should have blasted through those 35,000 cards in no time and been done with it.
I think it's accurate opposed to efficient.
Right now, it's neither. I argue it's neither. The world needs us conduct violence. Oh, no, we need much more than that. Look, we'll wear hockey jerseys while we convince the violence. It'll be legit. If the point of AI is to see what human can under magnification. So I want to quickly touch on this. AI can see what a human can under magnification. That's true. But the interpretation is based on whatever is put in the programming. The person who programs it is going to tell the machine how to interpret whatever anomalies it encounters, because the machine in and of itself can't. It can determine, like, oh, there's a scratch here. What does that mean? How far down should that knock down the grade, if at all? If it's so small that you can't see it with the human eye, Tag has said in their literature, in their various things, if it's so minute, it should have little to no impact whatsoever. So it has to make that determination, say, this is too minor, it should not affect it. Or this one is more serious, it should affect it. So it's making that determination. But somebody has to determine what that criteria is and then program it in for the system to do its job.
Okay. I have one
that's
quick
calibrated,
question.
is it not, between people? I mean, it's not just one person's opinion. And you end up really the same with the personal grader who trains other graders. It's the same thing. So,
yeah. But in this case, when you do it with a system like this, an automated system, it is one person's opinion that got programmed into a computer program.
Well, I think it's a collective, and then they come out with the one opinion. That's
well, they only have one guy with grading experience. Per their explanation, they have one guy.
The same. I don't care. I don't care. As long as it's always the same.
It won't be.
The standards need to always be the same. I
They already
said
told you it won't be.
100 times,
Yeah.
100 times, it's the same.
Yeah, they already told
know.
Eric. They literally told you it's not going to be.
Well,
They flat out said it. It can't.
and
Be.
until they do, or another company has the technology.
It's been 11 years, Eric.
I don't. Then I'm not sending any cards in yet.
Well, I have a question.
Go ahead.
In support of AMG Collectibles, okay?
Okay. Who we appreciate. Thank you, AMG Collectibles.
Currently, because I
was
only
leaving that
support
open
the
for you.
current version. I
In
only
the
support the
comment.
current version.
In the comment, it said that they are working to get pods, and they explained them as like ATM machines into card shops. Will AMG be a proponent to allow this into their shop? To allow collectors
Who's that?
the beauty of tag grading?
Oh, Tag is looking at pods.
That he
They're
said that
saying
when
that is part of that comment. They said they're looking at doing something where it can be put inside of a card shop.
he
doing
talked
that
about
way.
it on the live too.
Did he say
back
after
then.
that you will be happy and own nothing? No.
I think they should put the pod right beside the PSA submission center, so the bride can sit there and go. Does it also make coffee? Ooh, does it also make coffee? That'd be amazing. I'd like a frappuccino.
I know I brought this up in a year or more when we talked about this in the past, and I always forget the company's name, and you guys remember or the comments remember. But I've talked about how I've actually been to a card shop where there was a machine in the corner that came out during the boom
Oh, yeah.
that
Mhm.
you can submit
Card
cards to.
score.
Is
Card
that what
score.
it is?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that was the crowdsource grading.
Crowdsource.
Grading.
So I've actually
How's
seen
that going for them?
and now this was during the boom. Okay, we're talking at the height of the boom. This thing was in the corner, unplugged, and had dust on it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because great ideas are not always met with the right, I guess, timing for something like that. And the timing for something like that is never to be anyway. So not for that kind of group source. How much did I make this month? Oh, I made 48 cents.
Yeah.
Group sourcing. How long of group source are you going to get?
Has anybody ever really thought about how ironic it is that the one thing that should be depended upon because of the reason it was ever invented, grading and the authentication of it, is always the one topic that is always heavily discussed and questioned and everything? It's like
always
the one thing that should be relevant and accurate and all of that we always have questions about.
Because it's human based for the most part, and humans have errors. And I see a couple of Wayne Gretzky 10s that are certainly not 10s.
No.
Yeah.
And
there is no.
They were supposed to be 11s, Bobby.
No.
11s.
I will die on the hill. There is not an O-Pee-Chee Gretzky 10 on the planet. It is impossible. I call bullshit if you even put one in front of me.
Because of the rough cut?
Yeah, it's bullshit. That is not. You can't have something look that shitty and say it's a 10.
Wow. All I heard was Wayne Gretzky rookie is shitty. That's what I heard from Eric.
Yeah, really?
Rough.
You
That's
can't
terrible.
have all these other cards graded with the same type of standard and then go, we'll do it different for this one because it's popular. There is no Wayne Gretzky O-Pee-Chee 10, and if anyone tells me that it is, I'm going to die on that hill and fight them for it because it's bullshit.
I'm saying, dang, yeah. Eric's got up his feelings there. I was going to say to Bobble's point though is it's because grading is the hobby's third rail. It's the religions or politics. As soon as you bring it up, it's like you have some. So you've got the main denominations that argue amongst themselves, and then once in a blue moon, you'll have the guy from Scientology tag run over like, hey guys, shut the fuck up and get out, Jerry. No one likes it. Get out.
Tom Cruise.
God damn it.
Oh, he's gone now from there. Okay. Sorry.
No,
for now.
No, he isn't.
Yes, he is. He's at a Scientology.
On that.
No,
It
he's
was
gone.
like raid on Bobble's wedding day. We do appreciate it. Alanis Morissette reference. There you go. Yes, ability to do unique tasks is limited by the grading scale parameters. Universal grading scale is the answer. Brandon is very much in the universal grading scale. The biggest thing is if you do an AI thing though, like if you do the AI thing, if it does learn, then the grading scale will shift over time. It just has to, as based on that machine learning concept. And the problem is, as soon as you do that, you have programmed inconsistency into the thing, because if the standard changes even a little bit based on learning, that means the cards you graded in year 1 or 11 will be different than the cards graded in year 4 or 15.
Right. So AI doesn't. I don't want to hear this AI crap. I don't want AI. I want you to build a program, set standards that will not change. Don't give me this. The computer is going to learn crap. All right. I've seen like 5 movies with Arnold Schwarzenegger in it, and it didn't turn out well. I don't want to hear
we had my favorite comment, by the way, was Dufix's. Has anyone submitted a 91 Terminator 2 trading cards to tag just to see if any AI responds to John Connor? That was an underrated comment, Dufix. Beautifully done. Beautifully done.
Yeah,
it should be a 10.
Yeah,
as a comment that deserves the thumbs up. I appreciate it.
There is absolutely. I don't want to hear this AI crap. I don't want the computer to learn and change. I want you to program it. When you finally figure it out, set it and forget it, and say, for the rest of the duration of our company, these are the standards. We're never going to change them. And
I think that's true too, because
100 times, that's it. That's the score.
Because humans are emotional beings, and depending on their day, how they have their grading is constantly affected. So if you say AI is affected, humans are greatly affected, I think, and I believe. We're not dealing with a perfect system on either side. So, one is essentially not really better than the other. I can clearly state that. I can't think you can back it up in any other way. At least this one didn't get up hungover, the machine, or get separated from his wife, or
it might have had updates though.
Yeah, but so Ham is making the point here. Humans can be swayed, very true. Stats don't lie, and Tag is the only company giving us this data. The problem is they're not, because by their own admission, like I said, there is learning involved in it. So the AI can be swayed over time too. Yes. If you wake up one day and year 15, all of a sudden the machine is like, you know what, that corner's cool, it's fine. But why is it? Because slowly over time we just kept moving the bar a little bit. It learned. Now it's okay. Now the O-Pee-Chee rough cut is great.
Yes.
Now the Gretzky rookie is a tag 1,000 with the rough cut. 1,000.
Well, see, the O-Pee-Chee rough cuts ended in 92, so there you go.
Dang. Just floss their teeth. It's beside the point. There you go. Eric, I'll fight with my screwdriver since I have to go screw all the time. You can use your wrench. Thank you, Bob Jackson. That's right. Let's give up.
What is with this? Eric? Bob and Eric getting along.
I know.
Hey, I will take
the bots are out.
I know. I'll ride on this hill, and I'll take whoever wants to come with me, and that's that. The rules have changed. We're on an important. We're talking we're talking about humanity here. We're talking about trying to save humanity with this Gretzky rough cut crap.
You're right. It was the Terminator.
And I am willing to take whoever wants to come with me to fight this battle. So
I think that's Bot Jackson. Jackson.
That's what I'm saying. I'm worried, man. I'm worried.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Wow. Bobbles, it's tough times out in these streets, man. It's tough times out in these streets. CC here says the pace of turnaround tag makes little sense. All joking aside, fair. Maybe part of the reason for their lag is because a human must program the grading parameters for each set, insert a subset. Well, you do need to create the template. Look, we talked about the whole premise about creating, some kind of an exemplar. Again, you're basing it off of a theoretical maximum, right? Because, and by the way, I'm not making this up. That shit is in their little, it's in the documented patent. The whole point is they're supposed to be like, it's not called an exemplar, but I'm using that terminology. There has to be like a perfect version of what this card is, and then you're measuring flaws based on
the backtrack. Sure.
Yeah, and the thing is, if it doesn't exist, you have to make it up. So the computer, effectively, you have to design what the perfect version of this card would be, based on perfect centering, perfect edges, perfect corners, perfect everything, because you're measuring it off of that. So the machine has to figure that out. So yeah, you do have to come up with it. However, the idea is, unless the 35,000 cards in question is from 35,000 individual sets, then no, you don't need to make that many exemplars. Some of them should be pretty commonly traded cards that you should have something for by this point.
Yeah.
Something I would throw out there. That'd be my counter to that.
Well, I always say that it's easier to grade a 7 and up than it is a 3 and down, because the amount of issues that there is going down from a 3 below than there is going up. There's less, right? So it's always a little bit harder to call it a 2 or a 3. That's always the big thing between Mantle. Send it in. It's a 1. It's a 1. It's a 1. It's a 1. It's a 2. Got it. Let's go. 60K. Thanks for the 30 grand bump.
This may be my favorite 3 set of consecutive comments, one after another, for different reasons. First, we're starting off with Dr. Exclusive. A beautiful O-Pee-Chee cut is like an 18-year-old scotch to a plain Topps 12-year-old scotch. I appreciate the scotch reference. Bob Jackson says Bobbles recognizes bots because he was there when Leonardo da Vinci made his first one.
Ooh.
I like that. Second. Third,
Screw you, Bob.
There you go. Perfect. And then Will follows up with the third one. The enemy of my enemy's enemy's enemy is my enemy? Question mark.
Yeah.
Valid reasons. We got some double negatives, triple negatives. We got a lot of things we need to figure out.
And I just want to point out, I don't dislike the O-Pee-Chee cards. I love O-Pee-Chee cards.
You already said it. You already said O-Pee-Chee Gretzky is
I love the O-Pee-Chee Gretzky. Absolutely wonderful. It's the grading of the O-Pee-Chee Gretzky that pisses me off, not the card itself.
Well, the hobby edict is really this. If something is consistent enough where it's over 50% of the card, it's considered a natural flaw and isn't considered in the grade. That is the standard that's always been there. If you have 8081, the Topps did this orange gum. Now the gum, because of the vitamin C, bled through the wrapper. So 99% of the wrappers are flawed. And it's considered natural. They grade the wrappers because the players on them and what have you, but they're considered to get away with the staining, so they can grade them up to 8 or 9 and still have staining because they almost all have. So it's a natural consideration, and knowing that Peachy was consistent with that, it's considered a natural situation that the card companies have forgone and don't really care about too much. Now there is degrees of the cuts that are really bad, and some are like chainsaws. But the little rough cuts.
Now, can I pose a question, Bobby? Can I pose a question here based on this? So let's take Eric's puritanical, just for the sake of argument. Let's do a little devil's advocate, just for fun. Let's take Eric's puritanical idea. He refuses to accept the rough cut as something acceptable. To your point, it's been accepted because it is so common, because it's part of the print, the way that it was done at the time. So we factor that in. That's what we do today. But let's say we took Eric's puritanical approach. If we took that, then a 10 is impossible. Like automatically, it's so. Then what would the theoretical maximum be? If we took that rough cut
for
in a
tag or for everybody else?
No, I'm just saying if we took if we took this idea and let's say we measured this the way we would measure a set that's not O-Pee-Chee. If for some reason Topps accidentally came out, there was a manufacturing flaw, and they had this similar type of rough cut in 2018. That's not normal. That's not a standard thing. How far down do we knock down the grade?
You grade it the same as you would anything else. And now,
what I'm asking is how far down do we knock down the grade?
I don't care.
I took away the 79.
Find the best O-Pee-Chee Gretzky there is. Make it a 3. It's still the highest grade O-Pee-Chee Gretzky. It's still worth a shitload. But you're grading it the same as everything else.
I don't think the PSA set registry boys are going to want to pay top dollar for a 3.
No. If it's the highest graded card, they will pay top dollar for a 3.
Yeah.
What's top dollar though?
Yeah, it's kind of a tough call on that one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not the T206 Honus Wagner here. Like it's like there's a lot of them, so there's going to be a lot of 3s.
It's very much like the 52 Topps. The Mantle has that yellow line missing. So does the Aaron. So does. I think there's another card too that they're missing some of the lines. Like there's 2 variations of each. Now, what consideration? Why hasn't that ever been in a consideration? And it actually should. It really should. And I don't think people have, like I said, we have no governing body in the hobby, and I don't think anybody's really taken upon the responsibility of working out what should be done for certain cards. So they've attempted to, but there's been nothing written, nothing said really beyond that. O-Pee-Chee's been considered a rough cut grade. That's fine. It is. Can be a 9 or 10, just like a nicely cut Topps 9 or 10. Same thing. Now we've given into that, but we don't go much further with other things. It's like nobody's really sat down and kind of went through it. And these cards need to be this and this and this. And the company that does that will actually be at the forefront down the road.
Yep. No, Bobby, 1968, 69, O-Pee-Chee and Topps they're not only were they cut bad, all the pitches are crooked. But you don't get a 10 if the pitch is like this.
No,
But
see,
they're
that's
all like
different. That's
that.
diamond cut.
There's no 10s that have it like that. So why don't we go 68, 69? It's natural. We got to give them all 10s because they're crooked.
That's why the
Your
markers were off.
jerseys on your wall
Because the
are
cars
crooked,
exist
Eric.
without the diamond cut.
Very, very few. And the diamond cuts looks worse than it is because the borders are actually very, very small. So you run into a little diamond cut, looks like a big diamond cut. So you're really dealing with, I think it's what, 1/8 of an inch, which is very, very, small, or maybe just almost an 3/16, I guess, something like that. That's tiny. The margin of error, let alone getting it left, right, top, and bottom, that diamond cut too. Jeez, it's killer. And that set, when they put it through the printer, it was misaligned. So every card's going to happen. And once they set those markers,
right.
And
So
if the ones that's off are actually on, they're the ones that are straight on, the ones that kind of got roughed through. So isn't that kind of funny how that all works?
Now, pause for 1 second, Eric. I'm just going to get caught up on these comments here. I want to make sure.
All right, but I'm pissed.
I'm very happy for you. Look, I'm sorry that Bob was upset you. He does that to people. All right, so moving on here. Brandon's here says, if PSA said tomorrow they were going full AI grading by 2026, you would all be aboard and excited for the change? No, I wouldn't. I would mock it without mercy and without shame. And I know a guy who I would be able to make fun of directly for this. Like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. The good news, though, is at least they would get through more than 35,000 cards. It would still be dumb as shit, just to be clear. But no, I disagree. If PSA announced tomorrow they were going to go full AI, they're idiots because it's a dumb idea.
I did the
I think
math.
it's coming. I think they're all coming.
He said full AI. I don't PSA
I don't think it'll ever go
flat out. PSA right now, they said we don't want to go full AI because it wouldn't make sense for us.
Oh.
We can use elements of it to assist
would be
augment our
perfect.
grading.
Actually, the major part should be AI, and then the final call is the person.
But that's what I'm saying, Bobby. He said full
After
AI.
reading.
He said full. Yeah, the word full is the key here. You can use the technology to augment what you're doing to help the person make a better judgment call with less subjectivity in certain aspects of it. But there needs to be somebody to be like, wait,
So
you're
where's
off on
that
this one. You
company
missed something.
now?
Yeah.
It's coming.
Yeah.
It's
But I'm
coming
saying,
to PSA, SGC, they're all coming.
His comment is he went to the extreme and stuck PSA in there and said, oh, you'd like it then. No, I wouldn't. I still think it'd be dumb as hell. Full AI, I don't agree with it ever.
No. Unless you're smartphone or something.
I don't want AI. I don't want it to learn. I don't want it to change. I want a computer program that's going to stay the same. You put the card in 100 times, same thing. I've said it 100 times tonight. That's what I want. Till that's what happens, I'm not sending cards in.
Yep. It's a
Grading, the whole
666.
grading thing is a scam.
Well, didn't we have that black? What was it? The black, the Beckett, the guy who got all those black graded 10s.
Oh yeah. There was the guy. The name escapes me, but yeah, he was the guy who was getting
I
the
forget.
black
He was
labels.
Eagle Eye.
Black
What's
labels.
his name? Eagle Eye.
It's on Sports Car Radio. It's on Sports Car Radio's website. It's there. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, here you go. So you do have something going on.
Oh yeah.
And that happens with AI. It wouldn't, but unless you're feeding the machine.
Barrack standard, most Gretzky O-Pee-Chee rookies would have edges graded at 1 or 2. Is this the max grade is like a 3 or 4? That's kind of what we were talking about. Yep. CC.
Correct.
True.
Good evening, Dom.
True, but 80 to 90% are like that, and some are worse or better than others.
And if a 4 is the highest grade there is on the PSA registry, it is worth the same as if whatever the highest grade now is.
But I already went through. There's a natural occurrence, so it's accepted. I
know. I understand that logic. I don't like it.
You don't like a lot of things, Eric. You're a very angry man.
I don't like it.
You don't have to like it. It is what it is.
It's stupid, and I don't like it.
Okay.
We could literally just take the sentencing and just start with.
Don't let me go off on tops now. I'll tell you. Just because they couldn't get past 132 cards because they wouldn't wait for trades and wanted to get the sales
any higher than that. They're a bunch of stupid Americans. Our educational system's trash.
Done.
You've proven this pretty
after 132.
Fair. Brendan Ryan says, if it weren't the slabs label, could you tell if a card was hand cut from a sheet or a factory cut?
There you go. See, you can't tell the difference, but you know a peachy one is a peachy. Get that blue line going on the back of the 79. Oh, you're golden, baby.
Ooh, Ham has angry emojis. I like
run. Total proof in that. 100% guaranteed. First run. Blue line, first run. Big
Not a
time
first run, but it guarantees that it's not a reprint because they haven't done that with the reprint. Not yet.
Yeah.
Now I said it.
Yeah,
I don't know
you just
why
yeah.
that's-
nice job, Bob. You just killed the hobby.
It happened. Bobbles, I swear we've killed the hobby so many times. It's like Jason Voorhees. It needs to die already. Enough.
Nope.
Go down.
So
I appreciate
12th
Michael
year.
Ham using the angry emojis, so thank you for that. I pointed out the Reggie Lemon cookie behind it. Facts.
It is not.
So should grading be a normal distribution bell curve for all sets, or should there be skewed distributions for each individual with its own standards? So vintage 10 isn't the same as some modern 10. That was the old BVG argument. They graded it on a different standard based on being vintage.
It can't be a different standard, though. It can't. It just has to be.
I agree.
Now,
That's why people never respected
because
it.
the standard's not different, or it really isn't. This is why most cards out of packs get 9s and 10s. Most cards out of a vintage pack will get 7s or 8s. And because you got centering, you got all these other issues to deal with. Gum stains, what have you.
And as we all know, they didn't care about the cards back then. It was about the gum or the tobacco. They didn't care. They were a throw.
They don't care about the cards now.
Well, unfortunately, it does seem that way at times, doesn't it?
Bubbles, that was an easy one. That was a layup there.
Yeah.
That was a
Pretty
layup
much.
there for Eric. Pretty much handed me that one.
Remember, the foundation of the hobby was built on yesterday's, whereas the card market today is built on tomorrow's.
Right.
And that's always going to be the case going forward. Is we collected for different reasons, and the cards were different back then. Today, they're different going forward, and it's more of a market than it is an industry. It's more of an industry and a market than it is so-called the hobby, so to speak. You know, because they're going for tomorrow. We didn't care about tomorrow. We cared about yesterday. In the present, there was the present, but it wasn't. It was still gum that you were chewing, and you bought the pack, and you paid nothing for the pack. Your allowance, you get 4 or 5 packs. It was great, 25 cents. It's kind of cool. So age of innocence is over. Now we're into a different age.
Yep.
Yeah.
Never go full AI. Will says.
Never go full AI.
I think that's the funniest comment of the night so far.
Tropic Thunder, tell you.
Tropic Thunder. Never go full AI.
If AI got smart enough to generate perfectly centered, perfectly registered cards, would we need grading? That's true. If it came out perfect out of a pack, it would make it redundant. CC says, Eric, if you could only choose one, rid the O-Pee-Chee rough cut allowance and grading, or rid Mayo from the world. Ooh, his 2 passions in life.
Wow, that's a tough call.
Ooh.
I'd like to know that. We're listening.
I just want you to know, Eric, be careful, because if you rid Mayo from the world, I know that's your temptation, but if you rid Mayo from the world, then that's just another thing for us to take out on you.
All the chicken salad, egg salad sandwiches gone.
You might not. That might not be a thing for you, but those of us who consume some of these things, Eric, we know who's responsible.
Well, with that threat,
when you're walking down the street, all of a sudden a can of another condiment whacks you in the back of the head.
And I know how the Canadians love their mayo, and so I don't want to start a world war or anything. So I'll just myself keep it out of my house and out of my mouth, and I will make all grading companies accept that an O-Pee-Chee rough cut gets a lower grade.
Wise man. See, Bubbles? Man of peace. At that point, he's trying to evade war.
They're 2 different sets, though. Mm-hmm. One is made by O-Pee-Chee, one is made by Topps. They're independently graded. But how much do Topps packs get opposed to Gretzky packs? Nothing. There you go. Enough said. Rough cuts win.
All cards.
I'll buy next. Okay, read the next stuff. What's that? No.
I just want to make sure I got caught up. So thank you all for the comments. There were some good ones in there. I wanted to make sure I at least acknowledged them where I could. I suspected, Bubbles. I kind of knew that the old tag diatribe would get things moving off. I was like, bless you, our weak.
That was 35 minutes.
Well,
good shit.
Pretty good.
I was real quick because back to Brendan's comment about if PSA, everybody would agree if they went AI.
Here, this one.
My question would be, could PSA actually keep up with their numbers? Because by my math, and I think this is pretty close, but if you base PSA's work week on an 8-hour day, 40 hours a week over the course of the month, and they're doing 1.2 million cards, that means they exceed Tag's entire pop report in, I believe it comes to 6 hours.
Yeah, the biggest problem with the number, and you've touched on it before. The biggest problem with the number discrepancy, we're in that gigantic diatribe. The tag PR guy spent all this time talking about all this stuff. I was like, dude, your entire pop report, every card you guys have graded in your history, is what PSA does by lunchtime.
Mm-hmm.
Like by lunchtime, one day by lunchtime. And the argument is like, oh, well, we're developing, and it's weird. And like, so being serious here for a minute, like y'all know I have my fun with the coaster makers and everything, but
Sure.
let me drop the main portion of my shtick for just a second. Let's just be logical for a moment, if we can. Yeah, exactly, perfect.
I thought he was going through the screen at me.
He was going through the screen. So let's be logical for a moment.
I had to back up.
Look, you should back up, Eric. That's what your future awaits you if you try to mess with Mayweather. You wait for it. Now, let me finish my thing here. So the thing is, let's be logical about this for a minute. If you're trying to play both sides in that comment, on the one hand, you're like, oh, well, we need it to get started slowly. But on the other hand, we've been at this for 11 years. Hold on. You can't have it both ways. You can't be like, well, we've been defining this for 11 years. But it's like, well, we have to take our time. And like, make sure we get, it's like, so what the fuck was the first 11 years for? How many centuries do you need?
Perfecting AI.
Maybe you're not ready. Maybe you need to go close up shop and work on it in the lab for another 11 years and get back to us.
HGA had their shop up and running in 2 days.
And they had two, not one, but two really bad videos explaining it in less time than Tag has graded 30,000-ish cards. Two. One really lazily produced and one overproduced that was also really bad.
From a guy having a drunken idea about colored labels to getting it up and grading cards 2 days for HGA. And their product and their company has proved that I am correct.
Yep.
And where are they now?
Releases for Tag to keep up. Yep. They can barely keep up now, but no, they would get some press. Yep.
So who would submit to HGA at this point in time, other than Bobbles? I mean, just like because he likes the top color thing. Anyways,
no, I hate HGA slab.
I know you do.
Well, they also have
being facetious. Don't worry.
Yeah, they also have the horizontal slab too.
Well, actually, I kind of like that because I don't like.
And once upon a time, Neo kind of liked HGA too.
Oh, Neo, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, he's
Neo.
abandoned them. He's forsaken them. He's Judas.
Yeah.
Big time. Big time Judas energy there with that Neo.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, I'm all in on the horizontal slab. I think it's great.
I am too. There's a lot of cards that it doesn't seem right being sideways. When I'm doing the cards in the app, that's not really an app, but Eric doesn't know. I put the card sideways, but I see people on eBay, they list the card long ways. It's just like, turn it so you can read it. The numbers on the left side, like, do it properly. But people have this vertical challenge. I don't know what it is. It's just like all cards need to be upright. No, they were made sideways. The Bowman was made sideways. The what was the other issue? 63 tops sideways. All of them. I just make a sideways slab.
Yep. Dakota here realizes Dakota knows the truth of what I'm saying. From the Discord, we know this, and we at the Discord, from the bottom of our hearts, deep down in our souls, know that Neo has forsaken them. And why? Because he doesn't want to be associated now. Now it's cool to hate on HGA. But back then, today, we've got the coaster makers here posing as proper AI grading, when back in the day, HGA was blazing the trail, and it didn't take him 11 fucking years. Just saying.
2 days.
Dang.
No.
Trying to find horizontal HGA slab at a show for a coaster. Do what you got to do, Paul. Got to make it happen.
The funniest part, if I remember back when we were talking about HGA, we thought they had a chance. But then again, at that time, everybody, the hobby was going crazy and everybody was coming into business. Why not?
I think there just wasn't any availability. There wasn't any bandwidth to get stuff graded. So HGA had its moment.
Well, HGA also kind of shot themselves in the foot in a couple occasions because
like 16
they came
times.
out the gates with that little
Purple Hearts,
the lucky thing,
Yeah.
where you had to get into the lottery thing, and then they
The
were
lottery.
guaranteeing their turnaround
It
times,
was crazy.
and then the owner or whatever got into some crap and stuff and put a bad, name rep on the company as well. So it was kind of a little snowball effect with them of where they lost their momentum too. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just to jump on that real quick and to go back in time, and I've talked about this in the past too. When Clubhouse was at its peak, and there was like 100 people in the room all the time.
Now
and
there's 4. Sorry, go ahead.
There's like 6, Bobby. Okay.
All right.
All right. Why don't you stop being a hater? All
It's
right.
never
5.
a hater.
5. All right. It's 5. God damn it.
All right. Thank you
All
for
right.
your honesty.
All right.
Fucking
You had like 100 people in the room, and they were all like on their computers with, on their phone apps with the Clubhouse going on their computers, all like at the same time when the lottery opened and going nuts and then screaming into the phone, I got number 37. I got number. Oh man, I didn't get in. Oh, I got one. And they were going freaking nuts. It was like this, billion-dollar jackpot that's for Powerball right now. Every week, it was huge for a period of time. HGA must have made some money in the beginning because
I think they had a great idea for the label thing, but they lost a lot of trust and confidence in people when they were claiming to be AI and it turned out to be a scanner.
Yeah.
high res scanner.
It's a high res scanner. Do you see the screen when he highlighted zoomed in?
Scanner.
I think if they had went down a different path that was more, or let me use the different word, less misleading, and had the labels and even the horizontal slab and all that, they might have became something. And they're hanging on. I mean, don't get me wrong, but
to what? To the inevitable loss of their company?
Honestly,
where are they
is,
going to go?
I don't know where he got the numbers, but Neo's showing they're doing a few thousand a month. I mean,
they graded almost 500,000 cards overall, which is like, not considering they're like a 5th tier grader. It's like, I've seen worse.
But if
everybody's got a friend,
guy's garage with maybe 5, I don't know, say
basement,
a 5-person staff, okay, that's profitable. But if you're gonna have real office space and 100 people working for you, you're not gonna survive.
Well, if you remember the discussion from Tim, it's like it was a bit of a ramshackle operation. So they might not have cost Eric. They might still be profitable to this very day.
Yeah,
costs are being cut. Costs are being cut.
Tim's inside scoop on that was some messed up stuff.
Okay, let me read a couple of these comments here. I'll get caught up. So Philly Joe said, I really like my 2 HG slabs. My thing is with all the jokes that I like to have about it, look, if you like them, enjoy them. There's nothing wrong with enjoy. As long as you're not paying a crazy premium or something, just enjoy them. There's no issue with that. So this one was for you, Bobbles. Does Bobbles believe that Tag uses bots for the social media comments? So this was kind of one of the things that thou doth protest too much. Do they just have really passionate fans, Bobbles?
Steve a bot?
So the one guy that started the whole path to me responding to his comment on Neo's video 10, 11 months, however long ago it was, he was an actual human. That wasn't bot. Whether he was associated or connected to Tag, I don't know, cannot confirm. But he actually sent me a Tag slab and everything. Now, again, I don't know if there was any connection. It wasn't a bot. I think many people have a question mark of some of these social media posts and comments. And it looks even worse when you see the comments on Facebook and they're using the anonymous poster thing. Like, why do that? That's a little suspicious.
I'll quickly add something here. If you see a YouTube commenter that doesn't seem to comment on anything else ever except tag related videos, that's a red flag. If they use the exact same talking points over and over and over again in different places, virtually copy and paste elements of it over and over, it's like, all right, who has, I won't even say who has that kind of time. It's like, why? If you don't have a vested interest, if you're not involved, or if you're not a bot, why do you care? You might make a comment in one place, but you're telling me you're then going to go run to another video about tag to make the exact same comment virtually in another place.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Quick question for Bobbles there. This is really pertinent. Where's your tag now?
Where's my tag?
Well, they got.
Is it underneath your drink where it belongs?
My slab broke.
Mine
And
too,
I did
Bubbles.
not do it on
I got a
purpose.
2.0.
Carlos can attest to it. They snap and come apart questionably easy, and I did it with my bare hands on accident.
Bare hands.
Yes, on accident.
There's no accident.
So I don't have
Bubble
one
smash.
Yeah.
How rough are you touching your cards? These slabs with.
So, not to, again, like Philly Joe said, he likes his HGA slabs. I was actually on some of the HGA slabs, when you like barely move them or twist them a little bit, they have this creak noise to it.
Yeah.
So I wanted to see the rigidity of the tag slab and if it was a similar material. And so I was just
purpose, not accident.
I wasn't like trying to break it. I was just seeing if it made the squeaky noise, and their plastic is, I guess, whatever it's made out of breaks very easily.
Remember what I said about PSA before? You used to be able to twist it and snap it, but with the newer ones, and I tried it, you can't do that anymore. So they have a very good plastic that they're using, because it used to be rigid before and you'd get that little snap, but now it doesn't. And you get to that point of contortion that it doesn't go any further. So they're really good. But the old ones do crack easily.
Mm-hmm.
But that you have to really twist it. But I'm just saying it does, but now they don't. SGC, no, they don't crack.
Right. All right, let me read a couple of these
Just
here.
kidding. Maybe they
Brennan
do.
says, UGS isn't a new idea for the universal grading thing. It's never in the grading company's financial interest to do it. I think there is an element of that, but I'll also argue that we don't have a universal agreement on grading. The whole thing is always like, you can make the point about financial interest. You're right, but here's the thing: even if we took it away, go, okay, so what's mint? Get the symposium together, and you're going to find that you're not going to get agreement on that either. The whole thing is that each one of them came up with their own standard.
It's pretty close, though.
They do, but they've got different grading schemes.
One grading company isn't even 100% accurate. I don't mean accurate. Their standard isn't 100% perfection. It's like, oh no, it could be 60-40 and we'll still give you a 10. Are you kidding me? Do you not understand what a 10 is supposed to be? You not understand the definition of mint? I mean,
it's the definition of gem mint, Eric. Gem mint.
And then I have to pay you, right, to get one of these. And then if you give me a 10, which isn't really a 10, it's like a 7.
You have to earn it, not given.
Because it's a Bob York card or a Mickey Mantle card. And
stop hurting feelings, Bubbles. Stop it. Stop it.
If it isn't perfect, stop telling me it's gem mint. No, it is not. It's 60-40. Oh, gem mint. Upcharge, please. Give me my money.
Now you know why that company was called Gem Mint.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me scroll through here. Hockey99 says, saw some drama between an SGC fan and PSA set registrant. You just said drama and YouTube. Shocker. I don't know who's talking about, but I'll act with shocker. Kill Surprise. All right. Although tag podcasts are driving some of the hobby to frustration, the good news is that we can just ignore it if we have other grading execution. If we had all just ignored them, they would have gone away. Or they'd have gone back in hibernation for 11 more years. Moving on. Think of it as protecting opinions that are starting to lack credibility with the way it's done now? Yes. They graded 1.2 million last month. Just saying. An endorsement for a beer coaster, still an endorsement? Fair. Valid. HA did some good marketing. It's very important, yes. Good marketing is selling some in the hobby, but a grading company can't be considered legit if they're not capable of grading an 86 sphere basketball card, which was really HGA's biggest problem. Once they started making a list of cards they couldn't authenticate,
it was like,
if you can't authenticate, you're not a legit grader. That was their biggest issue.
And autographs.
So they got busted with too many fakes.
They did. They literally started making a list. They say, we can't authenticate this one. We can't authenticate this one. We can't authenticate this. And it's like, well, these are kind of very important cards in the hobby. And if you can't authenticate them, you don't have the in-house expertise to do this job. This job is not for you. That was one of the big issues.
Yeah, but then they keep going, yeah, but we got fancy labels.
Mm-hmm. Hey, fancy labels. Look, I've
It's
been
like-
told.
It's
I'm
like,
told
we
you
won't
can
read
get
this card,
you can
but
get a
did you
lot
see our
done
fancy label?
on fancy labels, see-through labels, all kinds. If the holder's pretty,
That's it.
that's enough.
I,
Stir. Moving on.
I like
Versionary
Bobbles has
tactics,
hammer
man.
hands. I have a couple of tag cards from the National. Mine are rock solid. Michael Ham, tag influencer.
Yes.
Of course. Listen, of course the ones at the National rock solid. They've had 11 months to perfect them. The ones you got at the National were from the first batch that have been curing for 11 months. I go, put it in the heat. Extra glue. Extra glue.
What it really comes down to is that Michael Ham is nothing but a little girly man, unlike the Bobblers with the big muscles and the cracking of them.
Wow, I've been basically saying this all along.
Big
I've been
muscular
saying this.
hands.
Obviously. That's all I'm saying. Bobbles hurts feelings and breaks slabs. The man is a menace.
Oh, man.
A menace.
He is out of control.
Menace to
Zachy.
society. 50
Zach
cents.
thank you, Bobby. Zach says, I like the guy with the ISA graded 52 mana. If you question, he'll PM you and act like you're attacking his firstborn.
But he'll
No,
tell you how he
he-
trimmed it and got it that way. Anyways,
That
Oh, that's
ISA
true.
company, that ISA company is,
3. They're top.
There's-
They're number 3.
well, there's a 47 bond bred Jackie Robinson that I've seen floating around at card shows a couple times. And I've talked to some very experienced vintage dealers about their thoughts on that card. They all think it's illegitimate. But you question it and you will get this long story about how it was checked and 100%. And I'm just like, I really want one of those cards, but I'm not. Nah, I'll pass.
Amazing. Got caught up on the comments. But yes.
I have a question since we've been on grading, and this is a topic that I probably should know, and I don't.
That's always a good
No,
lead.
All right.
So with the SGC, I see somebody bring up earlier about the 100-point scale when they used to have that, which actually wasn't, 100 different numbers,
Yeah,
but
it was like 15
when they
or
used the
something,
100
wasn't it?
scale.
Yeah, it was like 15 or something.
Stupid.
Does anybody know if that was back when they were still under the CGC umbrella or Certified Collectible Group umbrella? And did they start that because of the way they do the coins, like the coin grading and stuff, and how those use that numerical standard?
The 100-point scale, I'm pretty sure, was right at the beginning, right from the start, right from the get-go.
it was.
So, it would have been
So that
start.
was the Certified Collectible Group
Yeah,
umbrella. Okay.
yeah.
It
And they
was a
kept
great
it for a
idea
while.
at the time, but it lost a lot of things because people 86 equals this. It's like
Oh my God, I can't believe you just used that number. Check.
86. Goodbye.
Yeah, but what happened was a lot of folks. So when you're looking at that label, though, that label was the admission that it wasn't working because they did the 100 points for the longest time.
Yeah.
And then they started doing the merger. So they go, all right, look, 86 means 7.5.
Yes.
So they put the second number. They put the 1 to 10.
They put the near
There's an
mint. or
admission
they
that
would
your other
put-
one is like, if you have to do that, it means your other thing is too complicated and people aren't getting it.
Yeah.
Well,
they
was it
added
the
that
same
to it
numbers?
with the number, and then they kind of said, "Okay, the number's gone finally." Now
Is it the same numbers they use in coins? That was kind of what I was asking.
don't
Is that
know
how they
about
came
that.
Coin
up
stops
with
at
it?
70. Coin stops at 70.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
different.
that's what I was curious about it because I didn't know how the coin grading worked, but I knew it used a higher numerical scale, so I didn't know if that's why they went with that. So okay.
I think that was one of SGC's hindrance way back, is that people didn't really get the grade. Like if you got an 86, that was like a 7 or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
People didn't know what they got. So it was like, so it's an 86. What's that? It's near mint. Is that So you got to walk in and just use the technical terms, and it's so much easier.
Yeah. So I'll touch on Brendan's point here. The grading companies have been moving the goalposts and scale a long time now. You mean day one?
Not too much though.
No,
But
the thing is, when PSA came out of the blocks in '91, Gem Mint didn't exist. Gem Mint wasn't a thing. There was no such thing.
It was. It's called mint.
No, but that's Bobby. That's what I mean. They
It's
did
just
mint,
the
and then they said Gem
terminology.
Mint.
Yeah, it's terminology. The grade never
It was
the grade didn't change. It just changed.
Mint was supposed to be
verbiage.
Mint was supposed to be top of the line, and then they came out and said, "Oh, there's Mint, and then there's Gem Mint,
and then there's Black Label, and then there's all these other.
And that came later. Yeah. So, so you started adding more pieces.
Embellishment of
It's
what it really
CG.
is, just to make it sound better.
CG, what the hell are they called now? CCG, CGGGGC.
Jesus, that's the BGS one, the
They
BCCCC.
changed their grading scale twice in a year.
Yes, the CGC one. Yes.
Whatever the hell, I can't keep track of them all.
That one only has 3 letters.
They changed those too.
They all have 3 letters. That's the problem.
Well,
So here's even a
Beckett
better
Collectors
one.
Club had 4.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
True.
Or if you take Eric's, 14.
BBCCCCCC.
That wasn't even a really grading cut. That was sort of whatever. It was a temporary, stupid. I don't know what was going on.
It was you own a card shop, give us some money, and we'll put it in a slab. That's what it was.
Yeah, it was temporary, whatever.
What's even worse, what we've really never talked about in making fun of Beckett is when it is even worse than BCCCCCG is when they take basically a Beckett slab, put your card in it, and put some kind of gold foil sticker.
That's the BCCC.
No. That was one just the white label that had BCCG.
No, the gold one too. You check online. You can find that gold label. Where people.
Can you imagine going to some place and getting graded, and all they did was take one of these freaking things and just
it was a preliminary grade
and said, "There you go."
That's a raw card review, Eric. That's a raw card review.
That's all it was.
Yeah, it's called raw crap review.
But wasn't it called BCCC?
No,
like
that's a different. No, the one we're talking about was
way
called
back. I'm sure it was that way back.
But there was a Beckett Collectors Club, the grading, which was literally a bulk grading thing that Beckett created. That was cheap grading, and they put it in a really flimsy slab with a white label, and that's what the BCCG.
I know the white labels, but the gold label was also done like that too. I'm pretty sure it was BCC.
I don't own one, and I am going to get
He's talking about the one. Eric's talking about the ones in the semi-rigid, which is the graded review.
No, this was a semi-rigid, and it was a gold across the top.
Yeah, they've got those. Yeah,
I'm sure it was called BCCC as well, not E.
Yeah.
3 C's. BCCC.
All right, it's something like this.
Don't play in Eric's game.
This
It'll
is
become
the only
complicated.
one I have. This is the only similar one I have. It's not exactly what I'm talking about, but it's just about.
Yeah, that's the one. Now, is it graded?
This is for an autograph.
Is it grade?
Right.
Oh, okay.
This is for an autograph, not a grade.
Yeah, that's not. No, I meant the grade one.
All they did was just throw.
But they had a similar one with the sticker. I remember those. Yeah.
Can you find
All
that
right, Bobbles,
online?
hold on. I got the link you sent. Hang on. All right, we're gonna do one thing at a time. Hold on. Let me share the link first. All right, Bobbles, go ahead.
So Eric doesn't like the rough cut on the O-Pee-Chee tins. I would really love for him to start researching the CGC Pokemon error cards and how they grade those, because there's literally a collector. There's people that highly collect these things, but this is an example. The corners were never cut how they were appropriately supposed to be cut, and they got a Gem Mint 10. Some of them will be cut way off-centered and could still get a 10 because they call it a miscut, but they grade the card as if it was intentionally done that way.
Yep.
So there's one that's even worse than your edges on the O-Pee-Chees.
Absolute garbage. I think. I'm sorry. I know you have connections with this grading company. I know that you make money and support your family with the help of a grading company.
That's CGC.
They're a complete scam. They're a complete scam.
He's got him confused.
They're all a scam. Every freaking one of them is a scam.
Is tag a scam?
Today I'm in the mood.
Is tag a scam?
Today I'm in the mood about 10s. Oh, the company itself. We're going to change what a 10 is today. What friggin' Beckett? You don't even want. I don't have the patience to get into that bullshit. Okay. It's crazy. Oh my good God.
All right. I'm going to mute Eric so I can get to the damn comments. Let him go as long as he wants to go, but I'm reading these comments. All right. Orlando says, PSA didn't have half grades, still don't have a 9.5, which is true. That's very true. Now, I've talked about this one before. The truth is, PSA put themselves in a corner. They can never have a 9.5. It wouldn't make any sense with the grading scale they have, with the definition of the grades. The problem is the 10 isn't high enough. You can create a black label if you wanted to. If you wanted to try, you could do a black label. That's possible. But the gap between the 9 and the 10 isn't big enough to create room for a 9.5. They overlap. The centering and all that, all those factors overlap. So there's no room for 9.5. They're too close to each other. So that's why people complain about the gap between the two. It is too narrow.
That's why people use the arbitrage of the other companies to crack and send a PSA. So.
Yep. So even if we follow the actual baseline written, again, forget about consistency and everything. If all they did was follow the letter of their own written rules, a 9.5 is impossible. There's no room for it because it would be either a 9 or a 10. FU grading. Don't forget about Pro Team Special Super Pristine. Yep. Pro Team 1, 2, 3, we're BGS 9.5. Looks mint. Full sticker honor system. Brilliant. Dakota said Eric is on a bender tonight. Someone stuck some mayo in his crumble. I know. It's true. Ultra Gem Mint 10. I know. Man's on a rampage. Brad Harbling, good evening. Hey, Eric. Just want to say I received your 20 card grading order today. Thank you for all the support. This is Eric showing support. I appreciate it. It's anarchy without a universal grading system. That's why I like it. I don't want a universal grading system. Screw that. I like some anarchy. I enjoy it. Eric, what would you do if your shop ever offered in-store grading or grading submissions? Would you need to retire? All right. Can you answer that, Eric, without getting into a screaming tirade?
We do. We do send stuff.
Yes. And how many thousands of cards? Those are all like cards you borrowed from the store. So your personal collection is all graded. We know that. But what else?
No, we have threatened to stop sending cards in as a submission hub. We've threatened to stop doing it so many times because the grades all suck. People are getting ripped off. The customers hate it. The owner of the shop is furious all the time. And then we're never doing this again. This is the biggest scam. And then, people offer us money to submit cards. We're like, okay. And it's a revolving door of just anger. And
wait, you're a revolving door of anger.
I don't revolve. I'm always angry, you shithead.
It's like your chair revolves. I assure you, we can spin that shit. I guarantee that. We can spin it, and that revolving door of anger is coming. It's coming. It's
not a revolving door. It is a wide open door, and it's just anger all the time, especially when jerks like Brad get in here and start typing lies about how I send him cards, which I haven't done, and he's putting this horrible brand on my name that I send cards in to get graded when I've said here that I don't. He's a liar and a stupid face, and I hate him.
Mm-hmm. Bubbles, I don't know. Sounds to me like thou doth protest too much. Sounds to me like a man protesting really strongly to take us off the scent. Sounds like a red herring to me.
Blaming others, Eric. That's not good. Don't blame others. Take accountability.
I hate Brad. That's my accountability.
Wait, he hates Brad but likes Bob tonight. It is freaking... Is it a full moon?
I'm saying, like, dogs and cats are getting along. Like, it's problems.
All right.
Dang.
You want to hurt my feelings next? Is that what you want?
We all want that. That's pretty much what we all came out here to do. But Bubbles, I don't know what you're here for. I know what I'm here for.
Peaceful butternut squash. Because obviously, if you want to be successful in the YouTubes, you got to have a name with like Butternut or something. And all these people out here trying to make a living on the YouTubes with these cool names. You keep hurting our feelings. How are we going to be successful on the YouTubes?
Grade with tag. Then sell your cards. Then sell your cards.
Remember,
and make millions.
It's like an 11-month turnaround, though. If you give them, if it ends up in the box pile, it could be years.
Yeah,
because those ones are over an elongated time period. They explained elongated time, like really elongated.
I mean, is this like a Viagra pill elongated, or like how elongated are we talking? Because after 4 hours, you're supposed to call your doctor.
Well, Bubbles, you interviewed Old Man Tag. You tell me, how excited was he at the time? He didn't see. He seemed like he needed something.
Too excited at all. He seemed kind of pissed.
Maybe the product was still in development at that time. It still needs some more work.
Well, you know what that pill was initially used for, right? It was a heart medication, blood pressure medication, and it had a side. I'm being 100% honest. It had a side effect that they realized they would make more money now changing what this pill was initially for and using it simply for the side effect. They would make more money, so they changed their entire branding and went a completely different direction with it, and obviously has changed the world.
And Eric, the argument that I've been making, Bubbles, help me out here. The argument that I've been making this entire time is if these idiots, these morons, these cretins would finally realize that the whole grading thing is moronic. It's not working for you. Elite coasters is the way. If you just lean into, we make fucking coasters, that's what we're doing here. Screw the grading thing. Done. If they just accept it.
With sports cards inside.
Yeah. Great. Sounds good. All right.
Great for a hobby room, a man cave, wedding favors.
All I know is this big jerk face, know nothing. It has time to be typing in the comments. I don't know why he's not on the show.
Maybe he's afraid of you. He's afraid. He's afraid of you, or he's afraid of Bobbles hurting his feelings. That's a big risk. It's a big risk to take.
See, I didn't think of that. I understand why somebody would not want to come on and have to deal with Bobbles because he's mean and nasty and hurts people's feelings.
That is true.
Ruins YouTube's dreams.
The only thing I have to protect me is a natural inoculation for decades, literally decades, of being like horrible. Mm-hmm. So that's what protects me. It's like a protective shield around me.
The one time I met Brad, I mean, he was found with, an SGC sticker and a forced smile upon his face and a picture. And no, Brad's a great guy, but still, I mean, it happened.
He was probably picking your wallet while you were all fascinated by his SGC tag. He was probably reaching around and picking your wallet. So
well, there was no reaching around. Money to take in the at least Bobbles has money to take in your wallet, unlike you hobo. You and your Reggie Lemon and collection.
I have money.
You're in a rolling truck in Manila.
I get a weekly allowance.
All right, reading through comments. Bob Jackson says, wait, am I in the same company as Brad since we're both hated by Eric? I think that's become very apparently clear here. Eric, are you a long-lost relative of... Oh, legitimate question. Ooh. Answer for yourself, Eric.
No.
Next question. Do we need to say car ramrod? Why not? Butternut squash? Butternut squash?
Bobby's got the hat on backwards now. He's meaning some serious shit.
It's serious. He's about to drop some heavy beats. He's about to drop some heavy beats on us.
I thought so, but I'm not used to you with it on backwards.
Well, it's because of the light, because then otherwise it's dark, right? And then it darkens my face and you can't see it.
So you
can't see me roll my eyes.
More.
Do all those
you start getting lost into the darkness, and we don't need Aaron Rodgers this soon.
Yeah.
Brad here says, man,
it makes me look younger too.
Fair. Man, I feel like
that doesn't work for me.
No.
Try it, Bobbles.
Well, look, before you hurt feelings, you had to explain that you were not the oldest one on the screen. You've had to have that explanation. You had to give that caveat.
By 10 years.
I'm damn near the youngest.
Yes.
Dang. Mm-hmm. Brad says, man, I feel like I made some great content to start the show. I think we got off to a little slow start. Once I read a comment from a coaster maker, all hell broke loose. I said, well, I started with crumble cookies. Man, he's fired up. He's losing it, man. He's losing it. You kid. CC says, butt nut. Chance to be attending the Expo next month. You're unmuted, butt nut. What do you want to say yourself?
I appreciate people using my new P2 designation because I'm going to go far in the YouTubes with these name changes.
Apparently, yeah. You haven't answered the question. The question was, chance you'll be attending the Expo next month. That was the question.
Do I have to hang out with you?
God, no. I pay people good money. Listen, I pay the same people that are protecting Marcel. Actually, I should probably stop paying them and not doing a good job. I'm going to hire better people than Marcel has, so I don't have to hang out with you. And then I will refer Marcel so he also gets protection.
Listen, You don't worry about Marcel and I. All right, we are best friends.
No, that's the problem. Is that Marcel is like, Carlos, please help me. Please help me.
Mm-hmm. That's his secret word, best friend.
Mm-hmm.
That's a safe word.
He's like, I'm hanging
Safe
out with
word,
my
sorry.
best friend. Fucking Carlos, help me. All right, Marcel. Jesus. Good
Let me
Lord.
go.
I still think it's hysterical that we've had this Marcel joke going, and
Yes, joke.
and the first time,
Like the app.
last November, you know, I got to the show before you, and we didn't communicate like where I was or how to find me, and where did you find me?
With Marcel, I just followed the screams. I just went in the direction of the screams of terror. And I was like, Marcel must be over there. Eric was like,
this is no joke. I had not. I mean, I was like, all right, Carlos, I'll see you at the show. Whatever. We hadn't communicated anything. And the first moment I see him, because I'm in like behind the tables with Marcel, and all of a sudden I look over and there's Carlos on the other side of the table, just like
just disapproving. Just straight disapproving.
It's like I felt like my mother caught me doing something I wasn't supposed to be doing. I was like, oh damn. He caught me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The look of gratitude that I got when I dragged you away from Marcel. The look of gratitude.
Yeah, got this disapproving look, like you're not supposed to be over here bothering this man.
Yeah.
Leave this man alone.
Restraining order.
That was hysterical. The odds of you showing up at that time, and that was funny.
There you go. Brad says, an honor to be associated with you, Bob. Welcome to the club, Brad. Name is the president of the club. True. Just boarded a plane in Montreal. Jet setting Brad Hartland. He's off on his way. There you go. Hear that, boys? Hit the like button and take away Eric's money.
Plane.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's definitely on a private jet. There's no question.
Can I get a liter of cola? Maybe. Good evening, gentlemen. And Eric. P.S. Glad Eric doesn't hate me yet.
Shut up, Josh.
But none is a line too far. Not even Bob will go that far. And Bob spoke of himself in the third person. I appreciate that. So, what's Marcel's favorite chicken sandwich? Valid question. Yes.
And does Marcel like mayo?
All right. Don't answer that yet. Hang on. Pause. Did I miss any tag talk? Neo Cards and Comics. Neo is here. We have to talk about tag again. We must. Neo, seriously, I will send you a link, because that was a reply on your video. If you're willing to come on and talk about this, I'm open for some more tag slander. I barely warmed up. I mean, alleged slander. Sorry, Bobbles, alleged slander.
Alleged. Hashtag.
Yeah.
Hashtag.
Yeah. We have much. Man of peace, Bobby.
Rough
edges.
Rough
much
edges.
love. We love everyone.
No
Man of peace. Yeah, I love everyone. Even old man tag. Even the sentient thumb. The promoter guy. Dang, Neil. Dang. Neil,
he's at the ATM. Neo has already been sucked into the comment. He's at the ATM.
I know.
That's what they called him. They said it was going to be a pod like an ATM.
Yep. He's stuck.
He used the code word.
Safe word.
Yep. There you go. You probably some point. I don't remember. I want to say it was probably about an hour in, give or take. So about an hour in.
It went for about an hour.
It did, but I'm saying it started probably about 45 minutes to an hour in. Give or take.
This jerk has showed up. Oh my god! Like my night couldn't get any worse.
El Presidente.
Oh, good lord! I don't get paid enough to do this.
Thank goodness.
You don't pay enough to do this.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
You mean the Korean cranium? Maybe. Let's go. Rewind. That lets you know we're old. You missed it. Paul did a striptease for us in the first hour or so. In the version that the Patreon gets. The old soaring skull. Facts. No, I've been thinking about this, and I've decided that that floating head, he does look like a sentient thumb at times. It's like a thumb gains sentience. That's like I go, yeah, I see it.
When the eyes close sideways. Yeah.
I wonder if they'll hire the rest of the hand eventually. If Old Man Tag will get around to hiring the rest of the hand.
I don't know.
Who knows?
We'll
I like
see.
this though. Ye old soaring skull. I like that. See the join button? That's Dakota's OnlyFans. There you go. Hey, he might be retired from YouTube, but he's got to make some money somehow. A little money on the side never hurt anybody. But yes, it's a shame Neo can't join us, but we did in fact get a chance to talk about it. We even read a dramatic reenactment of the commentary left on his video by Tag themselves.
And the sad part's going to be. The sad part's going to be once they do like eclipse, whenever it may be, the 35,000 mark. Then we're going to like not be able to just 100% be like, y'all didn't do those 35,000 cards. That's going to be a sad day, because then we're going to have to question like how many are left, or how many,
That'll be another interview for you there, Bobbles.
When was the last time you looked at their numbers?
It was, I think, was it earlier in the week when Neil was talking about doing the video?
Oh, okay. What'd you come up with?
I think he had already pulled them up and said that it was like 32,700 or something like that.
Oh.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but it was around 32.
I still want an explanation from them about how they had negative numbers. Because
how does that work?
I have been supportive, and I was tonight also, and really hoping the company succeeds. I do want that. But I lost momentum when they had negative numbers.
That was multiple times.
Yeah, and multiple times I kept losing momentum.
Mm-hmm.
So now I hope they can achieve what they say they can achieve.
I hope they follow the path of the 2022-2023 Boston Bruins with the Hindenburg Lake disaster. I think that's the best outcome for all involved. Let's just move on with our lives. They give up on this ridiculousness and move on to luxury coasters.
Certain death.
Everybody wins. We can move on. The sentient thumb can go and find something else to do. He's only got, listen, the guy doesn't have a lot to do. He's only got 457 different auction watch-alongs. There might be an auction watch-along happening right now. I'm sure there's like eBay. Somebody's got an eBay account with like 10 cards on it, and he's probably doing an auction watch-along right now as we speak on TikTok, or probably on Clubhouse. He's probably doing audio only on Clubhouse.
5 people.
Whew. Let me tell you, guys, this auction number 478-47656. What's that?
What if he did like the auctioneer like talk though while he did the watch party?
That'd be actually entertaining. That'd be actually entertaining.
Like somebody needs to do that.
I get along with Jeremy just fine, and I hope.
Who said we're talking about Jeremy?
So anyways,
all I said was sentient thumb.
I just want to
Bobby, I never said a name.
No, there was no names.
That you said
innuendo.
Doing an auction right now, and yes, he is.
I'm not even subscribed to that fucker. That was a guess.
You knew it.
Okay, what garbage is he? What garbage is he shilling now?
I'm just stating facts. He is
okay, but which one of the 57,000 eBay accounts?
He is doing iconic auctions live fall 2023 autographs
great.
And memorabilia.
Fantastic, iconic auctions, great. Okay,
autographs and memorabilia.
Oh
yeah, I'd actually be interested in watching that.
That was a guess. That's a pure guess.
Memorabilia, maybe.
So I think everyone who's watching this stupid ass show should click off and go watch Jeremy's. And go watch the autographs and memorabilia auction.
Settle down, Eric. Even as an auction watch along, they're trash. Get out of here. It's garbage.
It can't be any worse than this garbage.
God no. The amount of alleged slander is fantastic. I'm sorry. And plus, Bobbles at any moment could just hurt somebody's feelings. He could be sitting there, we're rolling along, everything's cool, and all of a sudden Bobbles like, bam, your feelings. Boom.
Yeah,
and not even realize it.
That's true.
That sense of danger, I think, is what people appreciate. That sense of danger.
It took 11 years to master this craft.
Mm-hmm.
But we are
CC
there.
says, Eric, easy explanation about negative pop reports on tag. When the cards are damaged, they are removed from the pop. Like Carlos and Bobbles damaged slabs. They're so good they can realize that we damaged them from afar. They're like, he damaged that one. Knock another
That was
one
when
off.
they were starting out.
Bubbles, knock another one off. I'm working on it. We're getting there.
Zach Wilson's. I mean, you messed up the Zach Wilson.
I know.
And now he's starting.
I did. I know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I did. I know. Now, Eric, I can read occupations myself. Yes. Nice way to expose the fact he can't read.
I'm not convinced that Bob can read, and I think his comments are all probably voice texts. So I'm not convinced.
Pretty accurate voice text, though. I got to be honest. They're pretty coherent voice text.
Well, he probably talks slow. Probably does a lot of things slow. He's probably slow.
Whoa. You are telling someone they're slow? That sounds an awful lot like hurtful words, Bubbles.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's trying to shoehorn in on your angle of hurt feelings.
Maybe.
Yeah, that was inappropriate.
The only one that hurts people's feelings. It seems like it's a fun thing to do.
I wouldn't know. I'm a man of peace.
Carlos enjoys it. Yes.
Bobby, I don't know what you're talking about. Man of peace. Man of peace. Super man of peace.
Mm-hmm.
I bet next he's going to tell me that my new name is stupid. You like you like my new YouTube's name, right?
I literally turned several shades of red when we got your version of the name, not necessarily the one you wrote.
Oh, well, I'm just saying. I just heard that only cool people have names like that. And I just want to be like everyone else on the YouTube.
Bob Lewis joining us here. All Bobs can read at birth. Thank you, Bob Jackson. Bob Lewis, sorry. And Bob Jackson followed.
Yeah. Well,
we got back-to-back Bobs. I'm sorry.
Hall of Famers were reading in the womb. The rest of the Bobs I don't know about, but certain Hall of Famers were in the womb reading War and Peace.
Pretty impressive. We got back-to-back Bobs here. We got Bob Lewis says, all Bobs can read at birth. Thank you, Bob Lewis. YouTube Hall of Famer, Bob Lewis. And Bob Jackson says, Eric has awakened the wrath of Bobs. Facts. Jeff McMahon here says, currently showing drums over here. He's trying to drum up some bids. He might.
Seems like that's what's happening.
See, at least maybe if he had a drum kit or something, that might be interesting. The problem is, like, look, can I share a quick story? Again, it'll be kind of vaguely slanderous to the sentient thumb, but it is a valid point of discussion. It is a valid point of discussion. So I was checking out on the Wolfpack network thing, the thing that Sports Car Therapist does with whatever. They got a guy in there named Iowa Dave, and he does a podcast. I actually listened to it. It's fun to listen. It's decent to listen to, but he did a thing where he wrote an article as well, where he said that he watched over the course of like a week. He went and listened to like 62. I forget what the exact number was. It was a whole bunch of podcasts, hobby podcasts, and that was the point. The problem is, I went through the article. I'm like, you did not listen to 62 hobby podcasts. You listened to a couple of different hobby podcasts, and then listened to the same people multiple times in that week because they produce multiple podcasts. I go, that doesn't count. It's not the same thing. So Jeremy, of course, was one of them. Even though I wasn't talking about Jeremy most of the night, I was talking about sentient thumbs, floating heads, douchebags who pedal in.
All right.
But he was talking about Jeremy in this case in the article, but he did listen to the auction watch-alongs as individual podcasts, and I'm sitting there like, so you've taken away the one thing that might make it usable with the visual element by making it audio only. You're listening to someone describe auctions as a podcast. The auction watch-along concept is stupid, but then you make it audio only? What, you weren't satisfied it wasn't enough trash? You need to be like, I need to remove the visuals. That'll really sell it. Whew. Man. So two things. Number one, auction watch-alongs in audio-only format, kind of stupid. Secondly, if you're going to say you listen to 62 hobby podcasts, make sure the 62 actual hobby podcasts, not the same creator doing multiple times a week.
So you're talking about watch-along is audio.
And he put it in the podcast feed as audio only.
So who calls something watch when it's audio?
I agree.
Watch me listen?
Yeah.
He
was watching a screen looking at the description of what was
Listen
going on.
to me watching.
Yeah, listen to me watching. That's it. Yeah.
Listen to me watching.
That's right, Bob Lewis. Or what is it good for? Kathy, good evening, Kathy. Eric says, do you realize that butternut squash is a vegetable? What are you thinking? Question mark.
I wasn't.
Nope. It would explain the turkey leg thing. That's fair.
Shut up,
That's
Paul.
fair.
You don't have to keep bringing up my shame, Bob. Thank you. All right.
Kind of does.
It's my favorite soup to make.
Dakota's making a fine point here. Listen and learn along, I guess so. Yeah. You pretty much have to describe it. So guys, it's like a thing. And it's like autographs. And it's like $500. It's like really cool, man. And that's the watch along. Audio only format. It's pretty great. See, the best part is if I wanted to do that as the audio watch along, I could literally have Eric, who's watching that shit, just tell me what the item is, and I could just describe it to you really badly, secondhand.
Right now, it seems to be an autographed copy of the New York Post of Donald Trump's mugshot, and Donald Trump autographed it.
So now on it's Iconic Auctions.
Iconic Auctions.
Bubble. So here. So on Iconic Auctions now we have a piece of Americana. It is probably the best possible image in creation of Donald Trump, getting his best side, and you can bid on this item for the princely sum of, I don't know what that was selling for. All right, it's selling for like more than $150, whatever that is. It's more than $150 for sure, no doubt.
Oh, yeah.
Any reserve?
Easily.
Any reserve?
Lord knows. Listen, it's iconic. It's a piece of Americana, Bubbles. Whatever it is, it's a bullshit. So already, see, I've already done a better job selling it. I'm not even listening to Sentient Thumb describe it. I already did a better job. Done. Problem solved.
You can't do it for memorabilia. Cards, I think you can do because, certain cards. But I mean, with memorabilia, it's very particular.
There are pieces of information that you look. Jokes aside, there are pieces of information that you could relay to give some background, something, especially if it's certain types of items, to give somebody some background information. But it's like, as a piece of entertainment, it sucks.
I will have to agree that an audio version of a watch party doesn't really
Makes
seem
sense.
to jump out at me to say, come enjoy this. Okay?
Wait till I release the audio version of my app.
But
Great.
Eric
Charge
will be
Eric full
first
price
in
again.
line.
listen,
Bobby,
at this
let
point,
me record
I'll
this
say
shit for
anything.
you. Let me record this shit for you.
I will take the Braille version. Anything, Bobby. Just produce something.
Bobby, I will record this masterpiece theater style. I will buy a smoking jacket just to record that.
But technically, haven't you already released the audio? You've told him all about the app.
Yes.
There
So
is no
technically-
app.
Yeah, technically.
This
Or
is
at
the-
least
this is the
most
longest
of the
con
app.
in the history of the hobby. There is no freaking app. All right. It's
At this point,
the
no.
longest April Fool's joke in history. It's like 3 years long.
Has it been longer than 11 years?
No.
No.
Then you've still got time, Bobby. Technology takes time.
Right
Get it
now.
I know.
Take your
The
time.
problem is that Bobby's trying to
It's an
perfect the
AI
technology.
app.
Yep.
But
Yep.
Eric, what you have to understand
You're
is
doing
that
the right
Bobby
thing, Bobby.
has at least 35,000 already prepaid accounts sitting there waiting an elongated time period
Yes.
for when Bobby's ready to unleash the app.
But until that time, they'll
He's
just
doing the right
stay
thing.
there.
Keep it up, Bobby.
Mhm.
Keep it up.
Take your
I
time.
like
Take
that.
your time.
I like that.
Take your time. Is Carlos cutting a promo every day?
But don't
All
be
day,
fooled.
every day.
It's coming in 2.5 weeks, boys.
Woo! Look. So real quick, it's too soon. It's too soon for me to really go into it. We're going to talk about it more when we get closer. But I want you to know, I'm going to bring my camera and shit. Eric, we need to do your for early review of the app when Bobby finally lets you be in his presence at the booth, and I'm recording this shit for posterity.
I'm gonna pretend he doesn't even know me when I get there.
Nobody knows you.
Marcel
Security knows you.
Marcel knows me.
The
Marcel,
local police know you. That's different reasons.
Marcel
Well,
knows
You
to
said
stay away
nobody.
from you.
You said nobody, and the cops and Marcel both know me. So
Do they know you with your new name?
No.
no, and that's how. I'm
Do they
getting
know
the-
you as Buttnut?
So nobody knows you.
Do they know about your
That's
alias
how-
Buttnut?
That's how I'm getting. That's my street
That's his
name.
alias.
That's what he's gonna come across as he get across the border. It's like, do you have something to declare Buttnut?
That's his alias.
That's my
It is
street
like-
name.
or something up his alias.
It's like you
Something
have a
like
piece of ID.
Just go by your initials. BS.
that.
Hey,
Mm.
there you go. I just heard that if you have the word "but" in your YouTube's name, you will be unbelievably successful, and everybody's going to want to watch your content. So I went out, and that's what I came up with. I'm just saying.
You doubled it up though. You went with butt and nut.
Oh, yeah.
I am just trying to keep
Less
up
than
with the Joneses.
I just appreciate that everyone is going to ignore the going forward.
Yes.
Just everyone has decided to ignore it. Like we've agreed as a people, we've agreed that now that is what he is. See, I fixed it.
That
I
was a
fixed
great
it.
movie.
Now we've all agreed it is done. So it is said, Bubbles. So it is said. So it is done. Since we've all agreed, that's what he is now. It's done. The people have spoken. There is an app. It's real and it's wonderful. Look at you.
I love Seinfeld references. That's great.
There you go, Michael Ham. Who's the tallest person on screen right now? I'm going to wager. Bobbles, wait, let me ask one question. Bobbles, how tall are you?
I'm 5'11".
You win.
I'm going to say it's you.
Yeah,
Yep.
you most
I'm
definitely.
5'7".
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I'm
I'm taller than
5'8".
Bobby is, and Eric and I
You're
are pretty close. You're the tallest.
5'9", and
You're
I'm
Eric's
5'8".
about the same height as me, I think.
Yeah. Here's the funny thing. I'm 5'9", and I'm probably the second tallest. But you're in. You win.
Yeah, we're not three of the tallest people of the show by any means.
Yeah, I make up for it in ego and swagger.
Yeah.
It's pretty much.
I make up for it in apps.
Ooh, there you
Shut
go.
up, Bobby.
Yeah. So Ham, I think from what I've seen, you would be the tallest amongst us five, if we count everybody in there. But Bobbles would be the tallest on screen.
Yep. But he looks the shortest. See?
He's like, do you know Favre?
He's got the Napoleon complex going on down there.
That's a question. There you go. Do you know Favre's? Favre, not Favre. Do you know Favre?
I'm trying to remember.
Fava beans. And Kia.
He makes all the sense the more
Isn't
air
he-
comes his mouth while sneakers some.
Is he the the other comedian that steals Jerry's jokes?
Who?
Is that Flower?
The name rings a bell, but I don't remember where it's from.
I don't remember.
I don't remember the reference.
I think he's an anti-dentite. That's for sure.
Or Eric's been an anti-dentite in the past. That's very sad.
Oh, yes. For sure.
Big fan of the dents here. I have a whole PC based on it.
No, you're right. Yeah, there you go.
Super Troopers. There you go.
Oh,
Is it
all right.
Dakota?
I was thinking Seinfeld. Yeah, right. The fat guy with the mustache that everybody hates. Yep.
All right. Dakota got that too. Thank you, Dakota. Nice. Love it. But
He's
yeah.
now on those guys. Broken Lizard is now doing the Coma FD, and the guy who plays Farva is the fire chief.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So let me pose a question. If we're not gonna, if I'm not gonna slander the coaster makers for a little while, we'll take a brief breather from slandering the coaster maker and the sentient thumb. Has anybody picked up anything interesting recently? Just out of curiosity. Anything new? Anything interesting? Just curious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not card wise. I keep losing auctions. I need to go to watch parties instead.
I was gonna say maybe that's your key. Maybe that's the issue. I'll share one because I did share it on the Discord. I actually think it's a fun card. I do like it. As you well know, I do enjoy my not so fella. But
Speaking
what
of,
I
I
like.
need to check on that card again.
Go
And
ahead.
Eric hates my keyboard.
Oh, it's the loudest keyboard in the history of keyboards. It's so ridiculous. I mean, it's like he's hitting it with a hammer.
So folks on Discord have already seen this one, but I'll share it with you guys. So this is from 2000 Donruss. This is the Gridiron Greats. So there's two versions. There's the insert, which is out of 2500. And in the early part of it, what they did is the first 50 cards are the autograph variant. So this is one of those ones in the early 2000s, late 90s. They did a lot of this. So you got to pay attention. The serial number is important. You got 250 is the main print run, but the first 50 are also autographed. So you got the autograph version of it, which I think is pretty cool. I like the whole,
Oh, it's
art
1 of
piece.
50 out of 250.
Yeah,
Something like
they
that.
but Bobby, they did that a lot. They did that with the PMGs too. They did the thing where they would the whole print run they would make 250 cards, but a section of them would be sectioned off to be a certain thing.
It
So
looks like
if you
a
didn't know
werewolf.
any better, you'd said, "Oh, it's out of 250." Actually, no, the last 200 of them are not autographed.
Yeah.
So that's how you can tell the difference. So if you've got something that's 51 or higher that's autographed, either it's been done after the fact or it's not legit. Just bear that in mind.
Mm.
So an important distinction. But I think it's cool. I like the little art piece in it, and I think it's a cool looking card. For an autograph, it's got a good spot there to put an autograph on. So it looks
Sure
pretty
does.
good. So I like it. I think that's a cool looking card. I'm looking forward to it. So
Well,
I like it.
As long as you like it, I think he looks like a combination of man bat and a werewolf. Whoever the artist was.
Ooh, that adds to the value. Ooh,
I
Man
don't
man
think
bad variant. Ooh.
I
Is it
do
like
not
Batman,
think that
but
is a
backwards?
good artistic capture of Brett Favre.
Mm.
See, he's dyslexic because he said man bat. I think he meant to say
Man bat. That's a
Batman.
character. No, man
Just been
bat.
selling extras of
was
stuff
a-
to have cash
was
for
one
Hall
of
of
And
the
Fame.
then Lore?
Robin.
Is that or Robin?
Batman
Yeah.
fought man bat.
All right. Paul here says just been selling extras of stuff to have cash for Hall of Fame autos. Fair. Bob Jackson says, "Yep, a blank back and out of 46 for the PC. PC of who? Bob Jackson. PC of who? Or whom?" Michael Ham says, "Favre's new SIGs are too tight. Look like crap." I'd agree. That's true. I would agree. Important to note, they're a Legends version of the old timers. I don't think the auto is up to 50 applies. I think they all were. I think you're right. I think that one is the 50 though applies from what I've seen, but I think that's right. But there were some weird variations, so it's good to know. Let's
I
see.
picked up a nice piece. 1932, December 24th, from Boston Gardens.
Bubble's centennial anniversary.
Boston Gardens, an ad for the game, Boston versus Ottawa, in 1932-33. So it's like 16 by 12, and it was posted in the Gardens, Boston Gardens.
Nice.
Yep.
There you go.
It's beat, but I mean, it's from 1932.
Ooh, I like that he brought in redacted. I love redacted.
I'll share that
Redacted's
picture
the
with you,
best.
Eric, later.
That'd be cool.
I can't access through my phone.
Okay,
Yeah.
no problem. Redacted is one of my favorite players, so I appreciate that, Bob Jackson. It's pretty good. Michael Ham says, if you could have an autograph of a celebrity who does not have mainstream autograph card, who would it be?
Live
So
or dead?
I think it's open-ended. It wasn't
So they have to
specified.
be
So
alive now or like of all time?
Now,
I think so.
Alright.
Well, look, you can do both, or you can do one or the other. It's open-ended. Like that wasn't specified. So
it's just a
Dead?
question. It's not the
Dead?
audio version.
If it was
That's
dead, Steve, yeah. If it was dead, Steve McQueen. Alive, Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford, really?
Yeah,
which is your favorite Harrison Ford movie?
I think that's
Don't
a
say
good.
the
That's
skull.
I'd
Don't
have
say
to
the-
think. I'd have to think about
Crystal
that one.
Skull. Don't go there.
It's not definitely not Crystal Skull, but
Horrible.
in the time period that I grew up in, Star Wars and Indiana Jones were huge parts of my childhood. I mean, Star Wars was enormously huge in my childhood. So having an autograph for Harrison Ford would be pretty cool.
If I went Harrison Ford, I'd do The Fugitive. I actually enjoyed that movie for what
Yeah.
it was. I thought it was
I
fun.
could watch that today and still enjoy it. Absolutely.
I thought it was fun. I thought it was a good movie. Bobbles, this one's open for you too as well. If you could have an autograph of a celebrity who does not have a mainstream auto card, who would it be?
Semi.
I love Steve Buscemi.
I don't know. I was always a big fan of Die Hard, so maybe Bruce Willis.
That's a good one. I do like me my action movies, so that's a good. That's a
Best
good
Christmas movie there ever been.
Yeah, I was always a fan of that. I went down to
Listen,
grab
I
some
don't agree.
stuff.
I don't agree with Butt Nut much often, but I gotta be honest. That's on point. On point.
These aren't eBay items. These are things when I'm out hunting and picking stuff up, but they're pretty cool.
All right.
That's a pretty obvious autograph right there.
No, it isn't.
No.
Well, you would.
You're wrong.
It's a pretty popular person and pretty obvious autograph.
I can't see
But-
the hat. so I get no reference.
The hat gives you no reference.
It's the audio version.
The hat gives you no reference.
Okay.
Can you describe this without being on?
Ooh,
The audio?
yeah.
It's Dale Earnhardt.
There you go. Dakota's got that one. Dakota's got that one.
Junior
Yeah.
or junior?
I think you have to be south of the Mason-Dixon line.
I need an answer. So this is all senior then.
Yeah.
Very
this?
nice.
What is that?
This is actually just a printed photo that someone had him sign, but I thought the picture was cool. And both items
Can be yours.
cost me maybe $10 total. So pretty cool pieces that I'll probably I don't know if I'm gonna keep the hat, but I'm definitely keeping the picture. So
There's the king, Richard Petty auto.
I have an Earnhardt card back there, and there's actually a card I would like to. I'm not a huge like NASCAR fan or anything. I used to watch it some, but there's I think it's in '91. There's a Petty Earnhardt Senior dual autograph.
Okay.
That's pretty cool. That's one that I've wanted to get. So, but yeah,
I'm just
I
scrolling
thought
through.
those pieces
There's some
were
good
cool.
options. There's some good names being thrown in here, so I'm just going through them as I'm going through.
Mm-hmm.
2 Romans background auto for Pitt. All right, Tom. Bobble's already got an auto from Moses. He was there. Nice.
That's a good one, Bob. I'll let you slide on that. That was funny.
Will says I want an auto of Jesus destroying the merchants of the temple. Jesus. I'll see if I can hook you up, Will. He still owes me money. Mel Gibson, Danny Glover, duel would be cool. There you
That
go.
would be cool.
True Goat's Christmas movie, Lethal Weapon. Ooh,
That-
controversial.
Absolutely.
Solid choice. Solid choice. All the bonds on one card. That's a good one, Stuke. I like that. I like that.
That would be amazing.
Wow, that'd be tough.
Because you'd have to have Lazenby. Lazenby is the one who got the one Bond movie. So that'd be kind of a little interesting little quirk. A lot of people wouldn't think about that one.
And is it Niven? David Niven? He's the first?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
he's dead.
Yeah. People, a lot of people don't count him. They forget about
That's
that.
the Casino Royale TV one. Is that the one you're talking about?
No, he's the very first one back in the early 60s.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's
really
what,
macho.
Carlos,
He
that's
was-
what I'm thinking of. David, I think it was David Niven that did that Casino Royale.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like there was a Casino Royale TV one or something. It
Yeah.
wasn't
Oh,
like the movie.
okay, not the movie.
That's what-
Okay.
So that's what I mean. Like so when you said that name, I go, is it the TV one? Because that was Casino Royale that they did, and then they started with Doctor No with Connery for the movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sean Connery's still alive, so
Yeah, which is still that's pretty strong. It'd be a pretty strong
Huh?
group. Pretty strong
Been
group.
dead for years.
who was your favorite Bond?
Sean Connery's been dead for years.
Sean has not been dead for years.
Yeah, okay, nice. That's better than I can do, but he's been dead for years.
Really?
We're going through the Googles. 2020. Yep.
Oh,
No,
That's
Buttnut is
not-
right. I'm sorry. Buttnut is correct.
years. That's not years. That's
That's 3 years.
3 years,
That
yeah.
qualifies.
Years, you put an S, that means multiple.
That's plural.
Understood. That's a rough cut.
Robert Wilson, Richard Pryor, George Carlin. There you go. Popcorn said would be great auto, rare. Gene Wilder. All right. Who's
Oh,
authenticating
good
the
old
autos
Gene.
for you?
Gene was great.
Ooh,
Yeah.
valid question, Josh. Who's authenticating the auto?
Rick.
As long as Rick is authenticating.
Oh,
I hear Chasing Cardboard has a guy. That's right, Josh. Thank you.
No,
Makes
if
a cut
I get them
sticker on
authenticated, it'll be JSA.
There you go. Sean died in 2020, Halloween 2020. Thank you, Dakota. COVID years counts as 1 year in my book. Hey, you do you. Fair enough. No, but fair enough. I think those are some good choices, though. I like the concept of the bonds on one card. I like it. Regardless, that'd be a pretty good combination. That's been a long running series, so lots of good options there.
Who was your favorite Bond? Pierce Brosnan?
I thought those movies were good when they came out, but then
Daniel Craig?
Daniel Craig those movies destroyed.
I've enjoyed the Daniel Craig ones, but I'd probably still go Connery. To be honest with you, I even like that stupid '83 one when he came back. He had no business being Bond by that point. It was so bad. Look, he played a video game in it, like a lame 80s video game.
Oh.
I just thought it was hysterical. I cackled. I just thought it was very funny because wasn't that one? It was like Never Say Never Again or something like that. I forget what the name was.
Never say die. Never say this.
Because
never,
it was non-canon. Because it was Bond, but it wasn't part of the official. Because
Right.
they had 2 Bond movies the same year,
Yep.
and Sean Connery came back as Bond, and it was sitting there like, because I want to say all they did was they redid one of the other ones that he had already done, and they just kind of redid it and did it again.
I always liked when Moneypenny was hot.
Wow, look at you. Brendan Ryan's going. Roger Moore was best Bond. He had the longest tenure, I think.
Roger Moore was kind of those were that kind of 70s. There were some good ones with Moore though, but he wasn't the best Bond. No.
I have really enjoyed Daniel Craig. I think he's done a great job.
I think he did a great job. I don't think he has the look of the right Bond. I think Bond has changed a lot over the course of history. Pierce Brosnan was actually a good Bond.
I thought he got more respect later. I think it was one of those things where at the time people didn't think about it, but then afterwards, like, yeah, those are good. For what they were, I thought they were good. George Lucas, Spielberg, and Coppola. Nice. Dufek says it. It's Thunderball, yeah. So basically that Never Say Never Again was like a remake of Thunderball. They basically took the general story, and obviously they tweaked it, but they took the general story, the general concept, and kind of redid it. They didn't come up with a completely original story. They kind of retook one.
Was that with Burt Reynolds, Thunderball?
No, Thunderball was one of the other Bond movies.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. There was a movie called Thunderball. It was back in 1970-something. I went and seen it at the theater. And it was the coolest movie ever, but I haven't really seen it since. Isn't that interesting?
I think the one thing that's interesting...
Oh, Rollerball. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I think you're thinking of Rollerball.
Yeah, it was Rollerball. Yeah.
And they remade that in the 90s or early 2000s. I think LL Cool J was in it or something.
I think it would have been in the early 2000s. I think it was early 2000s.
They had a remake of it, which sucked.
What I'll say, though, is the thing with a lot of those Bonds is that I enjoyed it because when I was first getting into Blu-rays, one of the first things that I did, my dad saw Dr. No in theaters.
Oh.
So when they remastered the Bond movies, one of the first ones that I got was Dr. No, to be like, all right, let's do a little, because he actually attended it in theaters. Like, all right, look, closest we're going to get to a proper comparison. Like, here we go.
Sure.
All right, let me fire it up on the old TV with the remaster and everything. The first couple of Bonds, when they did the remaster, they did a good job. Like, they really cleaned it up and make it look good. And they took from the original source material and really used it. So I said, all right, what do you think? So we watched the movie, and I said, what do you think? He goes, it's best it's ever looked and sounded. It's like, they nailed it. The remaster, like, whatever they did, it's like, it looks good, sounds good, looks proper.
Are they coming out with another Bond soon?
They should be.
Not that I know of. They haven't picked a
I heard they were trying to look for a girl Bond, and I went, what are you guys doing? Come on.
It's the Doctor Who crossover. What do you want?
Yeah, right.
Well, technically, that was in the last film because there was a woman because in the last film he retired.
Yeah,
woman took his spot and his number, and then he came out of retirement and kind of took the mantle back. So there was a woman 007 for a period of time in the movie.
Well, 007 is just licensed to kill, so you can have 40 007.
You can have a bunch of 007. Look, my thing is...
No, that's not true.
But not a James Bond.
If it's obviously James Bond is a person.
Film is
in the story.
004.
Well, I think her name
Exactly.
was Jane Bond. Anyways.
Yeah. No, all I'm saying is that the 007 part, you can assign that number to whomever you wish. But the James Bond character, but the thing is at the same time, you technically killed off James Bond characters.
Really? Yeah. So
it's like
start something new.
Yeah. So, and the truth is, though, you have the option because the series has been going on so long, you can mess about a little bit. The whole thing with the George Lazenby one, Bond was married. Mm-hmm. They decided to try something different. Obviously, it didn't last. Spoiler. but at the same time, they tried something that at the time was a little bit different. Like they weren't expecting that necessarily, and they went with it and said, "Yeah, we'll try it." And then Lazenby didn't continue on. It would have been interesting to see how his Bond would have reacted to the death of his wife, and then they could have played that into another movie, but they didn't. A lot of those Bond movies, anyway, don't really connect with each other. Like it's one of those things like they don't. So it is kind of interesting. I will say this: I think it was interesting. What I liked about the Daniel Craig ones is that it did feel like it was a little bit episodic. There was a connection between movies. So his run, it didn't feel like it was independent. It wasn't like a sitcom where you just reset at the beginning of the next movie and just run it and be like, what just happened didn't happen. Nothing happened. It doesn't matter. We're rerunning here a different thing.
Mm-hmm.
What happened previously affected the Bond going forward. So you had some kind of an impact, which I thought made it better so you could watch it as an individualized group of movies and get something out of it. I'm okay with that. And if you want to reset it and have somebody else be Bond, cool. Who cares? Go ahead.
Yeah, just as long as they don't take it too far, like they did with who was it? Keanu Reeves and whatchamacallit, what's that new movie he's in now?
John Wick.
John Wick. So John Wick, in the second one, they started to get these suits that blocked bullets. So he was, by the third one, he's blocking every 45,000 bullets.
He's Neo.
Yeah, he might as well be at that point.
He is the one.
He was the one. Yeah. So
blocking bullets is the least he can do.
Those
it was like
can hold. It's like, why don't we put every soldier in the world in these suits?
It was Mission Impossible. It's like Tom Cruise. When they went to that third one, it was everybody could do a face mask. So you didn't know who was who through the whole movie. It was like, oh, it is him. Oh, no, it isn't him. It's like they kept on remaking those masks. And I went, all right, I'm gone. I had enough. But he does real stunts. And I went, I don't care. Like, why would I care?
Look, real quick, I don't want to get too far off this tangent, although I am enjoying it. I watched the Reacher miniseries they did on Prime. I enjoyed it. But one of the things that I enjoyed the most about it was that the actor they got on it is actually a big hulking dude. And the thing is, if you read the book series, Jack Reacher is supposed to be like 6'4" and like a military policeman, like this
not
big
Tom
Jack
Cruise
guy.
size. Yeah,
and then you look at Tom Cruise, I'm like, really? Tom Cruise? Really? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. Like, the whole point is he's so physically imposing and large, like he can beat people up because he's a big dude.
Didn't they have the TV version of Jack Reacher and that other guy was playing it? I forget his name. Didn't they do a regular TV
That was the Prime
series?
one. That's the one I was referring to. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that guy's actually a good actor, but he's the wrong temperament type for that.
Sure. But I think though he looks more like the Jack Reacher character they describe and explain. So when I look at him and I go, I can believe you as the Jack Reacher character based on the books. You make more sense.
Yeah, you'd almost want like somebody bigger in there, just not so much the I don't know. Tough call. It would have to be somebody you don't know.
Yeah,
I like
Zach here says Rick should be making money doing public appearances at card shows. It's a real shame he hasn't capitalized this merch or something. I know.
Oh shush.
Although if there's any Rick merch, I'll be honest, Jason Cardboard will probably be the one to exploit that. Allegedly. Just throwing it out there. James Caan, the original rollerball. Thank you, Stu.
That James Caan it was. Yes. I do remember it well.
Prayer of the Last Roller Boy. Was that a movie anybody else remembers at all? That one doesn't ring a bell for me at all. MTG
Which
just announced a Doctor Who. It says Prayer of the Last Roller Boy.
Oh.
I got nothing. MTG just announced a Doctor Who crossover. Makes sense. They've done a lot of crossovers now, so they're into it. No Burden Rollerball with James Caan. Thank you, Will. It's Hollywood. Make all the heroes females, female and neuter the males. Here's the thing. I don't care about the bitching and moaning about it. If you don't like it, don't watch it.
That's it.
Yeah, just watch the original if it makes you. I always thought, like, I always think that the people who spend the most time, I don't want to listen to the whining about it. Dude, do whatever. I don't care. They did the same thing with the Little Mermaid. It's like, why? She's white. It's like, who gives a fuck? She's a mermaid.
Yeah.
Oh, but it ruined my childhood. No, it didn't. Go watch the original. Stop whining. I don't care.
Just don't watch the shit you don't want to see.
Yeah, like literally.
But sometimes they ruin
I'm serious.
things.
Don't.
They run series where, okay, that guy's supposed to be this guy, but now it's somebody else. It's like, okay, that's enough. Then you just move on.
Yeah, like the truth is they can do anything they want with any of these IPs that they want, and if I don't like it, I don't have to watch it.
That's it. I haven't went to a movie in such a long time. It's amazing.
CC, two-part question. Greatest sports card set of all time and greatest movie franchise of all time. These are two disparate questions, but I like it. All right, hold on. I'm going to come back to it in 2 seconds. Hang on. How good was the AFL Grand Final? I said it was excellent. I mentioned it with these two gentlemen on the podcast. I enjoyed it. I thought it was excellent. I thought it was really entertaining.
The halftime show was the best part of it.
You mean the pregame show?
Whatever.
He doesn't even care where Kiss is on. Halftime show, pregame show.
It's gonna be the best part of your day if you get to see Kiss, baby.
Gene Simmons. No Taylor Swift. Anyway, third Mission
Chris.
Impossible, Scooby-Doo on steroids. Pro set in Medea. There you go. Perfect. All right. So this was a two-part question. Greatest sports card set of all time. I appreciated Bob Jackson's responses. Two-part question. Greatest sports card set of all time. And greatest movie franchise of all time. All right. I'll leave that. I'm going to go get my refill. You gentlemen want to touch on that? Bubbles, do you want to hit on this one first? Greatest sports card set of all time. Greatest movie franchise of all time.
The greatest sports card set, I mean, hell, there could be 100 different answers if you have 100 different people.
Pawn bread.
I'm going to pick probably the Topps Finest refractor set when, you know, to put us on the map of kind of where we are today and out of the junk era. I think you have to respect that one, but there's so many vintage sets and insert sets and everything else you could go with. As far as movies, I already told y'all, I love the Die Hard series. I'm not a big movie person. That's why I was just letting y'all do your movie thing. I'm not a movie person, and it's mainly because I always kind of get envious of people that can remember actors' names and quotes and all this stuff from movies, because I can literally watch a movie and forget, like, I don't remember them like that. I don't absorb them like that. So I've never been a movie person, and I'm also learning older in life, or at least now, I'm also not a big TV person. So there's very few shows where if it's a series, I'm like, gotta catch the next episode or whatever. So
There's a
little
particular
spoiler unknown about myself, I guess.
There's a particular few that I watch on TV, but very little. Survivor, I really enjoy. I've been watching that since day one. So, you know, you kind of get addicted to it. But it's a different crowd every time. Some like better than others.
Yeah.
For me, I don't even know. Like, geez, best card set of all time. One of the most ones, you know, I've been recently doing, it was the 63 Tops, was, you know, they kind of had an action scene divided by a stick, and then they had the player picture, which I kind of really liked the dual entendre they did with that card. It was really interesting, and I found it to be quite attractive in a sense.
That is fair. Button
Favorite
what are
best set.
favorite card set of sports card set of all time and greatest movie franchise?
The card set shouldn't surprise anybody. I talk about it all the time.
69 Tops.
69, 70, O-Pee-Chee or Tops. O-Pee-Chee's got the larger set, more inserts, more
Rough cuts.
everything. So yeah, I mean, that's my absolute favorite. I could get rid of everything else as long as I got to keep that. Because I got a huge collection of it. For movies, again, I said this earlier. The movies that affected my life the most were the first 3 Star Wars movies.
All right.
So Star Wars 1, 2, and 3, or 4, 5, and 6.
The 3 original Star Wars movies probably had the biggest impact on me.
Only on Laserdisc, because after that, George Lucas started messing about.
The first
I can't
movie
remember what they're
my
called.
parents ever took me to was Star Wars.
It was New Hope. It was
Empire, and then Jedi.
Yeah. So that was the original.
So you brought up Laserdisc. I had never seen these things, and I came across it, and I wanted to buy it just for the hell of it, because I'd never seen it before. But you know what a floppy disk looks like, the 3 1/4
yes,
whatever.
Do you know what a floppy disk?
Unfortunately,
it's a save
Have you
icon.
ever seen
It's a save icon.
The 5.5.
There
or 3.5?
was a video format, and I can't remember. I think it was called Selectavision. I had never seen it before, and it looks like a gigantic 3 1/4 inch floppy disk, and I guess you plop it in the player like you would a floppy disk in a computer, and it played. I had never seen one before, and I was at a sale, and this lady had one for the Star Wars, but she wouldn't give me a price on it. She's like, I don't know what it's worth, and those things were. I'd never seen it. I wanted it just to freaking put on the wall or something. It was pretty
decorate.
cool. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I think it's called Selectavision.
So my series.
So Bob Jackson is saying CEDs.
Oh.
Not sure about that one. And Stuke has 54 Red Heart dog food set and Godfather. Ooh, very specific. What happens though is funny about this, just for the record. What happens here is that you say greatest sport car set of all time. I guarantee you the answers you're getting are favorite us set. What is our favorite set? Like you got that with Buttnut. You got that with a lot of these other people. And it's like, I'm going to say 56 Topps baseball because that is my favorite set.
You know, sometimes
That's
you like the players and sometimes you like the card design. So it's a little choice between the two or both.
No, for sure. But I think what's going to happen is you're going to run into like, what's your actual favorite? And then it'd be like, well, objectively, what's the best card set? The problem is that's too tough. There's checklist strength. There's design. There's all these different little pieces you could argue depending on what it is. Sometimes the best design doesn't have the best checklist because you're missing some key players or key pieces to it, depending on what it is. And if you go modern, then what technology you like. So Paul here had his 97 Metal Universe, which unfortunately is incorrect because Metal Universe and the overrated PMG are not even a top 10 90s set. Not even top 10. I actually went and hashed out a list. It doesn't even make it into the top 10 of the 90s. 90s. That's why they were like $1.99 a pack. Because they were for peasants. Peasants.
Gotcha.
But you know, I appreciate Paul's attempt. Topps Gold label, vastly superior.
Vastly superior.
But that wasn't even the one I picked. I picked 56 Topps baseball because that's my preference. However, if I'm comparing these two, Topps Gold label versus
Topps Gold label superior.
Crapovision, Trashola. Even the coaster makers would reject that trash. Moving on. Wow. They're like, it is beneath us to even put this in coasters. Honorable mention to the Everybody series. I appreciate you, Bob, as a film connoisseur.
My movies, favorites. The two movies I like best, I guess, were pretty recent. Was Kick-Ass. I thought those were
there you go.
Amazing movies.
All right. I keep trying
Plus,
to
they were done in Toronto too. I like that too.
Now, the thing is, he said the question was movie franchise.
Well, there's two movies. There's Kick-Ass and 1 and 2.
There you go. I appreciate consistency on this point.
Have you ever seen it?
I think I saw the first one. I'm pretty sure I saw Kick-Ass the first one.
The second one wasn't bad. I was actually impressed that it did good for a sequel kind of thing.
I always joke about it with folks, but the problem is you could make the argument for Godfather, but I never liked 3. I wasn't a big fan of 3.
No, I hated 3.
I love the Rocky series, but 5 was garbage. 5 I just never got into.
Was that Tommy Gun in that one?
Yeah, it was pretty trash.
It's like, whatever.
The best part is it was so bad that in Rocky Balboa they ignored 5. In Rocky Balboa they literally said, yeah, it didn't never happen. It's like, because by 4, Drago gives him brain damage, which carries over to 5, and then all of a sudden Rocky Balboa is like, I like the box. It's like, don't you have brain damage? And you're even older now? No, never happened. Don't even retcon. Didn't happen. Don't even worry about it.
He starts out with a dumb, stupid talk, and then he gets better and better, and then he gets worse, and then he gets better.
He healed.
Yeah.
He healed. I'm going to go with Rocky. Despite 5's being trash, the fact that they retconned it for Rocky Balboa, I'm giving it. Because I enjoyed the ending of Rocky. I enjoyed Rocky Balboa as a return to form, where they just ignored 5 and pretended 5 never happened, which I appreciated. So I'll give it, that'll be mine.
I would give
Although I could have said Saw. It is spooky season.
I don't think it was favorite. You know, see, it's so hard getting past.
Saw. Look, I enjoyed some of them, unironically, but like it got convoluted as you kept going and going. It's like, stop, just stop. It's already convoluted enough. Stop.
That's what ruins them all. The sequels kind of screw up so much, and then there's a skip, and then there's sometimes the third one's good. You know, just never know. Yeah. But I'd go with that Rocky because Rocky hits the heartstrings very good. So
all I know is that if eyes can change and yous can change, we could all change.
Well, Paulie, you gotta.
He seemed fine before the brain damage kicked in.
Yeah.
Michael Ham says Metal Universe, Filler Metal 96 and 97. Almost every card is fun to look at. You don't have to like the player. Yeah, for a $1.99 card, it's good.
Yeah.
The problem with movie stuff is you don't know the plot before you watch. It's political stuff attracting the plotline. Oftentimes 2,000% unnecessary. No, well, it's 20,000 times % necessary because the only people that whine about political stuff in a movie are whiny bitches. Because you can turn it off. I'm actually being serious. Like, I don't get the argument. As soon as someone tells me, I go, why don't you stop watching then? Like, I don't care for politics. I talk about here. I don't care about politics. I'm not interested in your politics. I don't care. But the moment you tell me, oh, but it's political, then stop watching it.
People are
If you
drawn
keep
to it for
talking,
some
you're
reason.
telling me you're an idiot. Stop talking. Stop talking. I don't care. I
Yeah,
promise.
people like that stuff.
Yeah, it's like secretly you like it. Don't lie. You watch it just to complain.
That's
Secretly you
mostly
like
everybody. Yes.
it. Yeah. 1990 Leaf, design and photography, not a bad photo of the set. I think that's a solid choice. That's a fair choice. That's a good. I enjoyed it for the simplicity of it. I like it for that.
If we're going for photography
Stadium
and
Club?
all that,
Stadium Club?
no, studio, where they had their snazzy little outfits on and the black and white photos, and they were like at Sears getting their portraits done. Yeah, that's photography.
So this is Bob Jackson here from Wiki.
Yeah,
Captain
that's
States.
another name for it. He is correct. So it's the select
so
divisions, but they were also called CEDs. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Bob Jackson. Will has Godfather 1 and 2. He's decided to correctly ignore 3. Facts.
Yeah, 3 was too much.
Three never
I see
happened.
this top 10 list. I literally sent it to you, Paul. And every single one of those sets is better than metal. All of them are better than metal. Don't try to pretend. I literally send you a list. It's like the Fleer showcases are all better than metal. Stop trying to make fetch happen, Paul. Metal's fine, but they were on flimsy cardboard. It's cartoonish bullshit with foil trying to make it look cool. Settle down.
Oh, you said it. Fletch. Fletch was great. Both.
I said fetch, but yes.
I know.
Yeah, but like, can I be serious about this for a minute? Paul and I have had the back and forth about metal and everything about it. Here's the thing: I remember when metal came out, we weren't that impressed. It was fine. It was like you took like cartoons, like metal. It was based on like Marvel, and they went and like, all right, his arm is a bionic arm, and it's like it's cartoonish bullshit. But then down the road later, they're like Metal Universe. It's like so precious metal gems suddenly went up in value, and all of a sudden now it's cool. It's like it was cartoonish bullshit back then. Now it's that's cool because precious metal gems are expensive. Okay, fine. And then they're like, oh, but these other inserts, the jambalaya and the platinum portraits and all that. Yeah, the original conversation was about base set. If you want me to talk about linchpins, you want to talk about some of the inserts, different conversation. Favorite inserts, some of those metals ones can come back into it. The skybox different inserts, some of them are actually pretty good. I agree about the inserts. But Bubbles, help me out here. I actually don't think the metal base set holds up. I actually am not that keen on the metal base set. I'm focusing my attention here. You want to talk about some of the inserts? I might get into that conversation with you. I'd be willing to entertain that discussion.
I would say some of the years are okay. Like, what's sport are we? Because Paul's a football guy, so that could also play.
No, I get it. I just thought that the stuff they tried to do. I thought some of the cosmic stuff was all right, but there's a reason why it was like $2 or $3 a pack, and it's sad. I'm sorry, I remember the books and it's sad.
The 96, 97 basketball, Kobe's rookie year, those look pretty cool. There's certain ones that have a nice design even on the base, but not all of them. I would agree. Yeah, even this newer ones aren't.
But Bubbles, is it best? Remember, Paul's entire argument is best.
Are you including the innovation and everything of the inserts as a whole, or are you just talking
I'm talking about base set, man. I just said base set.
Then no, not even a far cry. No.
No, it's that's the point. The point Paul sometimes tries to interject the inserts into it. No, you said base set. If we're talking about base set, metal isn't even in the discussion. Get out of here.
That's why I said like just the simple finest refractors, because I think it pushed a lot of the innovation forward that we have somewhat today. And
I like
those
chromium.
cards
I'm a fan of chromium. So if we're talking about a base set, I prefer chromium. If you can get a little bit. So I mentioned one base set that is a legitimate base set that doesn't have to. We don't have to play games. It is a legitimate base set. The Pinnacle Totally Certified had kind of a Dufexy thing going on. I love that because you included the technology, but that's still the base set. That's still, you get them multiple per pack. So that's a legit base set. You didn't have to go. If we go to parallels, we can start playing around a little bit. We can actually add a couple more things in there that are options. But if you stick to
Wild
base
card.
set, if you sure, if you stick to base set though, metal doesn't even work. It's just foil. That's it. You gotta like the cartoons or you don't.
Eric, on your 6970 Topps/O-Pee-Chees.
Yep.
Auto or unauto? Because like, which is greater, the autograph version or the non-autograph? Because
I try to get
important.
them all autographed. A matter of fact, I almost said this earlier, but we got onto a different subject. I just sent one off to Glenn Hall today, so I'm trying to get them all autographed. So it's important to me to get as many of these autographed as possible.
How many are you at?
Autographed, or what you mean autographed ones?
He's reaching for the folder.
I thought you had completed this set already.
I have.
If I'm mistaken, was that a different set?
I have two sets. I have autograph sets. I got PSA sets.
So now we have all the sets.
I'm trying to do as much as I can with it. Then I create new things to do with it.
Do you have the Beckett set?
Oh, all in Beckett 10 Black Label 11s.
Man. So on this one, so on this statement, Paul is incorrect. We've already established why. Just to be clear.
I don't have the exact count. But there's a lot. And like Glenn Hall should be getting his within the next week, and he'll turn that around and send it back.
There you go. Let me finish reading a couple of these out loud here, just since we're doing them. Michael Hamm had Back to the Future, which I think that's a good series. That's a good choice. Terminator series. I think Terminator series is good, but they went into weird and wacky directions. That was kind of a thing that, and then you ended up with two different kind of if you go look at the last two, Genesis and the last one they did, they literally went in two opposite directions with the same storyline. It was weird. I don't know. It's always been wacky. When you get into time travel, it becomes convoluted very quickly. What about
we
the
need to
13
get you a
Halloween
new marker,
movies?
Eric.
We do. I think what about the 13 Halloween movies? I think that's a valid point as far as that's concerned. That's a good one. Let me go here. And then Michael Hamm was like, favorite sports movie. You know what's my favorite, Bobbles? I'm a baseball guy. Obviously, there's some good baseball choices. I like Any Given Sunday. I really like that one. I had a lot of fun with that movie. I thought there was some good performances in it. I enjoyed it. Otherwise, I'd go with like Major League. Otherwise, I'd go with like Major League because I was a big fan of that one.
There's only one correct answer for greatest sports movie.
And it's not Slapshot. It's not Slapshot.
Breakdancing 2, Electric Boogaloo.
I can accept that.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Bobbles. The natural. Fan. Go with the natural. Let's go.
Is it considered a sports movie?
Bull Durham.
I watched the hell out of it when I was a kid or younger. But White Man Can't Jump.
Sure, I'll give it to you. Let me give it to you. Why not?
I watched the hell out of that movie.
That wasn't where I was expecting you to go, but sure. Why not?
I loved that movie.
You could have gone Rudy. You could have gone Rudy. You could have gone Bobby. What's your favorite sports movie? What's your favorite sports movie?
Drumline.
Great. I would expect this from Buttnut, Bobby. I expect more from you.
Yeah, Rudy Rudemaker. It's between Rudy. I really like the what's it? I forget the Miracle. What's his name there? They were the Philadelphia Eagles. That was a great movie. The Impossible. I forget. Mark Wahlberg.
You're talking about was it the one with the
Invincible?
Wahlberg? Was the Philadelphia? Yeah. Okay.
That's what it was. That was really. I kind of really liked that comeback, but Rudy was probably tops. Yeah. It's a great story. The first time you watch it, it's an amazing movie. But once you watch it again and again and again, you kind of get. There's a lot of good ones. What did you say, Bobbles?
I said White Man Can't Jump, but another movie that probably
Woody
wouldn't
Harrelson,
be.
Yeah.
There's so many. Again, this is a question
Bull
you could
Durham
ask 100 people. You could ask 100 people.
I ventured towards the comedies. Bull Durham was awesome for me. I enjoyed that one.
Bad News
The
Bears.
Major League 1 and 2, I really enjoyed. Major League 1, if we're going to choose. Major League
That was
1, I
good.
thought was really good. Bull Durham, though, I thought Bull Durham was a lot of fun. I thought that was I thought that was a fun movie. Good baseball movie. A good, proper baseball movie.
Yeah, it was a good one.
If you prefer a little bit more of the baseball is the
Angels in the Outfield.
place. No, I was going to say Field of Dreams. Because you've got the baseball element.
Yeah.
James Earl Jones is in it, which is really good. James Earl Jones
he's
is
really
excellent.
good.
Like, and so like you've got amazing. And I want to say it's Burt
Sandlot.
Lancaster.
Who?
Who was the guy who played Moonlight Graham in
Oh,
Field of
that's
Dreams?
Burt
that's
Lancaster.
Burt
It was Burt
Lancaster.
Lancaster. Yeah, which
What?
obviously an amazing actor who played in a very, even though it was a relatively small role, he was in this movie. And so you've already got like some amazing actors in it, and you just
And he was one
tack
of
on
the
another.
I think the original Rat Packs kind of guy. Most people don't know. I'm
Maybe.
almost sure of that.
Carlos says Bad News Bears underappreciated. Fair. And we've got
Yes.
2 for A League of Their Own. We got this one TC and
A League of Their Own
Warrior.
was really good too. It was a very sentimental movie.
I think the key takeaway here is that there are a lot of good baseball ones. There were a
is.
lot. There was a stretch of time. You know what's a fun one if you just enjoy the Kevin Costner endless sports movie series?
Tin Cup.
Tin Cup. It's stupid, but I do enjoy
it's so
elements of
good.
it.
It was so
I do
good.
enjoy elements of it. I thought it was good when the guy, the actor's name escapes me, but the villain guy, the guy he's facing off against, he outsmarts him by hitting the club down the parking lot, or sorry, down the roadway, which I thought was great. That was brilliant. It's like you made a bet. It's like, yeah, I'll outdrive you, and the other guy's like, boom, whack, and it's like, all right, I'm just gonna hit it down the asphalt. It's just gonna bounce into forever.
Keep
I'll
going.
take your car now. Goodbye.
Mhm. Yeah, there's so many good ones. It's just unbelievable. But there's very few hockey, but there could be some great ones, like a Tim Horton movie. It'd be phenomenal. A Bill Barocco movie, awesome.
I
Such-
think they've missed opportunity. Look, if they wanted to do that, there are times
It's
that
Canadian,
I think they've
right?
done
So-
biopics. I think the problem is they miss out. You have to try not to go overly. You have to try not to get overly sentimental about it. I would love to see a proper Gordie Howe movie, like a full proper Gordie Howe movie. He's got a good story and a long career to play off of. So there's lots you can do with that. if
They
you
did
really
do a
want to.
movie about him, but it was mostly his
Yeah.
WHA stint.
But that's what I mean. Like,
It's
it's really hard to do a good biopic. It's hard to do a good one.
Yeah.
And the problem is he's got a good story. There is a good story to be told if you wish to do it correctly.
They did the Maurice Richard one, which was awful.
Yeah, it was The Rocket, I think is the name of it. The Rocket.
Yeah, he was complaining all the time, and whatever. And they did the Terry Sawchuk one too, which wasn't very good either.
Being along might have been
And
the
they,
name
did
of
they
the
show
Jones.
him getting killed at the cookout?
Yeah.
Ugh.
You know what I think would be a great sports movie. I think the Bobby Orr story, as he worked his way to
Here
getting
we
the first
go.
NBA 3-pointer.
No,
I think culminating in him scoring the first NBA 3-pointer, and then Eric's years of denial, him refusing to acknowledge Bobby Orr's successful first 3-pointer of the NBA, trying to credit some other random douchebag who we don't even care about, some guy like, oh look, his connection was lost. It's terrible, but he keeps trying to give credit to this other guy when it's Bobby Orr. I know it's Bobby Orr. Bobbles knows it's Bobby Orr, and you know.
I
think
think they could
the-
do one
the
of the Bruins of
sequel-
the '70s.
Oh, that's great. Hey, you found one of the fake cards. You should
Nope,
get
this
one
is
printed
Chris
on both
Ford.
sides. Wait, sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Oh,
Try that again. Sorry, try it again. I missed it. Go ahead.
I don't want to try no more.
Victory is my
Oh.
bubbles.
another great movie was Brian's Song.
Okay.
Of course.
That was
Yeah.
with Gail Sayers and Brian. What was his name?
Picarello.
It's not Picarello, but something like that.
Something like that, right?
Ham's
Okay.
got Slapshot and then Mighty Ducks for the hockeys.
Mighty Ducks.
To be honest, hockey movies don't have
Julio.
a strong. To be honest, hockey movies, like I said, with baseball, I could name a ton, but in hockey, it's tough.
Very
The,
deep.
the Mighty Ducks movie, as a kids movie, it's fine. As a Mighty Ducks movie, as a kids movie, I think it's solid.
Wasn't bad.
They did a pretty good job for what they do, and they've got some good actors in it. So they did about as good a job as I think they could have done with that style.
Hockey. Well,
Slap-
you have the big hockey. The best one of all is Blood. what's it?
Robertson.
Blood. No, Youngblood.
Youngblood.
I
Patrick
thought you were going to say
Swayze,
Goon. I
Keanu
thought you were going to say
Reeves.
Goon and get all excited.
No, that was actually a good. I didn't mind Goon. But no, Patrick Swayze. You had Keanu Reeves.
Miracle as well. Miracle's another one.
Yeah, and the father was played by Eric. I can never pronounce his last name. For the
Eric
Chicago
Buttplug.
Blackhawks.
No. Sorry.
It's more about the Buttnuts. It's unfortunate.
He played for Chicago. He has long name, begins with an N.
Nesterenko.
He played the father of
Swayze. No, Keanu.
No, the other one that actually was the star of it.
What were we talking about?
Youngblood.
I don't know. I lost count somewhere along the way.
He was the father of Keanu.
No.
Okay. Stuke says, I like the Miracle
The
documentary better than
the star of the movie, actually the young blood. I can't remember his name right now.
Patrick Swayze.
No. The hell's his name?
Do I have to go to the Google machine?
Rob Lowe.
Oh, Rob Lowe. Yeah, of course. Oh, Rob Lowe. That's right. Yeah. Sorry, my mistake.
He's young blood.
Yeah, I forgot his illustrious career.
If this was Squid Game, Bobby, you'd be all over this. If this was Squid Game, you'd have nailed it in the first.
It's
try.
coming, and number 2 is out November.
Oh, there you go. Ricky,
And you haven't even seen one yet.
I know.
That's a series, though. That's
Where
a
were you
series.
a couple of minutes ago? You come up with the no. I'm talking a name. He comes up with the answer after we already came up with. Where were you when I needed you?
Well, after you denounce this man and curse this man at every turn, you're lucky he even responds.
I do curse him at every turn.
Yes.
Young Bud was filmed in Hamilton, and it was also filmed at my hockey arena that I grew up with at Ted Reeves, which was kind of cool. The girl in that movie, she was, that's the girl I wanted to marry. But
I hope your wife's not in the garage.
She ain't.
Yeah, she ain't in the garage of knowledge. Michael Hamm, The Replacement. The Replacements wasn't bad. I thought it was a fun movie for what it was. That was the Keanu Reeves and Gene Hackman.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Well, there you go. Hoosiers.
That's
another
a good one. Yeah.
Another good. That's Hackman.
There's a lot of good sports movies, but certain sports I think are underrepresented. Like they really are, like comparatively.
Basketball doesn't get much.
Not a lot.
Hoosiers was probably, and then what was that other one? White Man Can't Jump, obviously. But not too many you can call for hockey or basketball. Football, not many. Baseball, tons. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Any
baseball,
other
I think,
sports?
has the strongest. If you're going to do like a lineup of like sports movies, baseball has a strong starting lineup. Like there's plenty of amazing choices. You can do very well and go into the bullpen and the bench. You'll do well. You'll do just fine.
Then there's the F1 movie that with what was it? With Thor there, the guy, forget his name.
All right, we got some options here. We got Blue Chips. He got Game. Kingpin. That's a good bowling movie. I enjoyed that one.
That was so funny.
That's a fun one. I like that one. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's what I mean. Like if you go into comedies, you can do well. If you go comedies, there's some good comedies.
What's the Will Ferrell basketball movie?
Basketball.
Oh, that was a good one too.
It's not basketball.
I know what he's talking about. I can't think of the name of it.
Sorry, you're talking about the one where he was like in the 70s?
Yeah, and he was.
Like where he played Jackie Moon, I think. That's the one.
Moon he was the coach, owner.
I know what you're talking about now. Okay.
Player, starting forward of the Tropics.
Semi-pro. It's semi-pro.
Semi-pro. That's it. Yeah.
Semi-pro. They're in the ABA trying to get into the NBA.
That's right. That was kind of cool.
That movie was hysterical.
That was good. Not bad.
If we introduce the comedies, though, then I got to bring in Happy Gilmore.
Caddyshack.
That 100%. Caddyshack, totally. 100%.
Bill Murray.
Not Caddyshack 2. We're gonna forget that exists.
No, see, that's where it falls, right?
This happened with the series. When I was talking about the series thing, I can say Godfather and Godfather 2, and we're good. We're good so far. And then it's like, stop where you are. Please stop. Whatever it is you're about to do, stop it. That was the issue I had with the Terminator recommendation. I was like, here's the thing. I love Terminator, and I think Terminator 2 is excellent. And then it gets real murky. It gets real dark there for a while. It's like, it ain't looking good. Like, it's not good. Stop. Please, everything you're about to do, just stop. Stop.
3 wasn't bad, but 4 just like, whatever. They just
But it just keeps going. And it's like, please, just stop. Just, no. You're cheating with time travel. Like, the time travel thing allows you to do a bunch of bullshit and just stop it.
Check and bake.
Have a good one, Bob Jackson. Take it easy.
Shake and bake. You got it.
Appreciate you hanging in there.
Ricky Bobby.
Eric, go wrench and chug a glass of mayo. There you go.
Oh,
Appreciate you, Bob.
No, just blowing my
Ricky
whole mind.
Bobby. That was one of the best movies ever with Will Ferrell.
Feel better, Bob? Need you for a weekly Eric Haters Cup. Facts. What movie was better as a sequel? Terminator 2. Terminator 2 for me.
Absolutely.
Two, one was good, but 2 I thought was like Apex Arnold. Like all the pieces are like on point. You got the T-1000, which is an amazing character as a foil.
It was the highest grossing movie until Titanic took it off the top of the list, I think.
Titanic was an amazing movie anyway. So,
and I think so. Using the one that I chose, I like Rocky 2 more than 1.
Yeah, Rocky 1 was kind of the introductory, but the 2 was the real hitter.
It was a good start to lay the groundwork beautifully for the series.
Thunderlips in 3.
But then 2, you go from there.
Yeah, you had a lot of good. There's some good stuff through there.
Abby Gilmore, hope the fam is good. Yes, thank you, and thank you, Bob Jackson, for popping in. Appreciate you. Empire Strikes Back. I think you can make that argument. You can make that.
Never liked the Star Wars.
Not a big fan.
Just wait.
You
said there's not many hockey movies. Just wait until they make the one called Meltdown, talking about the 2021-2022 Boston Bruins.
Bump it a year. 22-3.
One more, yeah.
Oh, yeah, 22-23. You're correct, yes.
Bobbles hurt my feelings, and I would like to kick him off the show, please.
He's really good at that. Like, he's late.
Meltdown. Coming soon to theaters. And then Meltdown 2 will be about this season.
He has hurt my butt nut, and I need him to be canceled and kicked off the show.
You know, if it wasn't for the fact that it's a minute and a half, I still have the Bruins tribute. I still have the clip, and I may keep it in the StreamYard forever. When the moment is right, I'll just like push a button, and then boom, Hindenburg like disaster. What was the name of the commentator who said that? Eric, what was the name of the commentator? What's his name?
Jack Edwards.
He was great. As soon as he said Hindenburg, Bubbles. As soon as he said Hindenburg, I'm like, yes. You get it. Here, Empire Strikes Back, or Star Wars movies, the sequel. They're all the sequel now. Evil Dead 2, Bob Lewis. All right, it playing into spooky season. I think that's fair. Subtitled Eric story. I think James Bond is the best series of movies. Well, they do have I would say they have like the biggest sustained run of movies. Oh, yeah. I almost feel like the thing with the James Bond series, I would say though, is the problem is you get a different tenor depending on the era. The Sean Connery era is different than the Roger Moore era. It's the same character, but like totally different movies in the way.
What you said earlier,
Octopussy was great.
It's not a series.
But the Pierce Brosnan thing is like a completely different animal. The Daniel Craig thing is a completely different animal, but it's the same character.
But Daniel, to my knowledge, Daniel Craig's Bond was the only one that was an actual series, where each movie
it was episodic, and there was a factor between one of the.
None of the other ones connected to each other. It wasn't.
I bet you the Lazenby one though, if Lazenby had stuck around for a second movie, the fact that they went out of left field and actually had Bond get married might have been a thing, and that would have been all the way back in the 70s. Which would have been interesting if they had actually gone forward with it and done something with that idea. I love the concept, but obviously it didn't happen. And then he left, and they reset. So I was like, all right, well then we're back to episodic, and the Bond series has always been, except for the Daniel Craig one, the Bond series has always been like a sitcom. Stuff just resets at the end of the episode, and then we restart, and it's like its own independent thing. What happened before and what happens after have no bearing on what's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Carlisle was right when he kind of put quotes around series, because it's really not a series.
That's valid. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Yes, the other Bond movies were composites of the books. Very true.
Goon is based on a true person. Those Goon hockey movies.
We have Strange Brew, which is another hockey movie, kind of ish.
Oh, I love that movie. I have to see that again. I haven't seen that in forever.
My friend was in that movie. We used to hang out all the time. He was one of the guys on the ice with the Empire Strike Back kind of uniforms, you know.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. That's Bob and Doug McKenzie. You can't beat those guys.
True.
No.
Ooh, he's asking the controversial take.
Uh-oh.
Best Bond.
That's what?
Best Bond.
Yeah, but we already talked about that.
We did.
We did. Yeah. You have to
Guys
scan back
been
a little
dead
bit
for
on that
years.
Yeah,
I think
scan
I'm
back
gonna,
on that one, Carlo.
I think I'm gonna skip out.
Good.
I got
No
up
worries. You
early.
got to
and-
get your rest. There's some feelings to hurt tomorrow.
I was
Study up on your movies.
we were gone the past few days, and sleeping in a hotel did not work very well, and then drove back today, so I'm pretty damn exhausted. So
No, Bobbles, we appreciate you coming in here, hurting some feelings, and now you can get some rest. Head back to the countryside.
I gotta
and
rest
then
up so I can do more hurting. Be prepared. Okay.
We may have.
I'll
a
be
segment- we may
5%
have a segment.
nicer on Mondays though.
Yes. I'll
That
be
still
five-
leaves a lot of room, though. That
I'll
still
be
leaves a lot of
5%
room.
less angry.
All right,
your hat
Bobbles,
on
have yourself a
backwards.
good night.
Put my hat on backwards. It probably fits me better this way.
He's a teenager. Shit.
If I shaved, I might actually be young, right?
All right, Bubbles.
No,
Have yourself a
you
good
guys
night.
have
all
a
right?
good night.
See you, Bubbles.
Have fun as always.
All right. See you
I'll
Monday.
Talk to you guys later.
Take her easy. We'll talk later.
See you Tuesday.
Yeah. Bobbles and Ball Cards will be joining us. He'll hurt some feelings, probably. We may have a segment on that. And explain more about exactly what we're talking about. It was so good. I enjoyed it. But we'll talk about it more later. I was very entertained. Just going to say, it was highly entertained.
Miracle was a good movie, but I don't think the storyline was the best it could have been. It's because they won, but they still had to go on and play another game to really, really win. But just
I was kind of hoping that you would say like, "Oh, Miracle," but I didn't like the way the plot went. Maybe the Soviets should have won. It would have made it more interesting. It's like what happened. It's like they did Miracle. I was like, you know what? Tretiak scored the winning goal. What? How does that even make any sense? He skated and he shot the knuckle puck. Wait a minute. That's the Mighty Duck thing.
Yeah.
They formed the Flying V.
Yes. The Soviet Flying V. And he used the knuckle puck to score on the Americans. The Soviets win.
Again.
Movie's over.
Yeah. Movie's
Sorry,
over.
Kurt Russell, you lose.
Movie's over. It's done. It's like, what happens? It's like, and then he went on to save Chernobyl. Like, really? That's what we're going with. Yeah, it's fine. Don't even worry about it. It's all good.
Tretiak's amazing. Yeah.
A modern day Titanic movie with a message of global warming. It makes it across without a problem because all the
it rides right over this. It rides right over the iceberg because the iceberg is just a block of ice. The iceberg is literally a block of ice this big, and
like
the Titanic just drives right through it.
You just
Titanic goes.
boop. Yeah.
Keeps going.
And, the movie's only 10 minutes long, but that this big thing at the end,
It turns out the entire love story with what's his name? What was the actor?
DiCaprio.
Thank you, DiCaprio. It turns out with the global warming version, he still drowns, but that's because the lady threw him off the boat.
Yeah.
She just got mad at him. She just threw him off the boat. It had nothing to do with the rest of it. She just threw him off the boat.
There was enough room on that headboard.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, she totally offed him.
Oh yeah.
It was a snuff film, and just people refused to accept it.
It was.
Like, listen, I'm upper class, a lower class. It was a fun little thing we were doing on the boat. The boat's gone. I can't be seen with you. Bye-bye.
No.
Yeah.
He was steerage.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
You filthy Irish. Get out of here.
That's it.
The director's cut took a very dark turn, Eric. It was a very dark turn.
Yeah. I like my version better.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Celine Dion's "My Heart Will Go On" doesn't quite resonate the same way. when we give you the extended version, it's like, not exactly how it played out, but all right, all right, it happens.
Yeah, those were the good movies.
We
really have a hard time matching good movies. A lot that we've mentioned, they can't be repeated nowadays. I don't know why, but it just seems like movies aren't sort of the same. They're not done with the same. it's like something's always a copy of something else. When's the last
Bobby,
great movie?
look, there is a practical reason for it. I know Will was complaining about the political element of it, but there's actually a much simpler reason to all of that.
There's that too, but that's small.
But there's a simpler reason that actually does. The studios don't actually care. The only thing that matters to the studios is making money. The
Sure.
thing is it's
Business.
safety. They're not. If you came up with like this great story, but it's a little bit off the wall, it's a little wackier, it's not just a repeat of what's already been successful. The studio is very scared to spend money on that because, oh well, this isn't a proven formula. If you give us a proven formula, then we feel a lot safer. And then once we hit on something, it's like we're just going to run it into the ground. We're going to look. They're releasing Saw X. They're doing another Saw movie. Which look, there was again there are people that would argue, and fairly so, that the original Saw movies didn't have much of a plot, which is mostly true. It became increasingly convoluted as time went on. But look, there was a thread of a plot. There's at least a couple of my buddies and I were able to have some. Okay, so do you think the person responsible for it, the accomplice, is this person or this person? You could actually have a little discussion, a little whodunit, and have a little debate about who was involved. At one point, I suggested that Mrs. Saw was involved in part of it, and I think she at least had some involvement in it. But the point is, there was enough narrative threads that you could posit theories. There was a little thing, but then you kept going. And kept going, and it's like the dude has already been dead for years, and you're doing like time travel, like back and forward to try to make this work. And it's like, the harder you're working to make this, to make another sequel,
the notes he would have had written, you know.
Yeah, you're trying too hard. Is the point? The point, and the problem is, they're cheap to make. It's a cash cow. You can make, and the thing with horror movies.
Well, the first one was really cheap because those three guys made it, right? It was like.
The bottom line with that series, what happened was, even with the elaborate traps and the whole thing, is that you can draw people in with the elaborate traps. The storyline is flimsy at best. You just try to squeeze a thread in there. You can go backwards and forwards in time, so you can cheat, even though the guy's been dead since forever. So the point is that you can do all this, and you realize that with the few amount of set pieces you need, the cost of making this movie is pretty low.
Oh, yeah.
So you can just repeat it over and over again, year after year. So there was a while where they were doing one per year, but then they stopped for a while. Supposedly it was done. I swear it was done like after 6. 6 was, I think, supposed to be the last one.
And then didn't Final Destination come in and kind of took it up to another level? Because they kind of came in, where you miss getting killed and then something would creep up on you and kill you constantly.
I think the two timelines, there was overlap, but I think the two timelines were a little different. But regardless, though, by
the time they got to 6 or something, I'm sure that's when Final Destination came in.
I can double check. I can get the timing right.
Yeah, I wonder, because I think it's right around that time.
So
because that really took over. And I think they're at Final Destination.
Film franchise, Final Destination started in 2000.
Yep.
So Saw series. First Saw was in 2004. Final Destination was first.
Okay. So they were first. Okay, that's right.
Yeah. But regardless, the thing is,
I thought it was the other way around. I thought their first one was before Final Destination. But
once they found a formula, they realized, okay, we can make these cheap and we always make money. So then they just keep. So to your point, like to your point that you were making, is that the reason why they don't try anything is because they always want to be safe. They're like, well, what's the John Wick thing right now? John Wick, they're going to have a 5. Even though technically they killed John Wick off, spoiler. But obviously he's not dead because they're going to have a 5. Yeah, so obviously he's not dead.
The last one I saw was just ridiculous. How many bullets he blocked? It's just like, all right. At what time when are you a superhero, really?
And Bobby, maybe this is part of the problem. Here's the thing: I really do enjoy the John Wick series. I don't really care that they're making a 5. I'm like, I just enjoy the action set pieces. So I am entertained for what it is, but I don't try to make sense of the plot. so I sit back and say, I am not trying to make sense of the plot. I'm just enjoying it viscerally for what it is.
But it's not the plot. It carries its own plot when you can block from a suit every bullet that's being fired at you by a machine gun. It's like
and shotgun at close range.
And none of them hit his head, but it's always his suit. And it's just like, okay.
Yeah, all these hired assassins, professional assassins.
They don't know.
They never learned the headshot. They didn't play enough Call of Duty, Eric.
I don't get it. These are the best assassins in the world. Shoot them in the face.
Oh, we missed one of the best series is Lord of the Rings.
That's a good one. That's a good one. No one brought that one up, but that's fair.
I watched the
You,
first one.
you
When
know
it
what was a
first
good
came
two?
out.
You know what was a good two-part
Hated
series
it.
that I
Never
enjoyed?
watched any of the others.
It's really
I enjoyed
good.
I enjoyed Kill Bill 1 and 2.
Yeah,
I didn't like 2 when they got buried in the. I don't like. I get all freaked out when you get buried in a casket. No.
Sure.
That's
All right, fair enough.
claustrophobic, kind of weird. Kiefer Sutherland was in a movie like that way back when, where someone got buried, and I said, "Oh, I can't watch this. I can't watch it. I gotta get up."
Can I pose a question?
Mhm.
Since we talked about the movie thing, let me pose a question to the chat and everybody else. What's a movie that should never be made a series, where the one film operates best as a standalone?
One and done.
It's not even necessarily they try to write it as, but even if they wanted to, don't. Leave it alone as a standalone, where it functions better, I think, as a standalone.
Well, there's a lot, kind of. Well, that's an open-ended question, isn't it?
Well, let me put it this way. How about one that did get sequels that should have just stuck at one? I would say Matrix is a really obvious example of one where the concept was strong enough to run one episode and it was good and just stop.
Mm-hmm.
No good will come from going any further down this rabbit hole. Just stop right here. The first one, if you just take it by itself as a standalone, it was revolutionary, great concept, great idea, leave it be.
Interesting. That's almost like
Caddyshack.
most.
I think it's fair. I think Caddyshack didn't have to be more than a sequel. I think it just need to be one, and we're done.
That could have worked out. It was just not well written.
Yeah, I just think Matrix sticks out to me as one obvious example of like a movie that had enough concept, enough plot, enough idea. It was revolutionary at the time. Leave it alone now. Back away from the Matrix and don't go back. Let it go.
Zombieland.
Sure. Okay.
No, they need to make so many more of those. I love
the Vacation series. Okay, the Vacation series for Carlisle. Fair.
Oh, Vacation. No, there were some good ones. I'll tell you.
But this is why I wanted to pose this question. I thought this is a fair one. So for a movie series that has sequels, one that you would argue you feel, so give you the opposite end of the spectrum what we talked about earlier tonight. Terminator was an excellent movie. I thought Terminator 2 was the better movie.
It was.
But I like having those two as a pairing, Terminator and Terminator 2. I think those are excellent. Then you can stop.
3 was necessary, but after that, it kind of that's it.
Yeah, but for me, the Matrix should have just ended at the Matrix. I think that's good enough. You can stop. I think it's really good. It stands well. It's a strong story if you just leave it be.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is why Bob Lewis is a Hall of Famer.
What do you say?
Brings in Sister Act. Come on, Sister Act.
What's
He's
that
Bob
other
Lewis.
one?
Bob Lewis thinks outside the box that houses the box.
Awesome. He's the man. He's the best. That's awesome.
What's that scary one that's
Sister Act.
that one should have stopped.
Okay,
at
can I throw one at you that maybe I don't know if you're thinking about this one or not, but they made a sequel to it. One that should have been a standalone, The Shining.
Yeah.
Because they did. I think it's called Doctor Sleep.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I didn't want to.
I read the book. And I thought it was okay. I got what they were trying to do. It wasn't necessary though. You didn't need to continue. I think The Shining is strong enough that it stands on its own, like as a one film, and just move on.
A lot of deep meanings in there.
Yeah, like it's a good film. It stands up well to rewatches. Like it's a strong film. Like I think it's a good one, and just leave it alone. Leave it be. It's solid. You're not beating Jack Nicholson. Leave it be.
Mm-mm.
Ghostbusters. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that went too
Friday
far.
the 13th. Now Friday the 13th is an interesting one here that Tom brings up, because the first Friday the 13th movie, arguably, is probably the best plot-wise because it's actually a whodunit. It's a mystery.
Right.
Jason is technically not involved in the movie, spoiler, with the exception of the very last sequence. So Jason doesn't come into play until the second movie.
Which really made no sense.
But I think that's actually really smart. I thought that was really good because Jason wasn't the point. It's when they started making sequels that they started adding it, and obviously the lore grew into the rest of it from there. But I actually think you can make that argument, but at the same time, then you don't ever get Jason Voorhees. You don't ever get the hockey mask guy because he doesn't become the hockey mask guy right away.
So, is there any remakes that were better than the originals?
Remakes better than the original.
Lost Boys 2.
Are you talking about remakes or sequels?
No, there were remakes.
Okay, so actual
Well,
remake.
they're sequels, but they're all new characters usually, or whatever. There's a few people that kind of come through the second, but it's like 20 years after the fact kind of thing.
Sure. So Tom added Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which I'd agree. I think the first film is enough.
All of those,
Nightmare on Elm Street, I think fair.
Freddy Krueger.
Predator, Aliens, some better than others. Some people actually argue Aliens is better than Alien. So I guess it depends on you.
Every Predator movie after Predator was horrible. Aliens 2 was
I like 2.
Was great.
1 was good, but 2 was really good too.
2 was
Bobby, that's why I'm saying, like, some argue that Alien is excellent, but then they'll look at Aliens and say that's really strong too. Like, that's a good, strong.
I love
Sometimes I think a sequel is justified. There are times
like
where
during that exoskeleton thing. It was cool.
Yeah. So I think there are cases where a sequel is valid and justified. And then eventually, sometimes you take it too far, obviously. You just keep going past. Look, we talk about the Harrison Ford thing. There's several Indiana Jones movies that are quite good. And then at a certain point, it's like, please, for the love of all that is holy, just stop. Stop.
Oh, what was that other one he was in? One of his first ones. What was that? Was that weird, dark movie? And then it just came back with a sequel after that. But he wasn't the main character, I don't think. But he was in there.
So, Blade Runner?
Blade Runner, yeah.
That's fair.
And then they had Blade Runner 2, which was, I don't know what was going on there. The first one was kind of weird anyways.
Right.
You had to almost get it explained to you certain parts because they went too deep. Sometimes they go too deep on you and you just go, I'm lost.
All right, so Ziggy contributes one here. Ziggy contributes here with Dune. Fair.
Dune?
I liked the remake of Dune. I thought they did a good job. It's very, very similar to the first. It's just, updated with better film and special effects and, there's an updated, but it's pretty similar.
All right, fair enough. Bob Lewis here says, I know several people that saw Aliens before Alien and then thought the first one was boring.
It is when you kind of go to the next phase, right?
Yeah.
Because it took so long
to watch
get
a revenge movie first and then go back to that. I mean, reason Aliens was so good, it was because it was a revenge movie from the first one.
But the first one took a long time to get to see the alien. It was almost like the movie was almost over, and that's when you finally got to see it.
It was to establish. They use a similar style, the concept, of what happened in Jaws, because the whole thing is we say Jaws, right? And how long until you actually see a shark? Like the majority of the movie, you don't. The whole point is to build the suspense, the dread of seeing the thing. And then eventually you realize it's a paper mache shark. And then it's a lot less interesting. And then, if somebody was, say, a jerk, like me, who knows that Carlos Sr. really enjoys Jaws, is like, I want it in 14 fucking K. I want it to be so obvious that it's a paper mache shark. That's what makes it funny.
Did you guys
I wanted the highest res. Jaws is a movie that is best served in potato vision with amazing sound.
You have to
make it as blurry as you can, but have amazing soundtrack.
No, it was good in 1976 when it came out.
Did you know that Aliens and Starship Troopers are connected?
No,
I don't remember that, but it doesn't surprise me.
The military, because in Aliens, Aliens, the second movie, it's really Alien 2, right?
Yeah,
they are Starship Troopers, and they talk about the bug hunts and going after the bugs in the movie.
Yeah, it's a euphemism.
So it's interesting that all the years later they made the Starship Troopers movies, and that's what they're referencing in Aliens.
Mm-hmm.
Works out. All right.
Yeah, we covered every movie. Holy shit.
There was a lot of them, yeah. Remember the Underworld series, Vampires, Werewolves. Vampire Werewolves. I know it was convoluted. Got weird.
That was okay. I didn't mind that one.
It was fine. It was fine, but it just got
sort
weird
of like
after.
Blade. Blade was good.
I have no idea what's happening in that movie because all I saw was Kate Beckinsale. Was there vampire werewolves? I have no idea.
Allegedly.
Blade was good.
I couldn't tell.
Ziggy here says, "Would The Breakfast Club make a good movie today, or St. Elmo's Fire?" Okay, so for the, I won't argue the
No,
first
not
part.
today. It can't work today.
Can I point something out? St. Elmo's Fire wasn't good when it came out.
I never liked it.
St. Elmo's Fire wasn't good at the best part about St. Elmo's Fire was the song St. Elmo's Fire.
It was, yeah.
And that was the best part. The rest of it's trash.
It depends because it depends what era you grew up in. Because things you have to understand. Go back to Jaws '76. There's nothing like that. You know, we're more naive in the '70s. You know, you look back in the '90s and looking back at that shit, yeah, it looks like crap because you've been so exposed to video games that are so much better. So, you know, for the time, amazing movie. Scared the shit out of me. I didn't want to swim in the ocean. We went to Florida. Fuck that.
Yeah. Well, the Jaws was the original blockbuster. That was the first summer blockbuster that created that kind of mini genre that made it a thing.
It was kind of the movie that, you know, you could. It was one of those. You remember that show? Name That Tune. You could name it in 2 notes. Yeah. You know what it is.
It worked out. But that's the reason why, Bobby, though, I had so much fun with it. When, like I said, when as soon as the Blu-rays started coming out, I bought Carlos the Jaws Blu-ray because I'm a jerk. Because I'm like, it's like this movie does not benefit. This movie does not benefit from higher res. You don't need higher res.
We saw that
the soundtrack is the only part that matters. You want the soundtrack to be on point. The soundtrack being on point, that's critical. The sound being good, but the picture, no, make it blurry. Scrub some mayonnaise on there for Eric. Just put it on the screen so that you can't see, so it's blurry.
We saw that at the drive-in where you had to hang your speaker on your window when it came down.
Bob Lewis says, remake better than the original? Dredd versus Judge Dredd? Yes, 100%.
I thought they both sucked.
Dredd was good, man. What are you talking about? Get out of here.
They sucked.
Stop sucking.
That was pretty good, the first one.
Nope, they both sucked.
the first one, the Sylvester Stallone. I am
his twin brother, Armando Sante.
Come on, Rico. Rico.
It's not always about that. It's sometimes the theme of the movie really strikes you. It's like Kick-Ass. It strikes me. It's like, here's a kid who wants to be a superhero. You don't want to be a superhero as a kid. I don't know.
No. Look, Eric, it's like look. I don't care. You want to make fun of Judge Dredd and Sylvester Stallone? I can live with that. But Dredd with Carl, I think it was Carl Urban. Like that was solid. It was good.
No,
it was good. It was
good. I thought it was darker. It was less.
Yes.
Less comic booky.
Yes.
I just thought the plot line sucked, and I just didn't like the way the movie moved. But I thought it was definitely darker, and I enjoyed that more than the comic booky part. But they could have done a better job with it. I thought it sucked.
Sort of like Batman. Boy, did that movie ever go weird places. First,
it was a very strange man. I
freeze.
could not disagree more in Dredd. Dredd was good.
No.
Let me scroll through here.
Batman, Superman movies, all of those.
Tom says, I thought the same thing, Eric. Black skin tight suits and Kate. Tom's got you. Best sequels that were never made, Lawrence of Iran, Drawbridge over the River Kwai, The Color Magenta. Look at you, Carlisle.
Bridge over the River Kwai.
Look at you.
The drawbridge.
What was it?
He says best sequels that were never made. Lawrence of Iran instead of Lawrence of Arabia. Drawbridge over the River Kwai and The Color Magenta. Not The Color Purple, The Color Magenta.
Yeah.
All right, Carlisle. I see you. I see you. I see
Good stuff.
I see you. Let's see.
Bridge over the River Kwai. That was the Japanese, wasn't it? Where they built the bridge.
Yeah, well,
they forced the British.
All right, help us Ziggy for this one, Eric.
Okay.
Connection between Starship Troopers and Alien. Go ahead.
Okay, so in Aliens, the second one.
Go ahead. Yep.
They're talking about their past battles, and they talk about the bug hunt. Now, at this point, they had never seen an quote alien with acid blood and all that. They haven't encountered that species yet. The bug hunt they were talking about are the bugs from Starship Troopers. This is all on the interwebs.
On the internets?
Yes, on the Google box.
Wow.
Connection between aliens and Starship Troopers.
All right.
It is on the Google boxes.
I wasn't familiar with this, so I'll take your word for it. We'll have to hit the Google machine and see and confirm the truth of your statements.
The World Wide Webs.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Good to know. All right, so let me scroll through. Bear with me. Just trying to do two things at once. Apologies. There we go. Okay, move through here. Tom says the Exorcist and Poltergeist freaked me out as a kid, along with The Gate. Fair.
Yeah.
I know Ziggy's got a couple questions here. I'll leave it to the chat here. You guys can talk through some of that. The age at which you see a movie is a big factor for me. Fair. Remaking The Color Purple. Yep. Interesting insights. I will read this and very cool stuff. Fair enough. Thank you, Ziggy. I wasn't even a big religious family or anything, but during that time, the satanic panic time period with devil worshippers sacrificing animals in abandoned buildings. Scary stuff as a dumb kid.
Yeah, that was the 80s, man. It was weird.
That's fair.
This whole devil worship thing came about in the 80s, and that, Ozzy was blamed for all of it. And I mean, it was so ridiculous. These after school specials about, kids getting to satanic worship and all these different news stories, on the evening news.
I'm just appreciative that we're in an era now where finally your devil worship is appreciated.
Absolutely.
You can do it in the comfort of your own home without being disturbed.
I have worked hard at it, and to finally be appreciated for it is a blessing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was horror. It was a joke. It was like the Salem witch trials kind of stuff happening again, and it was the whole thing again from the 60s repeating itself about playing records backwards. And, where is this type of music going to lead our kids? Now, of course, another generation came up and it went, where are these violent video games going to lead our kids? It's like, wait a minute, what happened to all the satanic stuff? We're not worried about the satanic stuff anymore? Nope, we're now on violent video games. That's what's going to ruin all the kids. Well, I grew up playing Pac-Man and listening to Ozzy, all right? Pac-Man didn't tell me to kill anybody, but I know Ozzy did. So I grew up in that. Satanic. I was a huge Satanist.
I just enjoyed Doom. I thought Doom was great. And Doom 2, fantastic.
Yeah.
Good on.
It was just so stupid.
Great Netflix recently remake 80s horror where guys pick up these chicks at a concert and chicks are devil worshippers. Very cool recent movie on Netflix. Yes. There you go. Sometimes they allowed cartoons to sell ads directed at kids. For first time loosening laws doing that in the background. True. In the 80s, gambling was as bad as metal music. Today, you can bet on anything because we are a civilized, further movie society.
That, unfortunately,
and you can bet on that.
If you shook someone's hand, you could catch AIDS too. I mean, it was just such a horrible time. It was really one of the dumbest times in history.
In which song did Ozzy say he killed people? None of them.
Yeah.
Well, Eric likes to play his records backwards. Eric plays his records backwards.
He's going, kill. Well, just ridiculous.
Well, the problem is that's what most people get out of it. When Eric plays, it's like, hey, Eric, seriously, it'd be a great idea. Get a knife. it's like a 25-minute tutorial, and if you just go backwards, it's like most people just get cure. Eric gets a complete tutorial.
Yes.
Well, my friend and I in the 80s, we taped Zeppelin backwards, Stairway to Heaven, and there was some wicked stuff because he had one of the turntables and a cassette recorder, so we recorded it backwards. Whew. There was a little child born. His name was Satan. I live for Satan. And then there was, as we wind on down the road, it turns into something weird. It's like, wow. We didn't want to keep it. We said, here, you keep it. You're no, I don't want to keep it. It's fucked up. But it does stay stuff. Clearly, not too garbled. If you have the right turn speed with your finger, because that's what we had to do.
I think there was a period of time where there was, these messages. Well, not the messages. The ridiculousness of people saying that these things were happening. I think they probably put them in there on some levels to try to sell more albums. And
the conspiracy theory of that time period.
It's just so silly.
Paul McCartney, the White Album.
Paul's dead. He's barefoot because he's really dead. And it's been an imposter. The guy's 80-something years old now. It's been an imposter all these years.
Damn right.
Oh my God. But I still think the 80s were the dumbest time in humanity. It's just so bad.
Oh,
But the
80s were
music was
fun.
really good.
Was
There was some fun music in the 80s.
There's
Oh
great.
yeah,
It's real good.
Totally different.
I think, look, but Bobby, that's why I think makes it fun. I think what I enjoy about it is that there is a certain, especially with a lot of the synths and a lot of that stuff, there's a
Yeah.
certain 80s sound where if you can start playing a song and most people could be like, yeah, that was 80s. Like, there
In
aren't
a
too
second.
many decades where you can definitively say. Now, there are songs. Like, you start playing some Nirvana, you could be like, all right, early 90s. There's certain specific bands, songs, and things where you could play it.
I love
the
my
80s
Bananarama.
But
Well, the grunge
you
era
can-
was the 90s,
you can
right?
play, but you can play. Yeah, it was early 90s. But you can play certain certain songs with all the synth and everything, and like you immediately know it's 1980s. So if you want to mimic that time period, you have to include that synths because it never worked any other time. 70s it wasn't there, and 90s it wasn't there. It was the 80s. It had to be the 80s.
Yeah, well, that's what the downfall of Van Halen was too, because David Lee Roth didn't like the synth that Eddie Van Halen was getting into, away from the guitar and more into the synthesizer. So that's where
Fair.
Sammy Hagar came in.
Mhm.
But they
Carlos
rocked
says-
it out too, though.
Carlos says, "I think it's time we started marketing baseball cards to kids in cigarette packs again."
Absolutely.
That's a thing. Yeah, there we go. That'll
Pablo
work.
says, "Pac-Man was a glutton." There you go.
He was.
I like it.
Yeah, man. See, I missed the video game era. I was 20 something. Didn't play them. In television.
Shine us some Pac-Man.
I
So you
played
got
in
some
the
Pac-Man,
80s, but I didn't play any more.
You didn't
video
like the
games
80s.
90s on.
Eric is an
I
80s
played
denier.
That's it.
I had Pong. That was as good as it
I,
got.
I
Good
got
old
Pong.
Pong.
You got it.
Good
Yep.
old Pong. In the 80s,
I
we
was
also
around
found out
when Pong
military.
came out. Fuck.
Mm.
Everybody
Since the
wanted it.
90s in Kuwait, we are the most militant country in the USA. Talk about a change of times. There you go. Like Wizard of Oz and Dark Side of the Moon.
Yep.
War Pigs is probably one of the best songs of all time.
I love War Pigs.
Well, it just talks about,
It's anti-war. It's really a peace song.
it's a peace song.
Yeah.
And it outs the generals and the people who create wars.
Politicians.
Yep.
Yep. No, I love that song.
Now, fairies wear boots. That's a little different, kind of. Anyways, it's a cool song, but Paranoid was good.
So, Eric, sight unseen, what songs do you think, so since we're in the music topic, what songs do you think Kiss played in their set at in the AFL Grand Final? If you had to guess, like, what would be the set? What would be the set? You got 100,000 Aussies
Yeah. Right.
hopped up on Foster's and Spirit, ready to watch the
Right.
AFL Grand Final. What are they playing? What are they playing for 'em?
They're playing AC/DC songs.
I was gonna say, no, you know what'd be great? Oh, Eric, can you envision this for a second? Eric, envision this with me for a second. Gene
Okay.
Simmons decides to be edgy, and all of a sudden, he and Kiss do Rage Against the Machine.
Oh, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah. There you go.
I mean, I'm just envisioning Gene Simmons trying
Oh my God.
be greatness. I'm just envisioning it, and I'm seeing greatness
Yeah.
before me. Fuck you! I won't do what you tell me. Like, I'm just waiting for Gene Simmons. Like, I'm ready. Let's go, Gene.
Gene doing Limp Bizkit, that'd be something.
Oh, Limp Bizkit break stuff
Mm-hmm.
via Gene Simmons. Eric, I got ideas.
Yeah. I think we should get in touch with them and have their final concert.
Gene Simmons will do anything for $1. So
Oh,
probably do
Gary
it.
will. That man loves money.
Oh,
He
yeah.
does. He does. Man, I loving it already. All right, Eric, seriously. So what's the set? They're gonna play some songs from the actual catalog, not the awesome ideas I just came up with. But
All right,
they're gonna play some stuff.
Rock City, Deuce, and
What do they open with?
Detroit Rock City, and then they're going to go to Deuce, and then they would do for a third song to end it, probably Rock and Roll All Night.
Makes sense. Makes
Yeah.
sense. All right.
That would top it.
Oh, I thought you had it in front of you.
No, I have no idea. I just knew. I knew they did the pre-show. That's all I know. That's all I
Yeah.
knew definitively. They do the pre-show. But I figured I would ask my subject matter expert
that would be my guess. That those are the three that they would play, get the crowd up and going. And
yeah, truthfully, it's more fun to ask just as an open-ended question because look, I don't know. At the end of the day, I wasn't going to go and check. Like, it's like good on them.
Now I want to know. Jesus Christ! Now I got
to hit up the
Google
machine,
know.
man. Now you got to hit the Google machine, man. Name says, which is better, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory with Gene Wilder? Yes.
Yes.
Or the Chocolate Factory with Johnny Depp? It's Gene Wilder. 100%.
100%.
Whatever the opposite is of the one you like, because I just refuse to live on a planet that we agree. So,
yeah, I think I saw part of the Johnny Depp one. I don't think it was bad. I don't think there was anything wrong with it. I just think the Gene Wilder one was excellent. I think it was well done. I just thought it was really well done. So, so to me, it was like there.
Johnny Depp got famous for so many roles that he wasn't even good in. He was better in Gilbert Grape than probably any of his other ones. He was
no Edward Scissorhands for you, Jesus, man.
I don't know. I think Winona was the best part of that movie before she was a klepto. But I mean, just saying.
Oh, we all have flaws, Bobby. We all have flaws. Name says I'm with Gene Wilder. That's sticking with Johnny Depp there, Eric.
All right, I'm Johnny Depp.
Wow, that's a rough one. I don't know. Gene Wilder's kind of a classic. He's the OG. Johnny Depp's best movie was Crybaby. All right.
Whose?
He said Johnny Depp's best movie was Crybaby. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. I'll double check right now. Johnny Depp was he in Secret Window?
Pirates of the Caribbean was his real fame.
No. Yeah. I'm just double checking here. Yeah, he was in Secret Window. I actually was I like Secret Window. I was a big fan of that one. I thought it was really well done. I enjoyed it for what it was. If you ever get a chance, if you want to check, you got some time to kill, check out Secret Window. I think it was really well done.
I was 2 out of 3. I was right.
Okay.
First, they opened with "I Was Made for Loving You."
Yeah.
Then they went with "Shout It Out Loud" and "Rock and Roll All Night."
No, Detroit Rock City.
They Shout It Out Loud. Now I don't even remember what I said. But
I was Detroit Rock City.
Right. That's not
Shout It Out Loud.
Okay, yeah, I think you're 1 out of 3. I think you're 1 out of 3.
All right. 1 out of 3. Okay.
What's eating Gilbert Grape? You Stole My Story. That's right name. You get
Gilbert Grape was a very interesting movie. It was nonsensical to a degree, but it was very well done. And then you had what's his name in there too? Play he didn't go full. He just went partial. DiCaprio was his little brother.
Oh,
you never go full.
We never go full. We established that tonight.
Partial.
Yeah, you never go full.
But it was just one of those fun movies. I don't know what it was about the movie. Some of those movies that they're not great, they're just they sit well with you for some reason. Fair. That one did.
Fair. As a kid, I was convinced that Barry. So Carlisle says, as a kid, I was convinced that Barry Manilow rather than Gene Wilder and Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Random. Interesting.
Well,
what did he say?
He said, as a kid, I was convinced it was Barry Manilow rather than Gene Wilder and Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
They're kind of the same.
And did you hear what I said?
No.
Barry Manilow is not an actor. He just writes the songs.
That makes the whole world sing. Yeah. I know.
Wow. Name says Leo. There you go. I don't know what that was about.
I don't know. Can we end this nonsense? I have to get up and do a 7-hour mountain bike ride tomorrow.
Ooh, that's true. Everybody. So a couple of things before we sign off officially. So first of all, for those of folks out in Canada, we won't be seeing you again until next week. So enjoy Canadian Thanksgiving. Be thankful for whatever. I don't know. Be thankful for something ish. Americans, it's a regular week for you. So
yeah. We have a long weekend. It's Columbus Day.
Good enough. Good enough. Go find some land and claim it for yourself. Do that. Mm-hmm. So
that's my plan.
Works out great.
I'm gonna just show up someplace, say this is mine now, and kick whoever's there off.
Fantastic. Do it at Marcel's house. I think it'll go over very well. So that's going on. Next, also at the same time, wish Eric best of luck. He's going to be on a bike for 7 hours because he's an idiot.
Yep.
That sums it up. I can't argue with that. And it's going to be raining all day.
He's working on the next hip.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. It works out. So, just so you know, underappreciated movie, Edge of Tomorrow. All right,
Love
fair
that
enough,
movie.
Pablos.
Oh, that was really good. I love that.
Fair enough.
You have
Carlos
to
says,
fast
let's
forward a
game
little bit
Canada.
through it.
I love it. And with the sense of direction, you'll probably end up claiming Canada. And by Canada, I mean they will only be speaking Spanish because it's actually Mexico. You went the wrong way.
Yeah.
You had a 50-50 chance.
You read the compass wrong. Damn.
Dear.
I was holding it upside down.
But they
Ran
have
into a-
chalupas.
They ran into
Good
a wall and
enough.
turned the other way.
But they have chalupas. Good
I
enough.
love chalupas.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. Look, it worked out for you. Accept it. It's fine. Have a good night, Jeff. I'll be in Seattle next weekend for the Oregon Ducks game versus Washington. Look at you, able to travel everywhere except the Expo. Able to travel everywhere except the Expo.
I know.
Yeah.
That
You
just-
bastard.
That infuriates me, number one. Two, I am now Washington's biggest fan. I will do anything for a Washington victory. I am all about Washington. I don't even know what Washington is. It Washington State, Washington University? I don't even know. I don't know what their mascot is. I don't know anything about it. I don't know if it's Washington D.C. or Washington State. I don't even care. But I am their biggest fan.
Wow.
Just beat the Ducks.
Indeed. Say hello to Jose for me. Carlos, say hello for Jose for me.
Say
All right,
hello to my
perfect.
little friend.
So that's it for another week. We are now a week further along into spooky season. We'll be back for another midpoint of spooky season. I'm looking forward to it because as we creep closer towards the end of the month, we're also getting closer to Expo. So we'll start the countdown to Expo coming.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting
Smart
there. We're
use.
starting spooky season and we're moving closer.
Where apps
Yes.
are going to be shown. Yeah.
Woo.
I don't know about that.
Well, like I said, Eric, the thing is, you're going to get the app. The problem is you're only going to get the audio version of the app.
That's it.
The audio version. Yeah.
You're only getting the audio version, and it'll be completely 100% uttered as like from the sentient thumb. You're going to get it only in audio format. He'll describe it to you. So if you need something, he'll describe it to you, and that'll be all you're getting.
And it'll be done with somebody with a Colombian accent.
Oh, wonderful. That's
Colombian.
Colombian.
Well, all right, folks, on your way out, if you get the like button, we would appreciate that. Eric will pay for it.
Oh,
Appreciate
will
that.
be
Also,
whore.
Also, thank you to AMG Collectibles for supporting whatever this nonsense is. Always appreciate them. And back for another podcast episode on Tuesday that we'll record. We'll record on Monday. It'll should be appear on the feed on Tuesday. You can check that out. I don't know what the topic is yet, but I'm sure Bobbles will make someone angry. He'll hurt somebody's feelings.
He's good.
Wobbles will hurt someone's feelings, and we will be celebrating a. Well, I guess we won't be celebrating it. We will be preparing to celebrate a great victory by the Washington whatevers.
Big fan of the Washington whatevers.
Yeah.
Huge.
I am an enormous fan of the Washington whatevers.
Love it. All right, good stuff. Folks, have yourself a good night. Those of you in the West Coast, you still got some time left on your Friday. Those of you in the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Those of you in Canada, enjoy your long weekend for Canadian Thanksgiving. Those of you in America, enjoy your Columbus Day. Long weekend-ish.
Go Washington.
All right, folks, have yourself a good night. We'll catch you in the next one.
See y'all.